Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball World. In the Dragon Ball world, on Planet Vegeta, within a resting pod, a Saiyan, around 16 or 17 years of age, sat upon a small stool, his face reflecting a look of astonishment. I have traversed. I have indeed crossed over. Moreover, I have entered the realm of the Dragon Ball anime. His name is Catalan, also known as Ye Qiu. He is both a Saiyan and a human from Earth. The specific reason, of course, is due to his traversal. What immense power! Ye Qiu's gaze flickered, and with a surge of strength, he grasped something in his hand, realizing that his might was incredibly formidable. This was a sensation he had never experienced during his time as a mere earthling. Ding! The upgrade gift system is currently binding. Binding upgrade gift system 205080. Congratulations, host. Binding of the upgrade gift system successful. A series of electronic mechanical synthesized sounds echoed within Ye Qiu's mind, initially causing him to display shock, which soon transformed into an exuberant joy. System. As a traveler, Ye Qiu had read countless novels about traversing worlds in his previous life. Golden Fingers systems, wise old mentors, these are the quintessential attributes of a protagonist. This system is remarkably splendid. To be honest, upon realizing he had traversed, Ye Qiu did not feel too flustered. Deep down, he was a man who reveled in adventure. Now, with the system successfully bound, he felt a significant surge of confidence in facing this world of Dragon Ball, both familiar and somewhat alien. System, please introduce yourself. Ye Qiu spoke with a calm demeanor. Host, this system is the upgrade gift system. You are currently at level 0. For every 5 levels you ascend, you will receive a small gift pack. For every 10 levels, a large gift pack. The electronic mechanical synthesized voice resounded in Ye Qiu's mind. Is that so? Ye Qiu squinted, a faint smile curving his lips as he incisively inquired. Does the large gift pack at level 10 include the small gift pack I should receive for every 5 levels? If so, then the design of this system would be truly exceptional. No, the system replied. Upon hearing this response, Ye Qiu felt a slight disappointment. Humans are inherently greedy, and he was no exception. However, he quickly regained his composure and remarked nonchalantly, just like the protagonists in novels who receive systems, should I not be entitled to a novice gift pack? Silence. The system remained silent for a while. Roughly 10 seconds elapsed. There's one. It finally responded. Okay, grant me the novice gift pack. A broader smile spread across Ye Qiu's face. Just as he spoke, a knock resonated against the door of the resting pod. Catalan. Knock, knock, knock. Someone called out Ye Qiu's name and knocked once more at the pod's door. Kumin. Ye Qiu furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly restored his usual demeanor, donning a light smile. As he spoke, he rose from the small stool. The door of the resting pod swung open, revealing a robust Saiyan with brown hair and a face adorned with a beard. Catalan, I have splendid news to share with you. The man entered and plopped down on a sofa near the door, laughing heartily. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, what good news? This Saiyan was named Nado. Presently, he bore a mysterious smile, glancing left and right at the entrance of the pod before shutting the door and beckoning Ye Qiu closer. Ye Qiu leaned in, and Nado lowered his voice to reveal, Lord Frieza will arrive on Planet Vegeta in 3 months. His purpose this time is to take some warriors from our Planet Vegeta for training. Upon hearing this news, Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback. He was not a diehard Dragon Ball fan, yet he had watched the series from the original to Dragon Ball Super, albeit skipping some episodes. Nevertheless, he was familiar with the general plot. At this moment, Planet Vegeta had not yet been destroyed, meaning the Dragon Ball storyline had yet to commence. As it stood, Frieza was indeed a formidable antagonist, and virtually no one could contend with him. But why was this individual coming to Planet Vegeta to train Saiyans? My battle power is merely 100 points. How could I possibly attract his attention? Ye Qiu pondered curiously, concealing his thoughts beneath a calm exterior. Shaking his head, there are too many powerful warriors on Planet Vegeta. Those who would catch his eye would naturally be other elites. How could it possibly be us lowly warriors with battle powers barely exceeding 1,000? Ah, that may not be the case. as I have heard that this selection will include everyone. Nado exclaimed excitedly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must strive to become more exceptional within these 3 months. Before Frieza had fully turned against the Saiyan race, these Saiyans still retained some loyalty toward him. If they could earn his favor, it would indeed be an exhilarating prospect. Ye Qiu fell silent. In the original Dragon Ball anime, the story commenced immediately with the plot's beginning. Although he was a traveler, he was not well versed in the events that transpired before the narrative. I understand. Let's work hard together, Ye Qiu replied casually, not placing too much significance on the matter. With the upgrade gift system at his disposal, his future achievements would surely rival that of Frieza. Rather than relying on others, it would be far more prudent to rise independently. Noting Ye Qiu's apparent lack of concern, Nado assumed he was underestimating himself. He sighed softly, patted Ye Qiu's shoulder, and then exited through the door. After Nado departed, Ye Qiu locked the door to the resting pod, seated himself on his bed, and calmly stated, "System, open the novice gift pack." 2. A novice gift pack brimming with treasures. Understood, host. The system responded, and Ye Qiu soon found a small box appearing before his eyes, followed by a series of items entering his field of vision. Saiyan Bloodline Enhancement X1, Senzu Beans X1000, 100x Gravity Training Suit X1, 100x Controllable Gravity Chamber X1, 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 Experience Card X1. Ye Qiu sensed the contents of the novice gift pack, and while it may not seem overly abundant, it was indeed considerable. However, in truth, this novice gift pack is exceedingly generous. To be fair, even setting aside the reward of 1 Saiyan Bloodline Enhancement, which is already remarkable, the 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 Experience Card alone is sufficient to render him an absolutely invincible entity at this stage. Of course, this invincibility hinges on his combat power being equivalent to that of Goku during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. Only under such circumstances can he truly be considered invulnerable. Should his combat power upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1 be merely 1,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 points, then the 50-fold increase in combat power would be of little consequence. System, does this Super Saiyan 1 experience card allow me to specify the strength of the transformation, or is it a fixed level? Ye Qiu, having pondered enough, directly inquired of the system. Rest assured, host, you may achieve a transformation up to a combat power of 200 million, the system replied. I understand now. Ye Qiu nodded with a smile, confirming his earlier assumptions. Now let me access the Saiyan Bloodline Enhancement. He was keenly aware of the limited time he had before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, and thus, he would not squander precious moments. Command received. Ding. A prompt resonated in Ye Qiu's ears, and he suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, as if his very blood were boiling. Suddenly, pain overwhelmed him, and he could not suppress a cry of agony. Having just undergone a transmigration, he had never experienced such torment in his previous life now. He was drenched in sweat, rolling back and forth in anguish. Host, please endure. This process is enhancing your Saiyan bloodline. There are 3 layers of pain. Each layer is more intense than the last, but overcoming each will significantly increase your combat power. The system's voice echoed in Ye Qiu's ears, repeatedly urging him to persevere through the brink of despair. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the rest chamber. It was not that Ye Qiu had grown numb to the pain, but rather that his voice had become hoarse from his screams. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the rest chamber was exceptional. Otherwise, his continuous wails for over half an hour would surely have attracted attention. Huff, huff, huff. Ye Qiu could no longer articulate words. He lay exhausted on the bed, completely drained. The sheets were soaked with his perspiration as he gasped for breath, lacking the strength even to open his eyes. This is unbearable. Truly, this is excruciating. This phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind. Host, enduring hardship is the path to greatness. The system dispensed a motivational quip. Your combat power has now surged from 100 points to 20,000 points, a staggering increase of 200 times. This is your reward for victory. Hearing this, Ye Qiu could not help but smile wryly while he wholeheartedly agreed with the system's sentiment. He felt compelled to voice his grievances. This was simply too much to bear. In the span of a fortnight, clad in a 100-fold gravity battlesuit and training in a 100-fold gravity chamber, coupled with the enhancement of his Saiyan bloodline, Ye Qiu's combat power had dramatically escalated once more. 25,000 points of combat power. In just half a month, he had increased his combat power by 5,000 points. In the original work, who could achieve such a feat at this stage? No one could possibly surpass Ye Qiu's training speed. Now I feel as though I could obliterate the earth with a single punch. On this day, Ye Qiu emerged from the 100-fold gravity chamber, returning to his rest chamber, his fists clenched, a smile gracing his lips. Wait, this sensation seems to indeed exist. Ye Qiu chuckled, shaking his head. While 25,000 points of combat power might seem abysmally weak during the mid-phase of Dragon Ball Z, let us not forget that the plot of the first Dragon Ball series has yet to commence. Master Rose's paltry combat power of just over 130 points could open the moon thus. His current strength could indeed easily shatter the earth. If I were to return to my former Earth now, I would be akin to a demon king, with the potential to obliterate the planet with the slightest misstep. Ye Qiu sighed, reveling in the delight of his newfound strength. 3. Mission: Planet Veseli. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the rest chamber. Ye Qiu composed himself and opened the door. A mission awaits. Nado stood at the threshold, his face alight with excitement. Upon witnessing his exuberance, Ye Qiu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the inexplicable enthusiasm of this individual. Is this task exceptionally good? Ye Qiu inquired nonchalantly. He held little interest in missions, rather. He wished for tranquil days of uninterrupted training. Consequently, his level remained at a steadfast 0 after these past 2 weeks. He has acquired a wealth of experience from numerous sources. Firstly, through tasks involving system releases. Secondly, through acts of violence. Thirdly, even by crushing a few microscopic organisms, one can gain valuable experience points. In summary, there are indeed countless avenues for acquiring experience. However, he has concentrated his efforts on cultivation over the past fortnight, which has led him to miss many opportunities to gain experience. Host, your reasoning is misguided. The system's voice suddenly resonated within Ye Qiu's mind. The greatest advantage of the upgrade gift system is that it allows you to enhance your strength without the need for arduous cultivation. Otherwise, what would be the point of a traverser's golden finger? Upon hearing the system's words, 3 large black question marks instantly appeared on Ye Qiu's forehead. A small upgrade package, or perhaps a large one, could instantly elevate my combat power by tens of thousands. Ye Qiu inquired. The system fell silent for a moment before awkwardly responding. That depends on your luck. Host, if fortune favors you and you acquire an exceptionally powerful package, it is not impossible for your combat power to rise by hundreds of thousands. Then what good is that? I refuse to place my hopes on mere luck. He retorted that he was not the type to rely on chance. Nevertheless, the system's assertion was not entirely without merit. Cultivation was indeed necessary. But he also had to keep pace with his upgrades. After all, if a novice package could be so lucrative, subsequent upgrade packages, while perhaps not as formidable, would still offer significant opportunities for strength enhancement. Therefore, both cultivation and level advancement should not be neglected. Carteron, this mission is a straightforward invasion of a planet. However, if our rating is sufficiently high, there's a chance that King Vegeta will take notice of us. Nado remarked. His current combat power stood at around 800, significantly surpassing that of the previous Ye Qiu, making him a notable fighter among lower-tier Saiyan warriors. Ye Qiu began to ponder. Whether King Vegeta noticed him was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the experience. As long as he could acquire experience and gradually elevate his level, that was the paramount concern. Naturally, there would not be many opportunities for substantial experience on Vegeta Planet. So he would have to venture outside to undertake such a mission. He indeed had to accept it. With that thought in mind, Ye Qiu nodded and smiled. All right, count me in for this mission. Despite his combat power soaring to an impressive 25,000 points, his actual battle experience was lacking. Even a seasoned veteran with 10,000 points might be capable of defeating him. Thus, solely immersing himself in cultivation was ultimately not the path to greatness. Haha, in that case, let us proceed. Nado, around 40 years of age, had no partner or offspring that, in a sense, he regarded the former Ye Qiu as a junior to mentor. Otherwise, he would not have considered bringing Ye Qiu on missions to provide him an opportunity to make a name for himself before the influential. His hope was for Ye Qiu to achieve greatness and forge a better future. All of this, of course, was unbeknownst to Ye Qiu. The planet Beseli was situated not far from Vegeta Planet. Reachable by spacecraft in merely 3 days. At this moment, a throng of Saiyans had gathered on the surface of Beseli. Nado, what is the highest combat power on this planet? Ye Qiu surveyed the surrounding Saiyans, noting that the strongest among them had a combat power of 500, while he himself was the weakest, with a mere 200 points. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's inquiry, Nado replied in a low voice. The highest combat power here is 1,000 points. As long as we exercise caution, we should not encounter significant issues. Ye Qiu nodded thoughtfully. With the highest combat power at only 1,000 points, the overall combat capabilities were unlikely to be formidable. With his own combat power of 25,000, even if he stood idle while these individuals attacked, it was unlikely they would inflict any substantial harm upon him. The planet Beseli was similarly focused on invasion. Yet they were more brutal, not only killing but also resorting to cannibalism. Everyone, be cautious that if we encounter overwhelming danger, do not engage in battle. Escape is paramount. Above all, preserve your lives. The speaker was a young Saiyan, around 17 or 18 years old. Upon hearing his voice, Ye Qiu was struck by a sense of familiarity. Reminiscent of Goku's voice, he shifted his gaze and noticed that the young Saiyan bore a striking resemblance to a grown-up Goku. Ye Qiu's eyes widened. Oh, his name is Bardock. Although he's a low-tier Saiyan warrior, his talent is exceptionally strong. At 17, he already possesses 1,200 points of combat power. Truly remarkable, Nado whispered in admiration. Forward experience points are being rapidly accumulated. Ye Qiu is now level 1. With a battle power of 1,200, Ye Qiu, despite lacking substantial combat experience, confidently proclaimed his ability to effortlessly dominate his foes in mere moments. His astonishment did not stem from the prowess of his adversary, but rather from the revelation that this individual was Bardock, father of Son Goku. Furthermore, Bardock was the very first man in the annals of Dragon Ball history to transform into a Super Saiyan. At present, Bardock is approximately 17 years old, while during the timeline of Dragon Ball, when Frieza annihilated Planet Vegeta, he would have been around 24. This implies that there are still about 7 years remaining before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Over these 7 years, Bardock's battle power has increased by merely 8,800 points. In truth, one could argue that his innate talent is not as formidable as one might assume. Conversely, Ye Qiu's talent is genuinely terrifying. In the span of 7 years, while he may not reach the level of Frieza at full power, he remains confident that he can easily match Frieza's usual state. There is no need to rush. He remains remarkably composed, aware that the plot will unfold gradually. Frieza cannot possibly obliterate Planet Vegeta tomorrow, or even within the next 2 years, thus he has ample time to develop. Katerin, stay close to me. Although I may not be among the strongest, I can still manage to protect you. As numerous Saiyans began to mobilize, Nado and Ye Qiu, having forged a closer bond, prepared to execute their invasion of the Beseli planet. Very well, Ye Qiu smiled and nodded, following Nado's lead. Before long, they arrived at a city where the inhabitants of Beseli stood above, regarding Ye Qiu and his companion with indifference. Below, Beseli soldiers clad in combat gear glared at them with an air of solemnity, their eyes reflecting a savage intent. This race was also driven by a penchant for aggression, their very essence steeped in a thirst for blood. Fully aware of their inferiority, they nonetheless chose to attack. Kill! They roared, charging at Ye Qiu and Nado. Their battle power was not particularly formidable, and Nado reassured Katerin, "You should be able to fend for yourself, so I shall focus on dispatching the enemy." With a hearty laugh, he added, "Remember, there is no mercy on the battlefield, I understand. Mercy towards the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself." Ye Qiu replied, echoing Nado's sentiment. These words, a flicker of surprise crossed Nado's eyes as he turned to gaze at Ye Qiu. For reasons unbeknownst to him, although Ye Qiu remained the same person, he felt an undeniable difference in his demeanor. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a positive development. Growth is an inherent aspect of humanity, and Ye Qiu's progress was indeed a cause for celebration. Kill! Nado exclaimed, turning back with a beaming smile as he plunged into the fray, initiating a massacre. With a battle power of 800, he appeared like a deity among the Beseli soldiers, each possessing merely 100 points of power. Dispatching them with a single strike, rendering them lifeless in an instant. Ye Qiu observed the scene, reflecting on how the later battles in Dragon Ball lacked such raw simplicity. With a single energy sphere, enemies would be reduced to nothingness. Logically, with his current battle power, he too could unleash a powerful energy sphere, but he lacked the knowledge to do so. At this moment, he resembled the protagonist of a martial arts novel. Having received the wisdom of a century-old master but lacking the understanding to effectively harness his inner energy, oh hell with it. Let us charge in. Ye Qiu shook his head and joined the chaos. Rather than employing varied strikes like Nado, he relied solely on the sheer strength of his body, crashing through the ranks of foes. Yet, do not underestimate his reckless charge. With each collision, an enemy was sent flying. Crashing to the ground lifelessly, encapsulate the scene. Ye Qiu was akin to a humanoid beast, his physical strength nothing short of terrifying. What was initially Nado's domain suddenly revealed Ye Qiu's overwhelming ferocity. Leaving him utterly astonished, this kid truly that powerful? Unbeknownst to Ye Qiu, he remained oblivious to Nado's shock as the system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a Beseli planet's junior soldier, earning 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain a Beseli planet's intermediate soldier, earning 20 experience points. The continuous influx of experience filled the experience bar, and soon Ye Qiu realized he had leveled up. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your experience is full. You have reached level 1. Ye Qiu's newfound strength astonished Nado. As the system notifications reverberated in his mind, Ye Qiu ceased his assault. The Beseli soldiers around them had lost their resolve, retreating in panic towards the city. Katerin, your strength has inexplicably surged once again, Nado exclaimed, rushing to Ye Qiu's side, his eyes wide with disbelief as he slapped Ye Qiu's shoulder, laughing heartily. Impressive, impressive. Let me see just how powerful you are now. As he spoke, Nado adjusted the combat power detection goggles perched atop his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. The sound echoed, and soon Nado noticed the numbers displayed on the goggles fluctuating continuously, starting from an initial reading of 200 points. It surged to 500, then to 1,000, and within mere seconds, the figure skyrocketed to an astonishing 30,000 points. And my goggles malfunctioned. Staring at the 30,000-point reading, Nado found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Nado, your goggles are functioning perfectly, Ye Qiu said with a faint smile, stepping forward. That moment, a tall Beseli alien emerged from within the city, possessing a combat power detected at a formidable 3,000 points. Had this been the old him, he would have stood no chance of resistance. But now, Ye Qiu had ascended to level 1. This was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the astonishing 5,000-point increase in his combat power that caught his attention. Not only did his combat power surge, but he also inexplicably acquired knowledge on manipulating the energy of the Dragon Ball world. In other words, he was no longer merely a vessel of immense strength. Not a malfunction, Nado exclaimed, visibly shocked. Ye Qiu stepped closer, extending his right hand and pointing at the Beseli alien with 3,000 combat points below. Boom! A powerful energy blast erupted forth, with a thunderous roar. An entire city was reduced to ruins before Nado's astonished gaze. The series of system notifications chimed in Ye Qiu's mind, prompting a cold smile to curve his lips. The intoxicating allure of immense power was undeniable. He was neither a villain nor a hero to his adversaries. He would show no mercy, regardless of whether they were children, women, or the elderly. Compassionate naivety was the bane of every traveler. He understood one fundamental truth. In this world, both familiar and foreign, Each step could be fraught with challenges. Thus, he must remain resolute in his convictions. My friends, I shall treat them well, without restraint. My enemies, I shall ensure they do not survive. This was Ye Qiu's philosophy. Nado, let us depart, Ye Qiu said, turning back with a nonchalant tone that a true man never glances back at the explosions behind him. All right, Nado replied, dazed, nodding in agreement. He took 3 steps before turning back to glance at the ruins of the city. Now a desolate wasteland. Surely, no one could have survived such a powerful onslaught. With this thought in mind, Nado followed Ye Qiu away. In the eastern part of the Beseli planet, Ye Qiu and Nado paused after annihilating nearly 10 cities. At this juncture, Ye Qiu had reached level 2, now only halfway to level 3, with his combat power an impressive 35,000 points. Gaining 5,000 points with each level up felt like a delightful perk to Ye Qiu. Did he feel as if he was gradually becoming a villain? He cast a casual glance at a nearby city reduced to rubble and shook his head with a faint chuckle. However, he neither confirmed nor denied it. After all, he was an idealist. Are you truly Cardolan? Nado could hardly contain his astonishment. The strength Ye Qiu displayed was not merely a slight improvement, but utterly incomparable to before. Ye Qiu chuckled softly. Remaining silent, that moment, Bardock and his crew arrived. Another wasteland. Bardock's eyes sparkled with shock as he followed a path similar to Ye Qiu's, discovering that all his target cities had been obliterated, leaving him utterly astounded. Nado, someone behind Bardock noticed Nado and Ye Qiu, calling out, beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the combat power detection goggles of one individual blared to life, revealing a terrifying reading of 35,000 combat points. Nanny, this guy is a super powerhouse with 35,000 combat points. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Beseli planet has exploded. Ye Qiu is now level 3 with 35,000 combat points. This announcement instantly stirred a wave of awe among all present. Who? Bardock exclaimed, incredulous. The Saiyan who had detected Ye Qiu's combat power pointed towards him, his face reflecting deep respect. Bowing respectfully, he spoke, esteemed sir, it must be presumed that you are the secret weapon of my Saiyan clan. Am I correct? Even King Vegeta's combat power barely exceeds 10,000, yet this young Saiyan has astonishingly reached 35,000. Such strength is indeed formidable that in fact, on Planet Vegeta, no one can confidently claim they could withstand even a few exchanges with Ye Qiu. Upon hearing this Saiyan's words, Ye Qiu felt a hint of bemusement. Was he not Cardolan? Had his combat power not been under 1,000? How had it suddenly surged to 35,000? The eyes of the other Saiyans turned towards Ye Qiu. Their faces painted with astonishment. Most recognized his identity and were, at this moment, thoroughly shocked. In the face of their exclamations and doubts, Ye Qiu merely smiled indifferently. These Saiyans were ultimately not on the same path as he. Their astonishment was of no concern to him. Leave the destruction of this planet to me. You should return to Planet Vegeta at your earliest convenience. Ye Qiu stated coolly he had grown weary of the monotonous destruction of one city after another. True annihilation would be to obliterate Planet Beseli entirely. Not mistake him for cruel. In truth, he felt little attachment to this world. Much like the early Vegeta from the original Dragon Ball anime. Would he willingly consider Earth his second home? The answer was a resounding no. Thus, it was even less likely for Ye Qiu himself. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's command, everyone exchanged glances, uncertainty etched upon their faces. This mission held significant importance for them. It required them to showcase their strength and achieve a commendable rating, enabling them to stand out and attract the attention of influential figures. However, with Ye Qiu's sudden appearance, they found themselves in a quandary. They wished to demonstrate their capabilities, but were reluctant to offend a formidable opponent boasting 35,000 combat power. What to do? In a moment, these Saiyans became somewhat bewildered. Retreat! Bardock's steady voice resonated. He cast a deep glance at Ye Qiu before ascending into the air, stating, this mission is to annihilate Planet Beseli. If Cardolan were to destroy this planet, it would spare us much trouble. Remember, at all times, we Saiyans must prioritize the greater good. The words spoken by this individual were far beyond what one would expect from someone of 17 or 18 years. He exhibited remarkable composure and wisdom. What astonished Ye Qiu even more was that, in the original narrative, he was not particularly well regarded. Yet in his youth, he commanded such a multitude of followers, despite Bardock's combat power being merely 1,200. At 17, he represented significant future potential. Moreover, this was merely within a circle of lower-tier Saiyan warriors. Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Within just half an hour, everyone had departed from Planet Veseli, including Ye Qiu himself. What kind of devastation could 35,000 combat power unleash? Ye Qiu stood in the stratosphere of Planet Veseli, extending a finger, from which an extraordinarily brilliant light emanated. Boom! 3 seconds later, a colossal energy sphere coalesced at his fingertip. Thunderous roars echoed as the energy sphere struck Planet Veseli, leaving every occupant of the spaceship in awe. This was the sheer might that 35,000 combat power could wield. Truly terrifying, Planet Veseli erupted. A dazzling and splendid explosion reminiscent of fireworks. Utterly captivating in its beauty, it was indeed a sight to behold. For the first time, Ye Qiu witnessed the spectacle of a planet's explosion, and given that he was the orchestrator of this event, he found himself momentarily entranced. During this period of wonder, his level quietly reached LV.3. His combat power also saw a significant increase. Not merely the 5,000 points he had gained previously, but a staggering total of 10,000 points. This meant Ye Qiu's current combat power had escalated to 45,000.7. The hypocritical King Vegeta on Planet Vegeta. In the heart of the realm, it had been approximately 10 days since the obliteration of Planet Veseli. And a month had passed since Nado mentioned Frieza's impending arrival on Planet Vegeta. Thus, there remained 2 months before Frieza would arrive. Should you inquire whether Ye Qiu felt anxious, he could unequivocally assure you that he was not the least bit perturbed. If Frieza were to refrain from provoking him, all would be well. However, should he dare to instigate, the 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 experience card would not be taken lightly. With combat power below 200 million, he could transform at will. This meant he could opt for a combat power of 19,999,000. The peak combat power of Frieza's 4th form ranged only between 120 million and 300 million. Ye Qiu, in his Super Saiyan 1 form, could effortlessly overwhelm this foe. Everyone quiet down. In the center square's arena, King Vegeta surveyed all the Saiyans below with a hand resting on his hip, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing the words of King Vegeta, the previously raucous square fell into an immediate hush, with every gaze turning toward him. That I wish to inform you all that in 2 months, Lord Frieza will arrive on Planet Vegeta, at which time he will select warriors from our Saiyan race for training. King Vegeta nodded with a smile, that I have faith that each and every Saiyan warrior among us possesses great strength and immense potential. Thus, in 2 months, it will be up to you all to prove whether you have the capability and fortune to catch Lord Frieza's attention. Katarine, with your strength, you will undoubtedly capture Lord Frieza's notice with ease. As King Vegeta spoke on the stage, Nado whispered excitedly beside Ye Qiu. Upon hearing Nado's words, Ye Qiu smiled silently. In his view, Frieza was hardly a formidable adversary. If he wished to end him, it would merely take a moment. It is essential to note that the combat power in the Dragon Ball universe is exceptionally rigorous, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan with nearly 200 million combat power. Possessing around 140 million would still render him invincible under the current narrative standards. Do not underestimate the brief 5-minute transformation. Such power would enable him to effortlessly eradicate all of Frieza's forces in the 7th universe. However, Ye Qiu naturally chose not to use this experience card just yet, for it was a trump card he held close. His level was already at LV.4, and with about 1,000 more experience points, he would reach LV.5. That upon achieving this level, he would receive a small upgrade package, which was indeed something to look forward to. A slight smile curved Ye Qiu's lips as he lifted his gaze toward the arena. Just moments ago, he had heard King Vegeta call out his Saiyan name. Katarine, King Vegeta is calling you up? Nado exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps this time, he will strip you of the title of inferior Saiyan warrior. Your astonishing strength is more than enough to earn you the title of elite Saiyan warrior. Hearing Nado's exuberant words, Ye Qiu shook his head and smiled. While others may not comprehend King Vegeta, he being familiar with the Dragon Ball anime, understood him all too well. There was no need for further discussion. The selfish label would be affixed first and foremost, but he speculated that if his combat power did not far exceed that of King Vegeta, he would likely be facing not mere pretenses of friendliness, but rather an outright expulsion. His combat power would undoubtedly instill a sense of crisis in this individual, as he ascended the stage. King Vegeta's gaze remained fixed upon him, the smile on his face appearing to Ye Qiu as nothing more than a fa ade. Katerin, I did not expect your strength to be so formidable. It is truly a surprise. King Vegeta approached with a smile, extending his hand to grasp Ye Qiu's. I believe you will surely have a place among those chosen by Lord Frieza this time. Ye Qiu cast a faint glance at this individual, shaking his head with a light chuckle. I do not intend to serve under Frieza. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, King Vegeta furrowed his brow, and his eyes narrowed as he spoke. Your strength is wasted on Planet Vegeta. Trust me, Lord Frieza's domain is your true destiny. Unable to displace Ye Qiu through sheer strength, King Vegeta resorted to other tactics to expel this potential threat to his throne. Ye Qiu scoffed coldly, replying, Do you think I am unaware of your intentions, King Vegeta? The throne of the Saiyan race holds no allure for me. Ye Qiu at LV.5, with surging combat power, not to mention the throne of the Saiyan race. Even if offered the title of the universe's supreme emperor, he would not care, for he held little regard for such superficial matters. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, a peculiar light flickered in King Vegeta's eyes. And at that moment, his gaze narrowed further as he looked at Ye Qiu, a feigned smile gracing his lips. It seems, Katerin, that you harbor other ambitions. In King Vegeta's view, Ye Qiu was indeed ambitious. Perhaps, could he use this to eliminate a rival? With this thought, King Vegeta's heart filled with a cold laughter. His authority would never allow a lowly Saiyan warrior to affront him, despite the fact that this lowly warrior's combat power far surpassed his own. In 2 months, when Lord Frieza arrives, I shall recommend you to him. Your fate will rest entirely upon his desires. King Vegeta silently sneered. He did not dare to engage in a dispute with Ye Qiu. After all, this individual possessed overwhelming combat power. Any confrontation could leave King Vegeta without sufficient recourse against Ye Qiu. Thus, he chose to endure. Very well, I must continue my training. Farewell. Ye Qiu had no fondness for King Vegeta and made his departure known with a clasp of his hands. Watching Ye Qiu's retreating figure, King Vegeta's expression darkened considerably, harboring 100% intent to kill. Yet he understood that his own strength was far from adequate to eliminate this individual. You traitorous wretch. Mark my words. One day, I will make you wish you were never born. King Vegeta roared in fury. It had been half a month since the last assembly convened by King Vegeta, and in just a month and a half, Frieza would arrive at Planet Vegeta. Ye Qiu's pace of training had significantly slowed. His sole focus now was to attain level 5 and discover the treasures concealed within the accompanying reward package. Given Ye Qiu's current prowess, King Vegeta had not imposed any travel restrictions upon him. Over the past half-month, aside from fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system, Ye Qiu had taken on the role of a gallant hero, intervening whenever he witnessed injustice. On this day, Ye Qiu returned to Planet Vegeta, his experience points fully amassed, and he was now able to manually upgrade to level 5. System, elevate me to level 5. Let me behold the much-lauded reward package, he remarked, settling on his bed in the resting chamber. Ding! Congratulations, host! On reaching level 5, the upgrade reward package is now being dispatched. Ding! The upgrade reward package has been successfully delivered. Please check within the system's inventory space. Ding! Due to your advancement to level 5, the system's marketplace has been unlocked. A series of mechanical synthesized tones echoed in Ye Qiu's mind. A system marketplace? Initially indifferent, Ye Qiu's interest peaked upon hearing about the newly available marketplace. The system marketplace contains treasures from myriad realms, including techniques from the immortal and martial worlds, as well as those from the realm of fantasy. There is nothing that the host cannot find here, the system's voice continued. Impressive. I must commend you, system. Bravo. Ye Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The timing of the system marketplace's activation was simply splendid. He had recently noticed that his supply of senza beans was dwindling. likely to last only another month or two if he wished to continue his regimen of training. These beings were indispensable. System, what is my current battle power? Ye Qiu inquired. He could sense his strength had increased, but the specifics eluded him, requiring the system's revelation. Host, your current battle power stands at 60,000 points. 60,000? Ye Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Over the past half-month, he had primarily been engaged in tasks and vanquishing villains to accumulate experience. With his previous battle power hovering around 45,000 points, this upgrade had elevated his battle power by a remarkable 15,000 points. Indeed, a lucrative gain. Alright, enough of this contemplation. Let me see what treasures lie within the much-anticipated upgrade reward package. Ye Qiu chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he delved into the system's inventory space, where a vibrant, multicolored package awaited in the first slot. Activate Level 5 Upgrade Reward Package. Level 5 Upgrade Reward Package. Exchange Points x 1000. Senzu Beans x 1000. Instant Transmission x 1. Super Physique Bloodline x 1. 200-fold Gravity Chamber. 200-fold Gravity Combat Suit. The diverse contents of the package left Ye Qiu momentarily bewildered. Upon scrutinizing the items within the Level 5 Upgrade Reward Package, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This is simply outrageously generous. The Novice package was already considered bountiful, but in comparison, this Level 5 Upgrade Reward Package is on an entirely different scale. The disparity is staggering. Most importantly, this is just the Level 5 Upgrade Reward Package. One can only imagine how formidable the Level 10 Upgrade Grand Package would be. It's inconceivable. Surely it will surpass this Level 5 Reward Package by leaps and bounds. Host, do not be overly astonished. This is merely the most basic of reward packages. The truly bountiful packages are yet to be revealed, and you'll come to understand that this is but a trifle. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Ye Qiu's mind, catching him off guard. Goodness, this system's confidence is rather inflated. Nevertheless, Ye Qiu found himself quite fond of the system's personality. All right then, I shall eagerly await what lies ahead. He glanced at the description of the exchange points, which served as currency within the system marketplace. With this thought, he summoned the presence of the system marketplace once more. Soon, before Ye Qiu's eyes appeared an overwhelming array of marketplace offerings, each item more dazzling than the last, rendering him nearly drooling with anticipation. Wait, is this the immortal body technique? Is it for real? Ye Qiu clicked into the subsection for techniques, and with a cursory glance, discovered that the first immortal body technique demanded an astronomical cost of 100 trillion exchange points. It dawned on him that a trillion equated to 1,000 billion, and this 100 trillion represented an unfathomable sum, leaving Ye Qiu's scalp tingling at the mere thought. Too exorbitant. Ye Qiu cast another glance and discovered that this particular cultivation technique was the most inexpensive one available, worth a mere 100,000 exchange points. At present, he possessed only 1,000 exchange points, and upon reflection, it seemed he would be saving for an eternity. Will not be disheartened. Host, the existence of exchange points is merely to motivate your growth. The system chimed in. Every gift package distributed by the system will randomly bestow upon you exchange points. As your level increases, so too will the points you acquire. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu pursed his lips, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Very well. For the time being, acquiring these techniques may prove futile. After all, this is the Dragon Ball world, not a realm of immortal heroes or martial arts. In my view, possessing techniques from other worlds would likely hold little utility in this dimension. Host, your perspective is misguided. The system corrected him patiently that in essence, the Dragon Ball world and others belong to what you refer to in your past life as dimensional worlds. Thus, the fundamental nature of the world's essence remains the same. Wait? Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback, but that is not right. The Dragon Ball world can easily obliterate planets with a mere wave of the hand. How could the martial arts world achieve such a feat? What use could their techniques possibly have in the Dragon Ball realm? It was understandable for Ye Qiu to think this way. After all, in his eyes, a low martial arts world might seem astonishing to ordinary people. However, this was the Dragon Ball world. Currently, without much training, he had already reached a terrifying level capable of planet destruction. If placed in the martial arts realm, Even destroying a mountain would surely send tremors throughout the entire world. Host, you might not grasp the full picture. IT is precisely because the worlds differ that the martial arts techniques may find a more perfect manifestation in the Dragon Ball realm. Each technique produced by the system possesses boundless extensibility. The system reiterated with great patience. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu finally understood that in other words, whether it be techniques from the martial arts world or the fantasy realm, perhaps they could truly showcase their inherent potential within the Dragon Ball world. I see now. Thank you, Ye Qiu replied with a smile, choosing not to dwell on other matters. This time, he had drawn the ability of instant transmission and immediately set about learning it. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball would surely dream of one day possessing such a power, for it is undeniably a remarkable convenience. However, what exactly was this super physical bloodline? After mastering instant transmission, Ye Qiu turned his attention to another item he had drawn from the gift package. This was the super physical bloodline, which sounded rather impressive and piqued his curiosity. Super physical bloodline. After activation, the host's recovery ability will see a significant enhancement. Upon reading the initial description, Ye Qiu found it reasonable, but the annotation that followed left him utterly speechless. What a sudden shift in tone. Host, what are you thinking? The system interjected. The system refers to enduring capability as your energy consumption, which is significantly more sustainable than that of experts at the same combat power level. Ye Qiu, to be honest, anyone would likely misinterpret that annotation. After all, enduring capability implies something rather specific, does it not? Cough, cough. Enough of that. It's time for me to focus on leveling up and practicing, Ye Qiu said, his demeanor growing serious. Currently, he boasted a combat power of 60,000, which appeared formidable. Indeed, in this small sphere of Vegeta, he was undeniably powerful, reigning supreme without contest. Yet, in a month and a half, the formidable Frieza would arrive on Planet Vegeta. Frieza's strength was unquestionable, boasting a staggering combat power of 540,000 in his base form alone, leaving many trembling in fear. Not to mention his subsequent forms, which were even more terrifying. Given the short time frame, it was unlikely Ye Qiu could catch up to Frieza's might. Therefore, his eyes narrowed as he contemplated the necessity of finding a safe haven for steady development. He needed to leave. Should he remain here, Frieza's arrival, coupled with the whispers of King Vegeta, would undoubtedly jeopardize his situation. Yes, departure is essential. Ye Qiu's eyes shone with determination. Even though he possessed a Super Saiyan experience card, he resolved to hold on to it as a trump card. Now, the priority was to enhance his own strength, for that was the most crucial task at hand. After solidifying his resolve, Ye Qiu lingered briefly in the pod, tidied his belongings, and stepped outside. He did not rush to leave Planet Vegeta. Instead, he first made his way to the residence of Nado, knocking gently to Ye Qiu gently rapped on the door of Nado's rest pod. After a brief moment, Nado opened the door, and upon seeing Ye Qiu, a look of astonishment spread across his face. In recent days, Ye Qiu had refrained from seeking out Nado, primarily because he feared that if he grew too close to him, Nado's existence on Planet Vegeta might become increasingly perilous. Thus, it was not that Ye Qiu had come to regard Nado with disdain due to his own burgeoning strength. Upon entering and closing the door, Nado regarded Ye Qiu with a grave expression and spoke. Katerin, you are currently the most luminous presence on Planet Vegeta. What brings you here? As he spoke, Nado winked at Ye Qiu and then furtively glanced aside. Quickly averting his gaze, he was confident that Ye Qiu would discern his subtle hint. Indeed, upon witnessing Nado's demeanor, Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly regained his composure and chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he inquired, Nado, have you considered leaving Planet Vegeta with me? Huh? Nado's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to look at a small corner of his room, where a flickering red light indicated the presence of a surveillance camera. Katerin, you, Nado stammered urgently. Stay calm. I am aware that someone is monitoring you. Ye Qiu replied, glancing at the camera with a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That I trust that King Vegeta is not a foolish tyrant. If he wishes to avoid the annihilation of Planet Vegeta, he would naturally refrain from obstructing my actions. His words were strikingly forthright. He understood that King Vegeta was presently watching him through the surveillance feed, and he was acutely aware of the king's displeasure towards him. Yet he pondered, what significance did the king's displeasure truly hold, if it were not for Ye Qiu's concern that the subsequent narrative of Dragon Ball would falter? The mere fact that King Vegeta had once harbored murderous intent towards him would have warranted the old tyrant's demise. After all, the tragic figure known as Ta had yet to be born. Upon reflection, he estimated that perhaps there were still about 2 years remaining before that event. In the original anime, Ye Qiu mused, if memory served him correctly, Kakarot, or Son Goku, and Broly were born around the time when Vegeta was already 5 years old. At that tender age, he had already demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for combat, coupled with a formidable battle power. However, this strength was merely a reflection of his early potential. As time unfolded, his talents would pale in comparison to those of Son Goku and even Gohan, not to mention his son Trunks, rendering him an inconsequential figure in their presence. Occasionally, as he watched the Dragon Ball anime, Ye Qiu had speculated how many times Ta would perish if he were not relegated to the role of a secondary character. Given his initial disposition, with that thought, a light chuckle escaped Ye Qiu as he shook his head, realizing the futility of such musings. Leaving Planet Vegeta, as Ye Qiu contemplated this notion, simultaneously, within the central palace of Planet Vegeta, a guard seethed as he observed Ye Qiu's audacity on the monitor. This Katerin is truly insufferable. Pay him no mind, King Vegeta replied darkly. As the ruler of the Saiyan race, he found himself facing a formidable adversary in Ye Qiu for the first time within his own clan. The crux of the matter was that he felt utterly powerless against Ye Qiu. The latter's battle prowess was astonishing, undeniably placing him at the pinnacle of the Saiyan hierarchy. However, there is no however. King Vegeta interrupted. This villain requires someone like Frieza to temper him, so we shall bide our time and observe. King Vegeta, as the leader of the Saiyan race, possessed a mind far from empty. He was undoubtedly wise. Upon hearing the king's words, the guard's eyes flickered as he realized that there was no alternative, leading him to fall silent. Meanwhile, within the confines of Nado's rest pod, the surveillance had been severed by King Vegeta. Nado, witnessing Ye Qiu's demeanor, feared that he might be compelled to resort to a desperate confrontation. To suggest such a fight would indeed be an exaggeration of his capabilities, in the face of Ye Qiu's overwhelming battle power of 60,000. Everything seemed trivial why Ye Qiu could easily obliterate the Saiyan race if he so desired. However, for the time being, the Saiyan race held significance for Ye Qiu, as it was a crucial point in the unfolding narrative of Dragon Ball. In the rest pod, Ye Qiu and Nado were engaged in conversation. Katerin, I acknowledge your immense strength, but the influence of King Frieza is far beyond our capacity to challenge. Nado sighed, while Ye Qiu's prowess was indeed formidable. In the eyes of Frieza, he was merely an insignificant insect, lacking any substantial power. Hearing Nado's words, Ye Qiu shook his head with a smile, neither denying nor disavowing them. He shrugged and replied, one day, you will understand just how powerful I truly am, that I will not forcibly compel you to accompany me, but I must caution you against being excessively loyal to King Vegeta. Ultimately, it is you who will bear the consequences. As Ye Qiu spoke, he departed from Nado's resting pod. Since Nado was unwilling to accompany him, Ye Qiu felt no need to coerce him. After Ye Qiu's exit, Nado settled into the resting pod and muttered, that Katerin lad has truly given me a tremendous surprise. He's remarkably powerful. To be honest, he did not perceive anything amiss. Although he was a low-ranking Saiyan warrior, his family had long passed down a saying, a truly formidable Saiyan is not defined by bloodline. With diligence, one can grow increasingly stronger. He was unaware of the immense effort Katerin had exerted, yet he understood that Katerin had undoubtedly toiled hard. Upon leaving Nado's resting pod, Ye Qiu immediately boarded his spaceship and departed from Planet Vegeta, certain that he would return to this celestial body. A month and a half should suffice to elevate his combat power to over 100,000. Perhaps he might even attain level 10, thus claiming the bounteous rewards of a level 10 package, superior to the modest level 5 gift. 3 days later, within the cosmos, Ye Qiu found himself somewhat disoriented aboard the spaceship. Truth be told, his ideas were quite commendable, yet the lack of tangible opportunities to act upon them left him feeling rather unsettled. Where to go? This was the source of his current confusion. Ye Qiu pondered. The spaceship gradually navigated through the vastness of space that on the seventh day, after leaving Planet Vegeta, he emerged from the gravity chamber of the ship to the control console, gazing at the cosmos through the screen. When suddenly his brow furrowed. Before him, a cosmic fleet was slowly drifting into view. The arrival of visitors right after his exit was indeed a surprising turn of events that Ye Qiu cast a glance at the fleet in the void of space. A hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. As the saying goes, those who come are not benevolent, and the benevolent do not come. He had no faith that the commander of this fleet was unaware of his spaceship's presence. Hence, he needed not ponder excessively. The fleet's target was undoubtedly him. System, can the highest combat power of this cosmic fleet be detected? Ye Qiu had initially intended to take a shower, but it seemed prudent to first stretch his limbs before attending to other matters. Host, the highest combat power within this cosmic fleet belongs to an individual named Shubwa, with a power level of 25,000. A minor leader of the Frieza force. Kill him. Shubwa, never heard of him. A mere 25,000 power level is nothing more than the existence of an insignificant ant in my eyes. This is not the stratosphere. They likely wouldn't dare engage me in the vacuum of space. Ye Qiu squinted, realizing that aside from deities, few could survive and breathe in the vacuum of space. Therefore, an encounter was temporarily out of the question. However, Ye Qiu did not anticipate the fleet commander's decisive action. The spaceship approaching him activated combat mode, revealing numerous cannons on its surface, which then began bombarding Ye Qiu's vessel. Damn it. These fools are not following the script. Ye Qiu's expression shifted, and he hastily relinquished control of the spaceship to the system. He was no expert in evasive maneuvers. Entrusting it to the system was the wisest course of action. System, lure them into the stratosphere of a nearby planet. I shall eliminate them. Ye Qiu was not a magnanimous man. With the cannons aimed at him, failing to retaliate would surely make him feel less than a man. Swiftly, the spaceship, now under the system's control, approached the stratospheric region of a nearby lifeless planet. The pursuing fleet, realizing it was the stratosphere, ceased their assault. Within the spaceship, Ye Qiu wore a cold smile, stepping out with his hands clasped behind his back. His tail swayed behind him, and despite the impending storm, he appeared remarkably calm. This was merely the prelude to the tempest. My lord Shubwa, the being standing in the stratosphere, is a Saiyan. As Ye Qiu exited his spaceship, aboard one of the ships within the fleet that had been following him, a green-skinned, diminutive, and grotesquely featured alien addressed a tall, red-skinned man, not a Saiyan. A monkey. This man was Shubwa, possessing a combat power of 25,000, which seemed trivial to Ye Qiu, but was considered a modest level of prowess in the universe. Indeed, this race consists of nothing but poorly evolved monkeys. The small, ugly man nodded respectfully. King Vegeta may show us outward respect, but he does not harbor it in his heart. Let us eliminate this Saiyan. Shubwa scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Send someone to dispatch this monkey. Previously, he had relentlessly pursued Ye Qiu, believing him to be an easy target, but now he perceived him merely as a destitute Saiyan. In his eyes, Saiyans were synonymous with poverty. Even if he were to rob him, there would likely be nothing of value. The only thing that caught his eye was the rather impressive spaceship. Remember, I want that spaceship. It looks quite cool from the outside. Shubwa gazed at the spaceship behind Ye Qiu, a smile gracing his face. This vessel had been acquired by Ye Qiu at the cost of 100 exchange points from the system store, into which he had installed a gravity chamber capable of being manipulated at 200 times normal strength. Moreover, the spaceship also allowed him to indulge in the exquisite culinary delights of his past life in Huaxia, making Ye Qiu feel that the expenditure of 100 exchange points was indeed worthwhile. Lowly Saiyan monkey, meet your demise. A non-humanoid extraterrestrial creature emerged from a spaceship, brandishing a spiked club and roaring at Ye Qiu. A casual glance at this foe informed Ye Qiu, via the system, that its combat power was a mere 2,000 points, rendering it insignificant in his eyes. Extending his right hand, he pointed at the approaching adversary, unleashing a ki blast from his fingertip. Boom! The explosion resonated, a cloud of ash slowly dispersing in the stratosphere. Witnessing this, Shubwa and his subordinates furrowed their brows that it possesses some strength. Allow me to confront it. Shubwa narrowed his eyes and stepped out of the spaceship, calling out from a distance, Saiyan Monkey, I swear by my title as a squad leader under King Frieza's legion, I shall surely slay you. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow, surprised at how swiftly he had encountered Frieza's forces. However, he felt no fear. This cosmic fleet pursuing him relentlessly could not be permitted to leave this area alive. They all must perish. A cold smile crept across Ye Qiu's face as he bellowed, releasing his energy and charged toward Shubwa. All must die. Ye Qiu level 6? What? Shubwa's expression shifted abruptly, the mockery on his face replaced by shock as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Ye Qiu's explosive energy. Such a powerful presence. This Saiyan monkey's strength must be on par with mine. This realization left him astounded. The combat prowess of a Saiyan monkey had astonishingly reached a level comparable to his own. Then a thought crossed Shubwa's mind, causing him to furrow his brow once more, puzzled. Wait. The highest combat power among the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta is only that of King Vegeta, which barely exceeds 10,000 points. How could there be a Saiyan even more formidable? Furthermore, the most significant detail was that this Saiyan was entirely unfamiliar to him. Logically, he should have encountered individuals of this caliber before. Thus, only one possibility remained. This individual was not from Planet Vegeta. Realizing this, a look of enlightenment spread across Shubwa's face. If that were the case, perhaps he could cultivate a favorable relationship with this Saiyan as a squad leader in Frieza's army. Shubwa was not foolish. Aligning with someone of comparable combat strength could undoubtedly solidify his position. Hey, Saiyan Monkey, cough cough, my Saiyan brother. Shubwa approached the fierce Ye Qiu with a friendly smile, yet almost instantly that smile froze on his face. For a mere second, Ye Qiu had utilized his instant transmission ability to appear directly behind Shubwa. With a single punch, indeed, with just one blow, this formidable opponent with a combat power of 25,000 was utterly obliterated by Ye Qiu. He fell lifelessly, beyond any revival. My heavens! The remaining subordinates aboard the spaceship were initially struck by disbelief, which quickly morphed into sheer terror as they cried out in panic. This Saiyan is too powerful. Run, run. If even Lord Shubwa could not withstand a single punch and was killed in an instant, then what chance did they, the mere minions, have? The notion of resistance was utterly inconceivable. As the echoes of Shubwa's demise faded, Ye Qiu heard the roar of spaceship engines igniting, turning to see several vessels attempting to flee the scene. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Raising both hands, he unleashed a barrage of shockwaves towards the fleeing ships. Under the force of his assault, not only the vessels but entire planets would likely meet instant annihilation. Thus, the ensuing scene unfolded without unexpected twists. Approximately a dozen spaceships were swiftly obliterated by Ye Qiu, vanishing from existence. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained experience points 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained experience points 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained experience points 208s. These dozen spaceships disintegrated into cosmic dust. The system notifications echoed in Ye Qiu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your experience points are now sufficient to reach level 6. You wish to upgrade. The sounds emanating from the system brought a smile to Ye Qiu's face as he checked his experience points. Ye Qiu, LV5 70006000. Not only had he met the requirements to ascend to level 6, but he even had an additional 1,000 points. Level up, Ye Qiu declared decisively. Upon leveling up, he glanced once more at his experience bar. Ye Qiu, LV6 10007000. But he needed 6,000 more points to reach level 7, which seemed quite manageable. It was worth noting that this recent wave of slaughter had granted him at least 3,000 to nearly 4,000 points of experience. Thus, perhaps it was indeed true that only through taking lives could one expedite the leveling process. Standing high in the stratosphere, Ye Qiu stroked his chin, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It was evident that he had conceived a swift method to amass experience points. System, what is my current combat power? With a decision forming in his mind, Ye Qiu felt a sense of calm. Returning to the host, your current combat power stands at 80,000 points. The system responded, 80,000 points? Ye Qiu's face displayed astonishment upon hearing this news. Clenching his fists, he took a moment to feel the surge within him. His brow furrowing slightly as he spoke. System. Leveling up has increased my combat power by approximately 20,000 points, yet I feel no significant change. Unleash your aura and experience it, the system replied nonchalantly. At this, Ye Qiu's eyes flickered with determination. He tightened his fists, bending slightly in midair before unleashing a mighty roar. The energy within him erupted, his hair standing on end as spirals of white energy enveloped him. Such formidable power! Ye Qiu marveled at his newfound strength. Filled with exhilaration, news spread. Astonishing Frieza! Splendid! As long as I do not encounter Frieza's forces led by Ye, I can rampage unopposed. Ye Qiu laughed heartily. His thoughts simple yet effective, to hunt down Frieza's minions. This strategy was indeed a win-win. It would undermine Frieza's foundation while simultaneously replenishing his experience points. As his level increased, so too would his combat power. At merely level 6, possessing 80,000 points of combat power was remarkable. Could it be that upon obtaining the level 10 Grand Package, his power might exceed 150000, or perhaps even 200,000 points was within reach? Shaking off these thoughts, Ye Qiu returned to his spacecraft. After taking a refreshing shower, he seated himself in the ship's dining area. No sooner had he sat down than a robot arrived with his meal. Master, today's fare features your favorite dishes: mapo tofu, huangmin chicken, and spicy chicken. The robot presented plate after plate, and the culinary delights on the table were a feast for the senses, causing Ye Qiu's mouth to water profusely. An hour later, Ye Qiu leaned back in his chair, his slightly distended belly comfortably full, a toothpick in hand as he savored the moment. Truth be told, enjoying his favorite dishes from his past life in this Dragon Ball world brought him immense satisfaction. Moreover, the flavors were exquisitely prepared, heightening his delight. As the saying goes, a smoke after a meal brings joy akin to that of a celestial being. However, while this Dragon Ball world had smoke, it was only found on Earth. Such indulgences were non-existent in the cosmos. Host, the system's mall also offers the cigarettes from your past life. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Ye Qiu's mind. Taken aback by this revelation, Ye Qiu recalled that he had previously perused the system's mall and found no trace of such items. How could they suddenly appear now? Prior to level 6, the host's physique was akin to that of an ordinary person. Smoking and drinking were detrimental to health, hence the system had automatically filtered out these items. The system explained, "Wow, this system is truly impressive." Ye Qiu could hardly find words in response to such an explanation, mentally applauding the system's ingenuity. Dismissing further thoughts, he immersed himself in the system's mall. Before long, he discovered an assortment of cigarettes and fine wines. Yin, Su Yin, Matai, and Liangya. These brands, once commonplace in his previous life, now held a different allure in the realm of Dragon Ball. The ability to summon and indulge in the vices of one's past life, be it the pleasures of fine cigars or exquisite wines, undoubtedly brings immense satisfaction to any traveler of realms. Regardless of the brand, each cigarette or bottle of liquor could be procured for a mere point of exchange. This particular aspect left Ye Qiu feeling somewhat perturbed. However, smoking and drinking were activities he could indulge in daily in his previous life. Yet, within the confines of this Dragon Ball universe, such indulgences would not be as readily accessible. Thus, the fact that one could acquire a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of wine for a single exchange point was, in truth, a manageable expense for Ye Qiu. Upon reviewing his exchange points, Ye Qiu discovered that he previously possessed a mere 900 points. Now, with his recent advancements, the system had generously bestowed upon him an additional sum, bringing his total to approximately 1,500 points. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Qiu opted to spend 100 points to procure 50 unique packs of cigarettes and an assortment of distinct wines. With a swift motion, he also exchanged for a lighter. Grabbing a pack of cigarettes at random, he tore it open, lit one, and closed his eyes in contentment. After taking a couple of puffs, he opened his eyes to inspect the brand, Soft Zhonghua. Not bad at all. Ye Qiu took another couple of draws, and at that very instant, his spacecraft once again traversed the cosmos. He had no definitive destination. Wherever the Frieza force resided was, in essence, his goal. Meanwhile, at that very moment, On a certain planet within the 7th universe, King Frieza had just received alarming news from his subordinates. Shuba's squad had been annihilated by a Saiyan. A diminutive, rotund, and grotesque alien with pink skin stood respectfully behind Frieza, delivering the report. What? Shuba was killed by a Saiyan. Frieza, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and slowly turned around, astonished. Shuba's combat power was 25,000. How could a mere Saiyan, those wretched monkeys, possibly defeat him? Indeed, the news was true. The Saiyan in question was unfamiliar, seemingly not from Planet Vegeta. This grotesque alien, known as Dodoria, was one of Frieza's right-hand men, possessing a formidable combat power of 22,000. Listening to Dodoria's report, Frieza's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Unbeknownst to him, he recalled the ominous warning left by his ancestors. A Super Saiyan with golden hair, fiery aura, and green eyes, possessing immense power. What were the defining characteristics of this Saiyan? Frieza pondered and inquired. Just the appearance of an ordinary Saiyan, Dodoria responded, and oh, golden hair, no fiery aura surrounding him. Frieza pressed for clarification. Dodoria shook his head emphatically. Before Shuba's squad was obliterated, someone transmitted a video of the incident to me. Show it to me. Frieza's eyes narrowed as he sought confirmation. A SU command. Dodoria stepped back and began to operate a device. While Frieza sought further verification, Ye Qiu had arrived at a planet named Baster, floating in the stratosphere. Thanks to the system's assistance, he could effortlessly locate individuals within the Frieza force whose combat power was comparable or even inferior to his innate that moment. The planet had just fallen to the Frieza force, its inhabitants having been ruthlessly exterminated. Cheers, roars, and a cacophony of emotions reverberated across the desolated sphere. Ye Qiu, observing the unfolding scene from the stratosphere, couldn't suppress a cold chuckle. Explode, burn, die amidst despair and regret. Extending his right hand, a finger emerged, slowly manifesting a dazzling flame. A sphere of energy began to coalesce, capable of obliterating the entire planet with his combat power of 80,000. The energy sphere expanded, and Ye Qiu's figure appeared diminutive in comparison, like a mere dolled go. His gaze shimmered with a ruthless glint as he hurled the massive energy sphere toward the planet. The colossal energy orb gradually penetrated the surface of Baster, and at that moment, flames erupted in a dazzling, captivating display. A thunderous boom followed. No. My heavens, what is this? As the apocalypse drew near, it was a calamity of cataclysmic proportions. Upon launching the energy sphere, Ye Qiu turned away with an air of indifference and made his way back to his spacecraft. He received live footage from the system depicting the scene on the planet Baster, where the invaders from the Frieza army wore expressions of sheer terror. Indeed, this was akin to an apocalyptic event, reminiscent of the fear they instilled in the Basterians during their merciless killings. As the spacecraft gradually drifted away, Ye Qiu felt his experience points surge. Casting a glance at his experience bar, he noted it read LV6 50007000. With just 2,000 experience points remaining, he was on the verge of another upgrade. How effortless it all felt. Ye Qiu shook his head in amusement. This delightful dual advantage truly brought him great comfort. Continue, system. Please scan for the nearest squad within the Frieza army that I can easily overpower. Within the 7th universe, at this particular moment, Frieza's forces were omnipresent. After all, the infamous reputation of the tyrant Frieza was not to be underestimated. Understood, host, beeped the system. Shortly thereafter, it began its search. Within minutes, the system pinpointed the nearest members of the Frieza army. Host, the coordinates are located to your due west, 334.258, announced the system. Okay, let us set off. Ye Qiu's face lit up with excitement. With just 2,000 experience points left, he was on the brink of another upgrade. Simply perfect. Upon reaching level 7, it was plausible that his combat power would surpass 100,000 points. Once he attained that level of power, he would feel increasingly confident in gradually undermining Frieza's influence. Ye Qiu prepared for his next move. News of his annihilation of Shuba and the entirety of Frieza's forces on Baster inexplicably spread throughout the cosmos. An unidentified formidable being had boldly declared war on the tyrant. It was astonishing. A squad led by a powerhouse with 25,000 combat points was effortlessly obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Moreover, considering Baster was a significant planet, it was no easy feat to destroy it without at least 100,000 combat points. Now, this enigmatic force had effortlessly shattered Baster. One could only imagine the magnitude of their strength. The entire universe was abuzz with shock and curiosity regarding the identity of Ye Qiu and the extent of his combat prowess. He was a true demon lord, in the presence of the evil tyrant Frieza. What did he even amount to? 2 days later, a captain from Frieza's army, possessing 100,000 combat points, appeared in a state of sheer terror on a distant planet, tremblingly uttering a proclamation, in the gaze of many. His body suddenly exploded, resulting in his demise. 16. Ye Qiu LV10. A first qualitative transformation. The news of an unknown powerhouse boldly challenging the evil tyrant Frieza began to spread throughout the universe a month later. On another planet, the orchestrator of it all was relishing the delectable cuisine of the Dragon Ball universe. System, I have now reached level 9. Will there be any qualitative changes upon reaching level 10? Ye Qiu inquired while savoring his meal. Host, if I reveal the answer prematurely, it will diminish your sense of anticipation. The system replied with a smile. That is a valid point. Ye Qiu chuckled, continuing to enjoy his food. With merely 10 days to half a month remaining until Frieza's arrival at Planet Vegeta, Ye Qiu suspected that news of a Saiyan causing trouble had likely reached Frieza's ears, that he suspected that this individual might indeed head to Planet Vegeta ahead of time. Fortunately, with the system as presence, he could ascertain whether Frieza had made a move. Given that Frieza, with his level 9 status and 150,000 combat points, would find it challenging to contend with him. Ye Qiu recalled the system mentioning that reaching level 10 would present him with an opportunity to battle Frieza. Thus, he posed that earlier question regarding any potential qualitative change in his strength upon reaching level 10. Since the system remained tight-lipped, he refrained from inquiring further. Contentedly enjoying his meal, an hour later, Ye Qiu received a message from the system. Frieza has set off. Host, there's a nearby squad within the Frieza army. Eliminate them, and you will ascend to level 10. Ye Qiu rose in response, as the system's voice resonated in his mind. Very nice. Upon hearing this news, Ye Qiu's face broke into a look of astonishment. He was already quite close to attaining level 10 experience points, and now, this particular squad from the Frieza force seemed almost purposefully designed to grant him experience. Without further ado, Ye Qiu rose to his feet. With a combat power of 150,000, he could be said to move about with impunity, as no one could withstand him. This squad from the Frieza force was swiftly annihilated by him, and simultaneously, his level automatically ascended to level 10.8. That moment, his combat power surged dramatically. Level LV10 100,011,000. Combat power 300,000 points. 300,000. Not 30,000. Not 130,000. A full 300,000. Reaching level 10 had more than doubled his combat power. How extraordinarily formidable. Ye Qiu was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated that his upgrade would yield a combat power of 200,000 points, but reaching 300,000 was something he had never even dared to imagine. The thought was simply terrifying. Host, indeed, ascending to level 10 will result in a qualitative change. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, seemingly responding to Ye Qiu's earlier inquiries. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu swallowed hard. It was only now that he realized his diligent training paled in comparison to the terrifying increase in combat power that came with leveling up. What was the point of all my painstaking efforts? From now on, perhaps it would be wiser to complete tasks or eradicate evil to gain levels. Ye Qiu shook his head and chuckled, somewhat sarcastically uttering these words. In reality, he was merely jesting. In the Dragon Ball world, could he truly eradicate evil? Thus, it seemed that undertaking tasks and personal training were likely his only avenues for becoming stronger. As for the notion of eradicating evil, it was probably feasible at this stage, given Frieza's ever-present notoriety and the activity of his subordinates. Can I see where I have specifically grown stronger? Initially, Ye Qiu felt little change in his combat power. Only after engaging in battle did he realize he was significantly stronger than before. now that his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Ye Qiu speculated that he should be able to perceive his newfound might immediately, right? Host, you now have an attribute panel. You can summon it for your perusal. The system replied. All right, please display my attribute panel. Ye Qiu said, his eyes brightening with anticipation. Shortly after he spoke, he felt a sudden flash of light before an attribute panel materialized before him. Host. Ye Qiu. Level. LV10 100 011000. Combat power 300 000. Exchange points 3000. Current abilities: Super Physique, Instant Transmission, Energy Cannon, Shockwave Cannon, Flash Cannon, 10x Combat Power Amplification. It took Ye Qiu at least a minute to thoroughly examine his attribute panel. Upon reaching the end, the prospect of the 10x Combat Power Amplification made his eyes narrow in excitement. System, does that 10x Combat Power Amplification mean that when I use it, I will amplify my current 300,000 combat power to 3 million? Ye Qiu inquired. Indeed, host, came the reply, prompting a smile to spread across Ye Qiu's face. He now understood why the system indicated he would have a chance to contend with Frieza after reaching level 10. It was all due to this ability. Activate the level 10 gift pack and return to Planet Vegeta. By the way, system, how long does the 10x combat power amplification last? Ye Qiu asked eagerly after his moment of joy. Responding to the host, the 10x combat power amplification lasts for 1 hour. The system quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu nodded with a grin. An hour of 3 million combat power was an exhilarating prospect. Just the thought of it felt like possessing an immense advantage. Enough chatter. Let's set off for Planet Vegeta. Ye Qiu instantaneously teleported back to his spaceship, instructing the system to navigate towards Planet Vegeta. A week swiftly passed. Due to the considerable distance he had initially been from Planet Vegeta, the journey alone consumed a full week. Throughout this period, Ye Qiu remained steadfast in his training, diligently practicing within the gravity chamber set to 200 times Earth's gravitational pull. Although he had yet to open his level 10 upgrade gift pack, it was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a momentary lapse in memory. Once his training concluded, he recalled that he had not yet unwrapped the level 10 upgrade gift. It is worth noting that even a level 5 upgrade pack had significantly enriched him and rapidly augmented his combat prowess. One could only imagine how prosperous he would become upon opening this level 10 gift. System, how much longer until we reach Planet Vegeta? Ye Qiu inquired. Emerging from the shower, towel in hand, a smile gracing his lips, that it will take several hours at the current speed of the spaceship. The system responded, Excellent. Please open the level 10 upgrade gift pack for me now, Ye Qiu commanded. Soon his consciousness delved into the system's inventory space, where the level 10 upgrade gift pack lay quietly in the first slot. Open, he issued the command, and the level 10 upgrade gift pack erupted into fragments, immediately inundating his mind with a cascade of information. Level 10 upgrade gift pack, tenfold hyperbolic time, chamber X1. Senzu beans X 5000, the ability to stop time for 1 second, a potent ability that can be advanced, and pressure instills fear in adversaries with combat power lower than yours, reducing their combat effectiveness by 50. Along with 7,000 exchange points, additional miscellaneous items followed, though they were of little consequence. Upon closer inspection, this gift pack was far more than he had initially anticipated. A subtle smile crept across Ye Qiu's face. In fact, it was astonishingly bountiful. Setting aside the tenfold hyperbolic time chamber, the ability to halt time for a second, and the pressure ability alone were sufficient to justify the immense value of this level 10 upgrade gift pack. It was utterly terrifying, absolutely extraordinary. At that moment, Ye Qiu felt an exhilarating rush that was almost suffocating. This sensation eclipsed even his wildest fantasies. Wait a moment, that why Ye Qiu blinked. It seemed that in both his past and present lives, he had never experienced the allure of a woman. Straight face. With that thought, his expression transformed into one of amusement. Hours passed swiftly, with the spaceship drawing ever closer to Planet Vegeta, while Ye Qiu's initial excitement had calmed considerably. A few more minutes elapsed, and the spaceship landed on Planet Vegeta. His arrival drew numerous curious gazes. Who has descended upon our planet Vegeta? Ye Qiu had chosen a landing site in close proximity to the Saiyan clan stronghold. prompting a gathering of many Saiyans. They pointed and whispered amongst themselves, speculating quietly. With a thud, the spaceship's door swung open, and Ye Qiu descended slowly. "Who is he? So familiar!" exclaimed a nearby Saiyan. "He's that guy. Cardolan." Some Saiyans recognized Ye Qiu immediately, while others remained perplexed by his identity. That's why Ye Qiu surveyed the crowd, inadvertently releasing his pressure ability. Thud! As his gaze swept across the assembly, every Saiyan present felt an overwhelming force, compelling them to kneel before him. With over 300,000 in combat power, he appeared as a deity to those with merely 1,000 points. With purpose, Ye Qiu stepped off the ship, striding toward the heart of Planet Vegeta. The distance was not great. Within 5 to 6 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Saiyan clan stronghold. "Halt! Who are you?" The guard at the entrance, unfamiliar with Ye Qiu, initially mistook him for an outsider. However, upon noticing the tail coiled around his waist, he quickly apologized. "My apologies. I mistook you for a stranger. Please, enter." The guard hastily stepped aside. Ye Qiu's aura was formidable. He was no longer the timid individual he had been upon his arrival. He had since obliterated several planets and countless foes, exuding an aura of both menace and lethality that deterred even the most perceptive individuals from engaging him in conversation. Ye Qiu nodded indifferently and proceeded through the gates of the Saiyan stronghold. "Halt!" Just as Ye Qiu crossed the threshold, a commanding voice echoed from behind him. Point 18, that a force as formidable as Ye Qiu, killing before Frieza's eyes. "Halt!" A thunderous roar indeed caused Ye Qiu to retract his steps, turning to face a pink-skinned individual who regarded him with a cold smirk. This was Dodoria. Ye Qiu recognized him instantly. "Just as I suspected." Dodoria squinted at Ye Qiu, sneering, "Little monkey, I never imagined you would dare return to Planet Vegeta." "Why would I not dare?" Ye Qiu replied with a faint smile. "Oh, you truly believe yourself formidable." "Kneel!" In an instant, Ye Qiu vanished from sight, reappearing before Dodoria, delivering a resounding slap that sent the warrior with over 20,000 battle power sprawling to the ground. "What are you? How dare you put on airs before me?" Ye Qiu scoffed, utterly dismissive. Him. Not even a battle power of 200,000 or 2 million would amount to more than a mere insect. Kill. A mere wave of his hand would suffice. That Dodoria, such a wretch, dared to act grandly before him. He must be tired of living. How audacious! Dodoria, kneeling in submission, briefly displayed a flicker of fear before quickly regaining his composure. "Wretch, let me tell you, I am the right-hand man of King Frieza. Your disrespect towards me is tantamount to disrespecting the great King Frieza himself." Slap. Ye Qiu shook his head in disbelief, delivering another resounding blow that knocked Dodoria to the ground, causing him to spew forth an uncountable number of teeth, appearing utterly pitiful. "Silence, or I shall end you." With a swift kick, Ye Qiu sent Dodoria flying several meters away. Onlookers began to gather, their faces painted with astonishment as they regarded Ye Qiu. Some Saiyans even stepping forward to voice their rebuke. "Katerin, if you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Indeed, you reckless fool, we fear for our lives. To provoke the right-hand man of King Frieza, King Vegeta himself would not dare. And you think you can? Kneel and apologize." A chorus of accusations rang out, and as Ye Qiu listened, he noted their expressions, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Him. These accusers had so deeply ingrained their servitude into their very souls. It seemed that perhaps he ought to stage a true coup. He mused at why Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed, his penetrating gaze radiating an unsettling light, while a domineering aura enveloped him, compelling all within 100 meters to feel an irresistible urge to kneel. This was an unconscious manifestation of his authority once more. Had he not witnessed such a scene of servility amongst the Saiyans, Ye Qiu might not have entertained thoughts of usurping power, for he had never truly cared for the title of king of the Saiyans. However, it now appeared he should indeed cultivate his own influence. In the original narrative, Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza, with the majority of the Saiyans perishing in the catastrophic event. Now, Ye Qiu might have the opportunity to avert such a calamity, ensuring the survival of most Saiyans and potentially cultivating a legion of Super Saiyans. As this thought ignited a fervor within him, he felt a surge of excitement. Ding! A task has been issued. Become the king of the Saiyan race within 1 month. Task reward, 10,000 experience points. 1,000 exchange points to tea that moment. The voice of the system echoed in Ye Qiu's mind. Upon hearing it, his eyes brightened. It seemed that for the sake of those experience points and exchange points, he would indeed pursue the title of King of the Saiyans. King Vegeta has arrived. Alongside him came King Frieza. We pay homage to King Frieza. The Saiyan folk all knelt, their faces alight with inexplicable excitement. Ye Qiu could not help but feel a sense of exasperation at their expressions. King Frieza! King Frieza! This wretch seeks to kill me. Dodoria, suppressing his pain, rushed towards the approaching Frieza, a mournful expression on his face. Dodoria, fear not. With me here, no one dares to harm you, Frieza replied with a feigned benevolence, first glancing at Dodoria before shifting his gaze to Ye Qiu. However, before he could fully assess Ye Qiu, a shriek pierced the air, and Frieza turned to see Dodoria. Lifeless before him, Dodoria is dead. In front of him, his right-hand man had perished. 3 million battle power. What a shock to the audience. You killed Mr. Dodoria. Frieza squinted at Ye Qiu, a menacing glimmer in his eyes. He did not care for Dodoria's death, but he was infuriated by being publicly humiliated after claiming he could guarantee Dodoria's safety. Now, all he wanted was to eliminate this insolent foe. Are your eyes blind? Ye Qiu responded with a cold smile, entirely dismissing Frieza. Currently, Frieza was in his first form, boasting a power level of 540. 000, although Ye Qiu's power level stood at merely 300. One must not forget that he possessed the ability to amplify his strength tenfold. Oh ho ho ho! You Saiyan truly exhibit an inflated sense of self-worth. Let me witness just how formidable your power is. Frieza suddenly broke into a mirthful grin, gesturing for one of his subordinates to fetch a power scouter, which he donned to gaze upon Ye Qiu. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter was actively scanning point 1, 0, 0, 0, 5, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0. The numbers on the device fluctuated continuously, ultimately stabilizing after a span of 10 seconds at a power level of 300, 0, 0, 0. No wonder, Frieza mused, raising an eyebrow with a look of astonishment. Indeed, a power level of 300,000 warranted such arrogance. Not only among the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta, but even within his own legion, which consisted of elite warriors from various planets and races across the universe. Individuals of the tier of 300,000 were exceedingly rare. The emergence of such a formidable Saiyan warrior from that wretched race genuinely astonished him. Concurrently, Frieza's curiosity was piqued. What was it about this individual that allowed him to surpass his fellow Saiyans and reach such heights? Moreover, Frieza sensed that Ye Qiu was quite young. What? Upon hearing Frieza's words, King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "This Cateran possesses a power level of 300,000? How is that possible?" Among those present, it was undoubtedly King Vegeta who was the most astonished. Not long ago, whether it was a month or 2 months prior, Cateran was merely a warrior with a power level in the tens of thousands. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief time? Oh, is this lad Cateran? Frieza's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing Ye Qiu's name, then fixed his gaze upon him, stating nonchalantly, "I have heard of you from King Vegeta, who spoke highly of your potential and wished to recommend you to serve me. It appears your potential is indeed exceptional. How about joining my ranks and becoming my right-hand man?" Frieza extended an invitation, but despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, he was acutely aware of the warnings passed down from his ancestors. He harbored a deep-seated wariness of the Saiyan race. The closer one approached his level, the more he feared for his own position. Thus, he sought to control Ye Qiu, to study him closely. Furthermore, a warrior with a power level of 300. 000 was a rare gem, and having him as a subordinate would indeed be advantageous. In response to Frieza's proposition, Ye Qiu merely shook his head with a faint smile, swiftly altering his expression to one of cold disdain. Retorting you, with a mighty roar, Ye Qiu unleashed his ability to amplify his power tenfold. In an instant, as his voice echoed, his power surged dramatically. 500, 000, 1, 000, 000, 2, 000, 000, Ultimately, it stabilized at a staggering power level of 3,000,000. Frieza's scouter shattered under the immense pressure of Ye Qiu's power. And Ye Qiu calmly declared to those present, "Frieza, at your current level, you are no match for me. If you wish to avoid demise, you should transform into your fourth form post-haste." Ye Qiu was acutely aware of Frieza's various forms. His first form had a power level ranging from 530,000 to 540,000. The second stood at 1,400,000, and the third at 2,300,000. The fourth form of Frieza was further divided into several phases, ranging from 3 million to 12,000,000. The apex of his power was undoubtedly at the latter figure. However, Frieza, known for his penchant for holding back, would not immediately unleash his most formidable strength. Thus, at a comparable level of 3,000,000, Ye Qiu felt exceedingly confident in his ability to contend with Frieza. After all, he possessed the extraordinary ability to halt time for 1 second. This ability was akin to the temporal mastery of Hit. As an old adage from his past life in Huaxiao wisely stated, in a contest of skill, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to defeat. This saying perfectly encapsulated the sheer absurdity of Ye Qiu's time-stopping capability. From this day forth, I shall be the king of the Saiyan race. So powerful, so powerful. How could Katarine be so immensely strong? The expression of King Vegeta was awash with uncontainable terror. He had never witnessed anyone with power rivaling that of Ye Qiu. Even Frieza's aura seemed as feeble as that of an ant before Ye Qiu. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Though astonished by Ye Qiu's staggering power of 3,000,000, he was more perplexed by the fact that this individual appeared to possess intimate knowledge of his transformation forms. Who exactly are you? Throughout his long career, Frieza had only allowed a select few, namely his father and brother, to witness his transformations. All others who had seen him transform were enemies, long since deceased. Now, Ye Qiu's words suggested he had witnessed Frieza's transformations. Yet Frieza had no recollection of ever encountering him, leaving him with a profound sense of bewilderment. Ye Qiu let out a cold smile, choosing not to utter another word. Today he was determined to deliver a thorough beating to that rascal, Frieza. But to be honest, even Ye Qiu himself had not anticipated that his confrontation with Frieza would occur so swiftly. The aura of 3 million in battle power was undeniably formidable. Not to mention, Ye Qiu possessed the ability to instill pressure, causing everyone within 100 miles to inexplicably feel a powerful presence manifesting as a colossal hand, which seemed to knock them to the ground one by one. They succumbed, kneeling before him. Observing the trembling legs of Frieza, a cruel smile crept upon Ye Qiu's lips. This fellow truly lived up to his reputation. Although currently in his first form with a battle power of merely 530,000 to 540,000, Frieza was ultimately a master with over 100 million in his final form, and thus he could barely withstand Ye Qiu's oppressive aura. Without wishing to squander more time, Ye Qiu stepped forward, instantly appearing before Frieza. With a resounding punch, Frieza was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood mid-air. In a flash, Ye Qiu teleported closer, extending his right hand to conjure an energy sphere, which he then unleashed towards Frieza. The ensuing explosions echoed relentlessly, with the shockwaves claiming the lives of many Saiyan warriors. Of course, these collateral damages were unintentional on Ye Qiu's part. He was not a magnanimous man. As long as he was unaware of their private slander, he could let it slide. However, once he became aware, he would inevitably take action, especially since these individuals dared to insult him in his presence. Failing to retaliate would be a disservice to his formidable strength. From this day forth, I shall be the king of the Saiyan race. My name is no longer Katarine. It is Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu disregarded the battered Frieza, his voice resonating throughout Planet Vegeta. He then advanced towards the prostrated King Vegeta, looking down upon him with indifference. "King Vegeta, I wonder if you have any objections?" Though phrased as a question, Ye Qiu's tone left no room for doubt. Quite simply, whether or not he had objections was irrelevant. Ye Qiu intended to become the king of the Saiyan race, and no one could stand in his way. King Vegeta remained silent, drenched in sweat, His head bowed as he contemplated something unknown. The Ye Qiu paid him no mind. The gust of wind announced Frieza's transformation into his third form. In this form, you are no match for me. Frieza, it would be wise for you to assume your fourth form. Ye Qiu cast a sidelong glance at Frieza, who exuded a powerful aura, with dust swirling around him, giving an air of grandeur. However, in Ye Qiu's eyes, this was merely Frieza's third form. With a battle power of 2.3 million, he was no match for Ye Qiu. Huh. It seems you are overly confident in your strength. Frieza remained undeterred, fully aware that this was his third form. Boasting a battle power of 2.3 million, his confidence was palpable, and Ye Qiu felt no need to belabor the point. He was prepared to crush this opponent with overwhelming power. Without further ado, Ye Qiu utilized instant transmission to appear before Frieza in an instant. Time froze for a second. Ye Qiu activated this extraordinarily potent ability. In merely a second, he could unleash at least 100 punches. Thus, by the time Frieza regained his senses, he was already gravely injured. This left Frieza utterly astonished. "Kneel," Ye Qiu commanded coldly. His ability to freeze time could be deployed 3 times within an hour. With intervals of approximately 10 seconds, 10 seconds swiftly passed. He activated the time freeze once more, forcefully subduing Frieza and compelling him to kneel. How infuriating! Frieza seethed, faced with the god-defying ability to stop time. He was utterly powerless, akin to a chick being slaughtered at will by Ye Qiu. Run! Frieza's thoughts spiraled. He felt a sense of utter helplessness. Even if he transformed into his fourth form, he feared he would still be unable to contend with Ye Qiu. The notion of being bested by a member of such a despised race was a severe blow to his pride. Yet, what could he do? Ye Qiu was simply too powerful. Absolute dominance. The era belonging to Ye Qiu is about to commence. Frieza fled, and Ye Qiu had no intention of pursuing him. This was the Dragon Ball world, and the subsequent plot would still require Frieza's involvement, gradually unfolding thereafter. To be frank, at this stage, Frieza's reappearance would likely coincide with the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, specifically during the Namek saga. However, nothing was certain. After all, with Ye Qiu's emergence as a metaphorical butterfly, the various storylines in the Dragon Ball universe could diverge significantly from the original narrative. If the story did not align with the original, he would lose a substantial amount of his prophetic abilities. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed. He absolutely would not allow the Dragon Balls he knew of to be diverted elsewhere. Most importantly, he was certain they would end up on Earth. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lazuli. Upon entering the realm of the Dragon Balls, he would be profoundly regretful if he did not claim these 3 women for himself. Not be misled by Chi-Chi's middle-aged appearance. Her transformation into a weary matron is merely a consequence of marrying Goku. It is essential to recognize that whether in her childhood or her youthful days, Chi-Chi was an unequivocal pinnacle of beauty. In Ye Qiu's estimation, when comparing the youthful Chi-Chi to Bulma, he felt Chi-Chi surpassed Bulma in terms of allure. However, there was no need for haste. Time was on his side. At this juncture, he ought to focus on developing his power within the cosmos. Ye Qiu chuckled, though he harbored fears that the anticipated narrative might not unfold as it should. Thus, it appeared he might need to strategize, ensuring Bardock, much like in the original narrative, would send Goku away and inadvertently traverse time back to the ancient era. Host, do not overthink. The system's voice resonated in Ye Qiu's mind. What do you mean? Ye Qiu inquired, intrigued. For instance, if you were to become the king of the Saiyan race, the subsequent strength you gain would undoubtedly prevent Frieza from annihilating Planet Vegeta. So how would the ensuing storyline unfold? The system continued. Rest assured, host, the narrative will proceed in accordance with the original storyline. Just as Bardock traversed to ancient times, he would not do so under the premise of Planet Vegeta's destruction, but rather by an alternate means. The system's explanation was remarkably thorough, and upon its conclusion, Ye Qiu experienced a moment of enlightenment. It seemed he need not fear the collapse of the Dragon Ball storyline. Very well, it is time to cleanse what belongs to my Saiyan race. Ye Qiu cast aside his thoughts, returning his focus to the present as he seized the incapacitated King Vegeta, propelling himself towards the heart of the Saiyan stronghold. A month swiftly passed, and Ye Qiu forcibly claimed kingship, with none daring to defy him. His prowess was evident, and despite King Vegeta's deep-rooted foundation, he stood no chance that Ye Qiu was the type who forged his dominion through sheer strength. After vanquishing nearly half of the dissenting Saiyans, the remainder obediently knelt and acknowledged him as king. On this particular day, Ye Qiu sat within a grand palace. His close confidant, Nado, had become his trusted aide and was currently kneeling before him, reporting on various minor affairs concerning Planet Vegeta. Your Majesty, there are no longer any dissenters across the entirety of Planet Vegeta. However, I wonder if we ought to rename the planet, Nado suggested. Unnecessary, Ye Qiu replied, having contemplated the matter. Firstly, he was uncertain what name would be appropriate. Secondly, he felt that a change might feel rather awkward. Thus, it was best for it to remain Planet Vegeta. After all, it was merely a name and held no significant meaning. Understood, Nado responded. You may leave now and ensure the distribution of the gravity chambers and gravity suits, while remembering the training methods I provided you. Disperse them accordingly. Ye Qiu lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, speaking with a calm demeanor. The gravity chambers, suits, and training methods were all items Ye Qiu had exchanged for within the system's marketplace, aside from the gravity chambers and suits, which cost multiple exchange points. The training methods required only a single exchange point for lifetime access to your command. Nado respectfully retreated, gradually exiting the palace. After a brief pause, Ye Qiu rose from his seat, pondering, System, why have I not completed the task you issued upon becoming the king of the Saiyan race? Becoming the king of the Saiyan race is not as simple as it seems. You must genuinely embody the role of king for your race, earning the recognition of other races in the universe. The system replied that it is unlikely that I could gain the acknowledgement of all races in such a short time. If that were the case, the task would be excessively daunting. Point 3. You need merely gain the recognition of 3 races within a month, and your task will be deemed complete. The system continued. I understand. A cold smile crept across Ye Qiu's lips. Gaining recognition is simple. Instill fear in them, and it will be accomplished. My era is on the brink of dawn. Destruction God Beerus. I truly look forward to the day we meet. Point 22. Upon arriving on Earth, Ye Qiu encountered the revered Master Roshi for the first time. That a year had swiftly passed, and now Ye Qiu had ascended to level 16. Tantalizingly close to obtaining his second grand gift. 1 year may seem neither long nor short. During this time, Ye Qiu's influence had burgeoned remarkably, prompting most races in the universe to realize that the Saiyan lineage no longer thrived solely on the conquest of other planets. This shift was profoundly positive. At the very least, the Saiyans were no longer subjected to unequal treatment on foreign worlds. Such transformations were the result of Ye Qiu's efforts, and his combat prowess had now surpassed the formidable threshold of 800. Should he employ his ability to amplify his power tenfold, his combat strength would soar to an astounding 8 million in the context of the relatively weaker 7th universe. Such a level of power could indeed be deemed boss-like. Logically, one would expect his combat strength to have risen even higher over the past year, yet this was tempered by his frequent management of Planet Vegeta. Now, the Saiyan race had essentially found its footing, requiring little more than his presence as a stabilizing force. On this particular day, Ye Qiu quietly departed from Planet Vegeta. Piloting his spaceship towards Earth, he calculated the time and realized that, at this hour, not only was Chi-Chi yet to be born, but even Bulma had not yet graced the world. However, this was of little concern. His early arrival on Earth was merely to catch a glimpse of that lecherous old man. In his previous life, while watching the Dragon Ball anime, he found himself rather indifferent to most side characters, yet he held a particular fondness for Master Roshi, the lecherous old sage. Perhaps it was due to the abundant laughter this old man had brought him, as Master Roshi was a source of both humor and intrigue in the early narrative of Dragon Ball. The spaceship's journey was somewhat sluggish, taking a full 6 months for Ye Qiu to successfully land on Earth. Upon alighting, he stored his spaceship within his system's spatial bag. Suddenly, a panicked voice reached his ears, prompting him to turn his head. A farmer, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, stood before him, clutching a hoe and gazing at him in sheer terror. Ye Qiu cast a brief glance at the man, initially disinclined to engage. Where am I? He pondered, realizing his lack of understanding of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, he took a couple of steps towards the farmer. Ye, don't come any closer. The farmer's fear intensified as Ye Qiu approached, and he waved his hands in retreat. I warn you, I have a shotgun. If you come any closer, I won't hesitate to shoot. Ye Qiu could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Given his current physical resilience, even a cannonball would not draw a drop of blood from him. Uninterested in dealing with such a weakling, he merely emanated a hint of pressure, causing the farmer to faint instantly. System, you must know where I am now, right? Ye Qiu inquired as he began to walk. Currently, host, you find yourself in the eastern region of Earth, quite distant from the western locale where the original Dragon Ball storyline unfolds. The system replied. Distant, but that matters not. The key is to ascertain my location. Ye Qiu remarked, shaking his head with a smile. Please mark the position of Master Roshi for me. I shall teleport there immediately. Understood. In no time. The location of Master Roshi's Kame house was detected and relayed to Ye Qiu in data format. With a smile and a nod, he utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive directly above Kame house. Observing the quaint island below, a smile of recognition graced his face. He recalled watching the first part of Dragon Ball at the tender age of 8 or 9. It had been one of his cherished childhood animes. As he grew older, he had vaguely caught glimpses of other storylines within the Dragon Ball series, and around the age of 20, the emergence of Dragon Ball Super reignited those fond memories. Each week, he eagerly awaited the updates of Dragon Ball Super, often revisiting the entire series in anticipation. The thrill he felt upon witnessing Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan still resonated within him. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, Ye Qiu gently descended, landing on the sandy shores of Kame Island. A turtle, dozing with half-closed eyes, stirred upon hearing the sound of Ye Qiu's footsteps on the sand. Who are you? The turtle inquired, peering curiously at Ye Qiu. I am Ye Qiu. He replied with a warm smile. I have come to spar with Master Roshi and refine my martial arts. Ha! The turtle's eyes widened in astonishment, and he swiftly turned to shout towards the Kame house. Master Roshi, someone has come to see you. 3 seconds of silence ensued, with no sign of Master Roshi's appearance. Cough, cough, the turtle cleared his throat and shouted again. The visitor is a beautiful person. With that exclamation, a figure zipped by, the sound of rushing wind accompanying their swift movement, and Ye Qiu soon found himself face-to-face with Master Roshi. Where is she? Where is the beauty? The turtle sage, hunched over and squinting his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings, eagerly inquired, 23, seek the Dragon Balls and summon the eternal dragon. Witnessing the turtle sage's demeanor, the sea turtle wore an expression of utter disbelief. While Ye Qiu remained unfazed, understanding the old man's eccentricity and finding an inexplicable sense of amusement in the situation. Ahem, Master Wu Tian, this young man is named Ye Qiu. He has heard of your remarkable prowess and wishes to spar with you. The sea turtle coughed twice before speaking. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage shifted his gaze to Ye Qiu. This is a formidable individual. The moment his eyes landed on Ye Qiu, the turtle sage reached a swift conclusion. Greetings, Master Wu Tian, Ye Qiu said with a gentle smile, extending his salutation. Hello? The turtle sage furrowed his brow, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, straightening his back as he solemnly stated, Your strength is immense. I am not your match. His candor was striking, and indeed, with a combat power exceeding 130, the turtle sage stood no chance against Ye Qiu. Initially taken aback by the turtle sage's forthrightness, Ye Qiu soon shook his head and chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. If that is the case, so be it. His visit was merely to exchange pleasantries with the turtle sage, and he had not anticipated such familiarity. Overall, their meeting transpired without any unpleasantness. Until next time, Ye Qiu remarked as swiftly as he had arrived, utilizing his instantaneous movement ability, vanishing with a whoosh. The turtle sage and the sea turtle's eyes widened in astonishment at Ye Qiu's sudden disappearance as they exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming, How did he vanish? Unbeknownst to Ye Qiu, who had departed from Turtle Island, the turtle sage and the sea turtle were left in shock. He made his way to West City, where he seized the opportunity to converse with Dr. Briefs for a while, offering a few senza beans and a spaceship in exchange for a Dragon Ball radar detector. The endeavor of creating a Dragon Ball radar was merely a pretext. The true intention was to cultivate a rapport with Dr. Briefs, which would later facilitate his acquaintance with Bulma. 5 days later, Ye Qiu returned to Dr. Briefs, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar detector, and embarked on his quest to locate the Dragon Balls. As someone who had watched the Dragon Ball anime, it was only natural for him to dream of one day seeking the Dragon Balls and summoning the Eternal Dragon. Thus, his current aspiration was to fulfill the wish of his past life, to find the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon. Armed with the Dragon Ball radar detector and his instantaneous movement ability, Ye Qiu found the search for the Dragon Balls to be utterly effortless. Within just 2 days, he had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Initially believing that the 4-star ball and the 3-star ball were in the possession of Sun Wukong and the Turtle Sage. However, it turned out they were not. Rather, the 4-star ball was discovered on Baozi Mountain, while the 3-star ball was located in a nearby ocean close to Turtle Island. Thus, Ye Qiu speculated that neither the Turtle Sage nor Sun Wukong had yet encountered these 2 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Eternal Dragon! Just as in the anime of his past life, Ye Qiu recited the dramatic incantation to summon the dragon. As he spoke, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Ah, the joys of youth! Crackling thunder echoed as the sky darkened, and soon, the Eternal Dragon emerged from the swirling clouds, coming into view. Mortal, I am the Eternal Dragon. I can grant you one wish. Speak your desire. The dragon floated high above, its voice resonating powerfully as it fixed its gaze upon Ye Qiu with an indifferent tone. Ye Qiu regarded the dragon, stroking his smooth chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowing in contemplation. To be honest, he found himself at a loss for wishes. The crux of the matter was that this dragon, being of Earth, was limited in the wishes it could fulfill. Ye Qiu hesitated, and the dragon remained silent. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 minutes had elapsed. Mortal, please articulate your wish. The dragon's voice remained calm, devoid of any impatience. Let me think. Ye Qiu murmured, his eyes suddenly brightening as he looked up and declared, Eternal Dragon, my wish is to grant me a lifespan within your capabilities. The dragon paused, taken aback by Ye Qiu's request. After a moment of contemplation, it responded, 10,000 years. My power can only extend your life by that amount. Furthermore, this is a unique wish. That's perfectly fine. 10,000 years is more than sufficient. Ye Qiu was unconcerned about the wish's uniqueness, knowing that Namex Dragon and the Super Dragon Balls were still options for future wishes. Then, as you wish, the dragon's body suddenly radiated a brilliant light, which swiftly surged towards Ye Qiu, merging with him. In that instant, the dragon also fragmented into 7 pieces, scattering across the globe. Not bad, with my newfound 10,000 years of life. Utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber at 10 times the flow of time, I shall experience no pressure whatsoever. Ye Qiu broke into a smile. The concept of the Spirit Time House was such that the longer one lingered within its confines, the more one's lifespan would be diminished. Therefore, this wish was indeed a remarkable one for Ye Qiu. With this, he could utilize the Spirit Time House with near absolute freedom. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in Ye Qiu's mind. Host, your lifespan has been extended. Thus, the rules regarding the Spirit Time House will also undergo alterations. Why is that? Ye Qiu queried, somewhat perplexed. Logically, the system should be inclined to support him, allowing unrestricted usage of such a powerful resource. Host, should you spend extended periods in the Spirit Time House for training, your levels would naturally lag behind. Therefore, it is necessary to impose certain limitations, the system replied. Upon hearing this explanation, Ye Qiu chuckled and shook his head. This system truly understood him well. All right then, how about allowing me 3 visits within a month? That should suffice, Ye Qiu suggested with a grin. According to your wishes, came the system's response. Once again, Ye Qiu found himself on Planet Vegeta, where the young fans of Vegeta existed. With neither Bulma nor Chi-Chi born yet, and given that Lazuli was also not a concern, Ye Qiu found little to occupy his time on Earth. After lingering for nearly a week, he embarked on a spaceship, leaving Earth behind at this juncture. His focus had to be on enhancing his levels and combat strength, while a standard combat power of 800,000 sounded formidable. In the face of a truly unleashed Frieza, he would likely struggle to withstand even a single blow. Thus, the priority was to diligently improve his levels and training that Ye Qiu had no intention of returning to Planet Vegeta. Instead, he planned to traverse various planets in the universe for training and to see if he could undertake any missions. Successfully completing a mission would be far more rewarding than vanquishing thousands of adversaries. And so, 3 years slipped by. One day, Ye Qiu departed from a planet known as Water Source Star, in the vast cosmos. A spaceship was steadily making its way toward Planet Vegeta. Inside the spacecraft, Ye Qiu lounged on the couch in the lounge, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. System, what is my current combat power? Ye Qiu inquired mentally. Over the past 3 years, he was aware that his level had reached 25, having recently received a small upgrade package. However, he had not inquired about his specific combat power for several years. This time, his curiosity was piqued. Perhaps out of desire to astonish himself. 3 years prior, his standard combat power stood at 800,000, and after 3 years, he expected at least 4 to 5 million, if not 8 million. Host, your current combat power is 6 million. The system promptly replied. 6 million. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. This exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated 4 to 5 million at most, yet found himself surpassing that by an entire million. With over 3 million in combat power, he could potentially achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, he felt uncertain about whether he could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. As in the original story, Goku's transformation was contingent upon a myriad of favorable circumstances. Achieving 3 million in combat power in a normal state did not seem straightforward for him. Moreover, given Ye Qiu's temperament, it was indeed challenging to summon any supercharged anger. Thus, he remained unsure whether he could transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment. That I should find an opportunity to try, Ye Qiu mused to himself. With a combat power of 6 million, he could momentarily amplify it to 60 million using a 10-fold boost. While 60 million sounded impressive, without the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he lacked the foundational strength to face Frieza. Nevertheless, he still possessed a 5-minute Super Saiyan experience card. The experience card. Ye Qiu's eyes suddenly brightened. In the original story, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer rage following Krillin's death. He had mentioned afterward that he could not maintain the transformation indefinitely, and it was only through relentless training that he gradually mastered the Super Saiyan 1 state. Thus, perhaps after experiencing the transformation into a Super Saiyan once, he might find it easier to assume the form of Super Saiyan 1 thereafter. As he contemplated this, the brilliance in Ye Qiu's eyes grew ever more radiant. To be candid, it was indeed a splendid idea. Approximately 3 months elapsed, and Ye Qiu's spacecraft descended upon the Saiyan stronghold on Planet Vegeta. Upon sighting the spacecraft, Nado swiftly assembled a group to welcome their sovereign's return. But we await your command. Your Majesty. Slowly, Ye Qiu emerged from his vessel, while Nado and the others knelt on the ground, erupting in fervent exclamations. That Ye Qiu cast a glance over the prostrate figures, some familiar and others not. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a young child, whose hair stood defiantly upwards as he knelt, looking up at him with eyes brimming with admiration. Vegeta. The sight of the child's hairstyle instantly reminded Ye Qiu of the perennial underdog. The tragic Vegeta. Rise, everyone. You know I am not fond of such elaborate formalities, Ye Qiu said with a smile as he approached Nado, who remained kneeling. Yes, Nado was the first to rise, followed closely by the other Saiyans, who stood in unison. Who is this little one? Ye Qiu inquired as he took a few steps closer to King Vegeta, glancing at the child standing beside him. Your Majesty, this is my son, and his name is Vegeta, King Vegeta replied, bowing slightly in astonishment. Indeed, this little rascal is Vegeta. Ye Qiu's eyes flickered. The current Vegeta was merely 1 or 2 years old, and at such a tender age, it was difficult to discern any distinct features. Nonetheless, his audacious hairstyle was unmistakably recognizable. Greetings, Your Majesty. Vegeta bowed respectfully to Ye Qiu, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, I have grown up hearing tales of your legend. May I kindly request your autograph? At these words, Ye Qiu's lips twitched. This little imp could not possibly be more than 2 years old, and he was already thinking of growing up. Moreover, If it were not for the genuine sparkle in Vegeta's eyes, Ye Qiu might have assumed that such sentiments were instilled by King Vegeta himself. The tranquility of life was shattered by Frieza's arrival. Ahem, to speak honestly, Ye Qiu had never envisioned that Vegeta would appear in such a manner during his childhood. Vegeta, an autograph from His Majesty, is not something you can simply ask for. King Vegeta observed Ye Qiu's fluctuating demeanor, and his expression transformed dramatically. The current king was no longer as defiant as before. He had witnessed the transformations within the Saiyan race over the years. Furthermore, Ye Qiu's strength was indeed formidable. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Thus, rather than allowing the Saiyan race to remain under his thumb with no opportunity for growth, it was preferable to let Ye Qiu elevate the Saiyans to greatness, ensuring their name resounded throughout the cosmos. Ultimately achieving a level of fame that was universally recognized, of course. King Vegeta understood that this path might be fraught with challenges, yet he had faith in Ye Qiu's capabilities that a man who could conquer all through sheer strength was undoubtedly deserving of respect and loyalty. Do not mistake King Vegeta's character for false allegiance. As the saying goes, when your opponent is marginally stronger, you are filled with defiance. However, when your opponent is significantly more powerful, even the most obstinate must yield. Moreover, Ye Qiu's reluctance to annihilate them was a source of profound gratitude for King Vegeta, which was why he could not withhold his loyalty. "It is of no matter," Ye Qiu said with a smile. Waving his hand dismissively, he was indifferent to whether King Vegeta's current demeanor was genuine or feigned. This old fellow had certainly proven himself clever enough to ascend as the ruler of the Saiyans. As long as he willingly offered his loyalty, what he would gain in return would far exceed what he had previously possessed. Just as the adage goes, Ye Qiu's current situation led him to assert his ambitions extended beyond Earth, beyond the Milky Way, and far beyond the surrounding star systems of Planet Vegeta. His aspirations lay within the boundless expanse of the seventh universe. "Bring me a pen." Ye Qiu smiled slightly, addressing Nado. "At your command." Nado responded with a respectful nod, stepping back several paces to retrieve a pen from another attendant, presenting it to Ye Qiu with both hands. The series of formalities were executed with utmost precision. And the reason for the pen was clear. As Ye Qiu's representative, Nado was obliged to handle various administrative tasks. With a flourish, Ye Qiu inscribed his name upon the paper. After a moment's consideration, he added his Saiyan name alongside it. This served as a testament to his past, a nod to a name that had once basked in glory. The future, after all, would ultimately belong to him. Ye Qiu. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed since Ye Qiu's return to Planet Vegeta. During this week, he indulged in a leisurely existence, engaging in eating, drinking, and sleeping. Embodying the very essence of a slothful life, this tranquil existence, to be candid, is exceedingly pleasant in Ye Qiu's eyes. On the seventh day, Ye Qiu resolved to survey the entirety of Planet Vegeta. To his astonishment, a colossal spacecraft breached the atmosphere, soaring directly above the stronghold of the Saiyan clan. "An enemy has arrived." Gasps of astonishment echoed across Planet Vegeta, yet not a single Saiyan felt fear. They had found a true faith embodied in their king, Ye Qiu. One must ask, who could possibly withstand the might of a man capable of vanquishing the malevolent emperor of the universe? Frieza? Frieza has come. At that moment, as Ye Qiu stepped out of his palace and gazed skyward, he witnessed extraterrestrial beings gradually emerging from the spacecraft, culminating in the slow descent of a small hovering disk. Seated within this disk was none other than Frieza himself. After years apart, he appeared no more formidable than before. However, at the instant of his emergence, Ye Qiu had his system scan this fiend's ultimate battle power. 180 million. Far weaker than he had anticipated. Why? Ye Qiu shook his head. He had expected Frieza to return with considerably enhanced strength after his previous defeat, yet that was not the case. 180 million battle power may sound daunting, and indeed, when compared to his own, it warranted the term Great Terror. Yet, one crucial aspect remained. Ye Qiu possessed a 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 experience card. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his battle power would surge to nearly 200 million versus 180 million. By mere logic, it was evident that Ye Qiu, with his 200 million battle power, would emerge victorious. Your Majesty, Frieza has arrived. At this juncture, Nado appeared, his face etched with concern. The notorious reputation of Frieza spread far and wide. Despite Ye Qiu's previous effortless victory over him, Nado believed Frieza would never engage in battle without confidence. Perhaps this fiend had grown significantly stronger? Fear not, for the arrival of Frieza's army is destined to elevate the renown of our Saiyan clan. Remember, this marks the inception of our glorious moment. As for the conclusion, apologies, but there is no end. Suddenly, Ye Qiu's aura surged dramatically as he ascended into the air. His voice resonated with a penetrating clarity, reaching the ears of nearly every Saiyan on Planet Vegeta. Long live the king! Long live the king! Exultant cries emanated from every corner of Planet Vegeta, each Saiyan displaying fervor upon their faces. That why Ye Qiu versus Frieza? Boom! In the heavens, Ye Qiu's aura was formidable beyond measure. Enveloped in golden flames, upon closer inspection, his hair had transformed to a brilliant yellow, and his once black eyes now gleamed a vibrant green. This was the state of a Super Saiyan. What? Vitnessing Ye Qiu's transformation. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, panic overtaking him as he exclaimed, "Is this the legendary Saiyan, the Super Saiyan?" His ancestors had warned them, the descendants, that there existed Saiyans capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Such beings must never be provoked, for they embodied true terror. Now, confronted with a Super Saiyan before him, how could Frieza not feel alarmed? Not to mention the immense pressure of Ye Qiu's overwhelming energy. 5 minutes should suffice. Why Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his battle power hovered around 200 million, an overwhelming strength that made him feel invincible, unmatched by any foe. Indeed, within the current narrative, his 200 million battle power rendered him unparalleled. Today would be Frieza's demise. Why Ye Qiu understood that should he fail to eliminate Frieza today, once his transformation into Super Saiyan ended, he would likely face the wrath of this creature's retaliatory strike. 5 minutes. Ye Qiu had but 5 minutes. Thus, he must act swiftly. Ye Qiu bellowed, utilizing instant transmission to appear before Frieza's hovering disc in the blink of an eye. Flash cannon. The flash cannon, as its name implies, dazzles the eyes akin to a flashbang. However, this attack bore genuine destructive potential. Why Ye Qiu's strike was executed with such swiftness that Frieza, seated within the disc, was caught entirely off guard, enduring the full brunt of the assault. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, and simultaneously, clouds of smoke began to engulf the area. What does this fiend intend? Ye Qiu furrowed his brow, recalling Frieza's previous techniques, which were far less enigmatic than what unfolded now. Concurrently, Frieza's energy surged dramatically. Sons of the Saiyan clan, retreat. A great battle is imminent. Ye Qiu was unwilling to let all the Saiyan warriors he had trained perish in the aftermath of this battle. After uttering a single phrase, he soared into the midst of the smoke. Upon entering, Ye Qiu beheld the fourth transformation. At this moment, his physique appeared remarkably diminutive, with veins bulging on his forehead. This being had directly leaped over several transformation stages, achieving a full 100 of his final form. In this state, he possessed a combat power of 180 million. However, this form consumed tremendous stamina during battle, necessitating a swift resolution. Following Frieza's acquisition of the golden form, this state would no longer be utilized. Yet at present, he had yet to comprehend the golden transformation. Why Ye Qiu, I shall end your life. No one can withstand the might of the Cosmic Emperor. Today I intend not only to slay you, but also to obliterate the entire planet of Vegeta. Frieza roared, launching an assault toward Ye Qiu. Bang! 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 Naturally, Ye Qiu did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward to engage in a fierce exchange of blows with Frieza. To an observer outside, their battle appeared as mere flashes of light, with no one able to keep pace with the intensity of their confrontation. So formidable. So formidable. Outside the fray, Nado, King Vegeta and the young Prince Vegeta displayed expressions of astonishment. Frieza was powerful, yet Ye Qiu was even more so. Was this the legendary Super Saiyan that the king had once mentioned? Who could have imagined that our Saiyan race could transform into such a formidable existence? It was truly exhilarating. Nado trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. The king of their Saiyan race stood toe-to-toe with the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza, no. Perhaps the king of their race could indeed vanquish this man. Frieza! In the arena, Ye Qiu unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Initially, Frieza managed to hold his ground, but soon he found himself unable to cope, becoming a mere target for Ye Qiu's onslaught. Damn it. Why is this guy's power so overwhelming? Is the Super Saiyan truly this formidable? As Frieza pondered these thoughts, Ye Qiu landed a punch squarely on his face, followed swiftly by another that struck his abdomen, sending Frieza flying in midair. Frieza expelled a mouthful of blood, regaining his composure just in time to cast a glance at Ye Qiu. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ye Qiu had teleported before him, landing another devastating blow that Ye Qiu roared in fury, raining down punches upon Frieza. It was a relentless, merciless onslaught. Ye Qiu's strength was overwhelming, 200 million combat power versus 180 million, in the rigorously measured realm of Dragon Ball. Even a gap of 20 million was exceedingly significant, let alone that of 2 million. The curtain was falling. Ye Qiu had no intention of holding back. Each punch was delivered with full force. Before long, Frieza lost consciousness. The disparity in their combat powers was glaringly evident. It was entirely reasonable that Frieza had no means to retaliate. Next, I shall end you. Ye Qiu had no penchant for verbosity before taking a life. He belonged to the kind that, once the intent to kill arose, must eliminate the target without tolerating any unforeseen circumstances, especially when facing someone like Frieza. It was well known that this individual possessed immense potential. In a mere few months of dedicated training, he could contend evenly with Super Saiyan Blue. Although, in the original narrative, Super Saiyan Blue was a level where anyone could match him, it nonetheless underscored Frieza's extraordinary potential. Thus, Ye Qiu cast aside further contemplation, raising his hand as a powerful energy blast struck Frieza down. All things, dust to dust, returned to their origin. The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, fell on the planet Vegeta, slain by Ye Qiu's hand. Having defeated such a formidable boss, Ye Qiu's experience points surged, elevating him to level 26. Subsequently, he executed a cleansing, annihilating all of Frieza's minions who had accompanied him. Consequently, Frieza's forces suffered a devastating blow. Even if this individual were to resurrect, there would be little concern. He would undoubtedly descend into the depths of hell, and considering the limited time he would have for training, coupled with Ye Qiu's superior training speed, Frieza posed no immediate threat. Reverting from his transformation, Ye Qiu returned to the ground. Nado and the others wore expressions of fervent admiration, utterly in awe of Ye Qiu's tremendous power. Particularly, the young Prince Vegeta gazed at Ye Qiu with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. It was not difficult to surmise that this young boy would likely regard Ye Qiu as his lifelong idol and aspiration. Your Majesty, is it true that Frieza is really dead? King Vegeta inquired hesitantly, struggling to believe the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he is dead. Ye Qiu nodded slightly, yet he was certain that this individual would eventually resurrect. At that time, he would naturally have nothing to fear. He could sense that the S cells within him were gradually awakening, and indeed, a significant number had already stirred. Thus, it would not be long before he could transform into Super Saiyan 1. With his battle power exceeding 6 million, the transformation would yield a 50-fold increase, propelling his strength to a terrifying new level. A 50-fold enhancement would mean his battle power would exceed 300 million. Moreover, he had yet to account for his inherent 10-fold battle power increase. If this ability could be stacked with a 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan 1, his battle power could potentially reach 3 billion. At this thought, Ye Qiu felt an intense excitement. 3 billion battle power. That was not merely a trivial 1 or 200 million. System, what do you think of my earlier thoughts? Ye Qiu inquired mentally. seeking a definitive answer to ascertain whether his speculation held any truth. If it were indeed as he envisioned, then his future achievements would be unimaginably formidable. Host, your ideas are indeed quite ambitious. The system responded with a hint of jest. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu coughed awkwardly, recognizing that perhaps his aspirations were somewhat overly optimistic. If that were the case, it would be akin to unlocking an excessively powerful cheat. However, the system clarified, when you successfully transform into Super Saiyan 1, the tenfold battle power increase will vanish, resulting in a standard 50-fold increase transforming into a 60-fold enhancement. 60-fold battle power increase. Ye Qiu exclaimed internally. Thus, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his battle power would soar to over 360 million that upon reflection. While it may not be as grotesque as his previous expectations, it was still impressive. At the very least, it surpassed other Super Saiyan's enhancements by an additional tenfold, which was indeed a remarkable feat. What about Super Saiyan 2? Ye Qiu suddenly regained his focus and posed another question. 110-fold. The system replied, Ye Qiu smacked his lips in surprise, feeling somewhat embarrassed at his previous fixation on battle power increases. An additional tenfold enhancement was already incredibly formidable. His previous aspirations for yet another tenfold seemed rather greedy. However, if you acquire a 20-fold battle power increase from future upgrade packages, it will substitute the tenfold increase. Thus, in the state of Super Saiyan 1, you will enjoy a 70-fold battle power increase. And in the state of Super Saiyan 2, you will possess a 120-fold increase. The system elaborated after a brief pause. Wow, that's incredible, Ye Qiu thought to himself, realizing that his ambitions were not entirely unfounded. 3 years passed, and Son Goku was born. Frieza had been dealt with, and the current threats had dissipated at why Ye Qiu began to train diligently, eager to once again experience the exhilarating sensation of being a Super Saiyan, the exhilarating feeling of having everything under his control. Thus, enhancing his strength became paramount. Before long, another month slipped by. His level in battle power had not changed significantly, yet Ye Qiu discovered that he was drawing ever closer to transforming into Super Saiyan 1. On this day, Ye Qiu stood on a desolate planet in the cosmos that he unleashed his most formidable battle power, simultaneously recalling the state of transformation he had experienced a month prior to Da. He roared, releasing his full strength, causing nearby pebbles to levitate off the ground and creating a striking aura. Super Saiyan. Ye Qiu continued to shout, watching as his hair gradually stood on end, enveloped in a golden flame. Not only that, but his eyes shifted back and forth between an inky blackness and a vibrant green. Boom! Ye Qiu felt as if he were continuously breaking through the barrier between Saiyan and Super Saiyan. His momentum escalating and his battle power growing ever more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, his battle power surged from over 600,000 to 10 million. Soon, it climbed from 10 million to 20 million. Then 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. His battle power skyrocketed, and ultimately, when his hair had completely transformed into golden strands, the flames around him blazed a brilliant gold, and his once black eyes turned green. His battle power soared to approximately 360 million. Super Saiyan 1. It's achieved. Such immense power. This truly belongs to me. Ye Qiu, having completed his transformation, clenched his fists, a look of delight illuminating his face. It was worth noting that a month prior, he had utilized a 5-minute Super Saiyan 1 experience card, which granted him a battle power of merely 200 million now, with his battle power reaching 360 million. He had grown an astonishing 160 million stronger, an unimaginable enhancement. However, he needed to remain cautious. 360 million battle power was undeniably a force to be reckoned with at this stage. Yet, one could never be certain of what unexpected characters might emerge in the unfolding narrative. Ye Qiu relinquished his transformation, reverting to his normal appearance. In this day and age, it is not the multitude of fears that one should dread, but rather the unforeseen. Ultimately, a gradual ascent is the true path to supremacy that he firmly believed in his boundless potential. As the plot of Dragon Ball had yet to unfold, he anticipated that, as the narrative progressed, his strength would naturally augment in tandem. Reflecting upon the timeline, he mused that in approximately 3 years, Son Goku would be born, Along with that formidable individual, Broly. Ye Qiu stroked his smooth chin, deep in thought, his eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. Speaking of Broly, this warrior was born with a staggering battle power of 10,000. Such potential is indeed terrifying beyond measure. In this lifetime, as the king of the Saiyan race, Ye Qiu felt assured that Broly would not pose any disturbances. Thus, this innate super warrior, with proper cultivation, could potentially bolster the Saiyan lineage with an additional formidable force. With this thought, Ye Qiu shook his head, deciding not to dwell further on the matter. Time flew swiftly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over this period, Ye Qiu's level had ascended to 32. This was despite his focus on training and exploration. With his ultimate battle power now hovering around 1.5 billion in 3 years, he had only increased his battle power by 1,400,000,000, which was admittedly somewhat inadequate. However, during his travels across the 7th universe, Ye Qiu had effectively dismantled Frieza's overt forces. Simultaneously, the Saiyan race was experiencing rapid growth, with previously non-existent power levels exceeding 100,000 and now, there were several individuals boasting battle powers surpassing 1 million. In summary, everything was progressing exceptionally smoothly. It was time for him to return to Planet Vegeta, while Ye Qiu prepared for his journey back, anticipating that it was around the time of Son Goku and Broly's births, coinciding with Bardock's venture into ancient times. Once these matters were settled, Ye Qiu would naturally head to Earth. Within half a month, he returned to Planet Vegeta aboard a spacecraft, as he had surmised. After spending a few days on Planet Vegeta, both Son Goku and Broly were born on the same day. True to the original narrative, Son Goku cried upon encountering Broly's immense battle power. This amused Ye Qiu, who shook his head and chuckled softly. Despite Bardock's significantly enhanced battle power compared to the original tale, the newly born Son Goku remained quite feeble. After observing Son Goku for a moment longer, Ye Qiu prepared to depart. At that moment, he noticed Bardock hurrying towards him. "Your Majesty," Bardock exclaimed, his face displaying a respectful demeanor as he bowed deeply. "What brings you here in such haste?" Ye Qiu inquired, curiosity etching his features. Bardock hesitated briefly before shaking his head with a wry smile. "I have a mission to attend to shortly, and I may be away for an extended period. I wish to see Kakarot before I leave." At this, Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Son Goku. It appeared that the inevitable plot developments were still on course. Although he had empowered the entire Saiyan race, the overarching storyline remained unchanged. Bardock ventured into ancient times, while Son Goku was sent to Earth. "Your Majesty, time waits for no one. I must go and see Kakarot," Bardock said respectfully before entering the nursery. Ye Qiu watched Bardock's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes in contemplation regarding the future of the Saiyan race. Would it descend into decline or continue to thrive? Ye Qiu licked his lips, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The answer was self-evident. 3 months later, on Earth, in West City. Ye Qiu had been on Earth for several days. Utilizing the rare items from the cosmos, he had exchanged them with Dr. Brief for some wealth, allowing him to purchase a residence nearby. Now, Bulma was around 4 or 5 years old, and Ye Qiu was genuinely astonished upon first encountering the rosy-cheeked little girl. Typically, girls exhibit significant changes from childhood to adulthood. Yet Bulma appeared remarkably consistent in her appearance. One could say she was beautiful from childhood to maturity. Ye Qiu, of course, did not intend to take action immediately. Instead, he aimed to gradually cultivate a relationship with her. Such matters cannot be rushed, especially since Bulma was still quite young. By the age of 15 or 16, individuals in this Dragon Ball universe are generally considered adults, at which point he could entertain certain thoughts. With over a decade remaining before the Dragon Ball Saga commenced, Ye Qiu found himself at a loss for what to do. Although he was physically present on Earth, he received updates on everything occurring on Planet Vegeta. Aware of the gradual rise of the Saiyan race, it has, if not yet, attained the status of a preeminent cosmic lineage, at least garnered a name of some renown. In truth, Ye Qiu has not taken the time to familiarize himself with the myriad races scattered throughout the universe, remaining oblivious to their respective strengths. Ultimately, adopting a stance of humility can never be detrimental. On this particular day, Ye Qiu returned to the residence of Dr. Brief. Within the confines of the estate, he encountered the young Bulma for the second time. The whimsical charm of the little girl was undeniably endearing, especially her striking azure hair and her eyes, shimmering like amber in shades of blue and violet. Her vivacious spirit rendered her akin to a sprightly fairy. Ye Qiu Gij. Ye Qiu Gij. Despite their prior brief encounter, Bulma's affection for him was palpable, and now, upon their second meeting, her familiarity was striking that Ye Qiu found himself quite intrigued. After all, their initial meeting had involved little more than a brief introduction courtesy of Dr. Brief. Bulma's exuberance now left him somewhat bemused. "Good afternoon, Bulma." He greeted her with a smile. With a bright grin, Bulma bounced over and whispered, "Ye Qiu Gij, the last time I saw you, you were flying away. Do you have a pair of invisible wings?" Tilting her head adorably, she playfully tugged at Ye Qiu's arm, her innocent smile radiating joy. Why did I tea her words? Ye Qiu blinked in sudden realization, as that was why she was so enthusiastic. She had witnessed his departure in flight. "Haha, I do not possess invisible wings. What I practice is called sky dance technique, which allows one to soar through the heavens," he explained, extending his hand hesitantly to rest it upon Bulma's little head. To his surprise, rather than recoil, she relished the gentle contact, nuzzling against his hand. "Can Ye Qiu Gij teach me this sky dance technique?" Bulma's sweet voice chimed in, prompting Ye Qiu to chuckle and shake his head. "It will be quite difficult for you to learn at this age. When you are a bit older, I shall instruct you." Mastering the sky dance technique necessitated the presence of energy within oneself, a feat not easily accomplished in a day. Consequently, it would require Ye Qiu to guide Bulma in her cultivation. Ding! A task has been issued. Teach Bulma to cultivate and, within 1 month, enable her to master the sky dance technique. Task rewards: 1,000 exchange points, 10,000 experience points. Accept or decline. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Qiu accepted the task, hardly pondering its complexity. Teaching Bulma to master the sky dance technique within a month seemed a trivial matter. However, the surprising rewards for such a simple task caught him off guard. "All right," Bulma said, her demeanor slightly crestfallen. Observing her disappointed expression, Ye Qiu felt an urge to assist her regardless of the task's acceptance. It was not merely the task at hand, but rather the pitiful sight of her current state that tugged at his heartstrings. "Once I finish my matters, I will teach you," he promised, ruffling her hair once more before making his way to Dr. Brief's laboratory. "Yay! Long live Ye Qiu Gij!" Bulma's jubilant voice echoed behind him, prompting Ye Qiu to shake his head with an affectionate smile. This little girl was indeed delightful. Soon he arrived at the entrance of Dr. Brief's laboratory. He gently rapped on the door. Moments later, footsteps approached, and the door creaked open. "Why, Ye Qiu, you've arrived!" Dr. Brief exclaimed, his face lighting up with a welcoming smile as he ushered Ye Qiu inside. "I was just examining the gravity suit you provided. While it may hold little value for ordinary individuals, it is an exceptional tool for those in the military." The gravity suit Ye Qiu had given Dr. Brief, with its tenfold enhancement, was negligible for him, but could serve as an excellent means for Earth's populace to strengthen their physical prowess. Thus, upon its development and mass production, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable to Earth's military. Ye Qiu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved the Dragon Ball radar device Dr. Brief had crafted for him years prior and inquired, "I came to seek your expertise. Dr. Brief, is it possible for me to conceal the Dragon Balls I possess from detection in the future?" 30. Instructing Bulma in her training. The attention of the deity was drawn to the efforts of Dr. Brief, who was endeavoring to create a device to shield his Dragon Balls from detection, in a moment of opportunity. He even procured a Dragon Ball to hold in his hand. It is needless to mention that few would dare to snatch it from him. Indeed, that is the case. Yet overall, Ye Qiu prefers to avoid trouble whenever possible. As the saying goes, little demons are hard to deal with. There are simply too many little demons in this world, each one arriving in succession, enough to drive one to distraction. "Let me take a look at your Dragon Ball." "I would like to study it," Dr. Brief said with utmost politeness, for he had received much from Ye Qiu, including technologies that earthly civilization could hardly replicate. Dr. Brief. Ye Qiu was indeed a most valuable guest. "Very well, then I shall trouble you." Dr. Brief. Ye Qiu handed the Dragon Ball to him and then departed the laboratory. In the backyard, Bulma was seated in a pavilion. Upon seeing Ye Qiu suddenly appear, the young girl was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon broke into a joyful smile as she leapt into his embrace. "Brother Ye Qiu, please teach me the art of flight," Bulma implored with a playful tone. "Ha! Certainly." Ye Qiu did not refuse, and after guiding her to a nearby seat, he began to explain the prerequisites for learning the art of flight, which fundamentally required the cultivation of one's energy. To cultivate energy, one must engage in rigorous training. Thus, all beginnings must be rooted in such discipline. The young girl, undaunted, declared her determination to swiftly master the art of flight. Accordingly, Ye Qiu commenced her training. On the first day, they practiced the horse stance. Within 2 minutes, she succumbed to fatigue. Ye Qiu, somewhat speechless at her lack of endurance, nonetheless exhibited patience and continued to instruct her. The first day passed quickly, and Bulma, cooperating well, managed to maintain the stance for 5 or 6 minutes on the second day. Bolstered by the mystical beans and with Bulma gradually focusing her efforts, she was able to hold the horse stance for approximately 10 minutes. By the third day, Ye Qiu began to act as her sparring partner, imparting additional training methods he had acquired from the system. Thus, the fortnight flew by. Ye Qiu was not a professional instructor. In the span of 2 weeks, Bulma's combat power had only risen from 0 to a mere 3. However, this level of power should suffice to contend with peers of her age, if not slightly older. This is so difficult. On this day, in the grassy expanse of the brief residence's backyard, little Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel, her expression one of discontent. She had initially believed that training would be straightforward, and mastering the art of flight would be a simple endeavor. However, it now appeared to be quite the challenge. Observing her, Ye Qiu shook his head and chuckled softly. "Bulma, you must persevere. Before long, you will be able to practice the art of flight." Though he spoke encouragingly, Ye Qiu himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. He recalled that in the original story, Vitali's combat power was around 40, and learning the art of flight had proven quite difficult even then. Now, considering Bulma's paltry 3 points of combat power, it seemed improbable that she could master the technique. And no need to rush. There are still 2 weeks left for the task. Ye Qiu collected his thoughts and turned to Bulma, saying, "The training ahead may be even more arduous. Are you willing to endure it to master the art of flight?" Noticing the serious and solemn expression on Ye Qiu's face, Bulma blinked, her countenance transforming into one of unwavering determination as she nodded, exclaiming, "Bulma never shies away from a challenge. If it is arduous, so be it. I must learn the art of flight and soar through the skies." "Excellent," Ye Qiu responded with a smile and a nod. He then exchanged for a 10-fold gravity suit from the system's shop and took Bulma to a nearby mountain in West City to commence her training. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the deity inquired, "Bobo, is this newcomer a Saiyan?" Leaning on his staff with his right hand and his left hand clasped behind his back, the deity's expression was grave. He had been aware of Ye Qiu's existence for several months, but had been too preoccupied to attend to him. Now, having found some leisure time, he sensed Ye Qiu's immense power, far surpassing his own. Not only was he outmatched, but even the enigmatic Bobo would likely not be his equal. Indeed, this gentleman is a Saiyan. The current Saiyan race enjoys a favorable reputation in the universe, no longer resorting to the invasion of other planets for survival. Bobo confirmed that in that case, there is no need for any malicious expulsion. The deity sighed. "This gentleman's strength far exceeds that of the gods. I cannot fathom how he has achieved such prowess." Upon hearing these words, Bobo chuckled silently. The universe is vast, and naturally, the number of formidable beings is countless. On this immense earth, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, it is but a speck of dust. Every servant of the gods possesses strength that surpasses that of their deities. This is evident from the likes of the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. Although Bobo may appear to lack presence, in truth, not only does he possess considerable strength, but he is also well-versed in numerous matters. It is certain that Piccolo will re-emerge one day, and if I find myself unable to contend with him, this Saiyan gentleman will undoubtedly be his match. That I can only hope he will lend a hand to Earth. The Supreme Kai murmured softly before gradually making his way into the palace. 6 years have elapsed, and Ye Qiu has reached level 42. On Earth, unbeknownst to many, the month-long duration set by the system has dwindled to just 1 day remaining, that if Bulma has not yet mastered the art of flight by then, the task will be deemed a failure. Although there is no punishment for failing the task, Ye Qiu, who relentlessly pursues perfection, would not allow it to conclude in failure on the 30th day. Ye Qiu once again brought Bulma to the mountains. "Bulma, do not be overly anxious. I believe you can do it," Ye Qiu gently reassured her. Currently, Bulma's combat power hovers around 50 points, and she has already cultivated energy within her, which should theoretically enable her to grasp the art of flight. Yet, for reasons unknown, she struggles to master it, much to Ye Qiu's chagrin. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed. After all, there is still 1 day left. Why Ye Qiu continued to impart the subtleties of flight, and Bulma dedicated herself earnestly. Free of distractions, after a half-day's effort, at 6 in the evening, Bulma finally succeeded in mastering the technique, enabling her to soar independently. Although the distance she could fly was quite short, it nonetheless marked her accomplishment in the art of flight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 1,000 exchange points and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling up to level 33. Please continue your efforts. The 2 notifications resonated in Ye Qiu's mind, bringing a smile to his face. He summoned his character attributes panel and glanced at his experience points. Level 33, 034, 000. Next, he would require 34,000 experience points to ascend to level 34, followed by another 35,000 experience points to reach level 35. Upon achieving level 35, he would receive a small upgrade package, and simply contemplating this filled Ye Qiu with delight. The rate of his development truly is remarkable. Ye Qiu could not help but sigh inwardly. There remain roughly 10 years until the Dragon Ball storyline officially commences. Given his current rate of progress, by the onset of the narrative, even if he remains somewhat lackadaisical, his combat power should at least reach the trillion level. This level is roughly equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 2 upon closer examination. This is not overly daunting, as he is developing even before the storyline begins. Nevertheless, it is acceptable, as the plot unfolds and adversaries gradually appear. Ye Qiu will be able to maintain his invincible dominance. Brother Ye Qiu, flying feels absolutely exhilarating. Bulma's cheers jolted Ye Qiu from his reverie. He looked up to see her face alight with excitement as she twirled in the air. Ye Qiu smiled knowingly, glanced at the time, and realized it was getting late. He too must commence his training. However, to be honest, he felt that devoting himself to training at this moment might be of little use. His combat power was escalating so swiftly that he worried it might not be solidified. Thus, it seemed prudent to steady his mindset. To stabilize his mindset, it was only natural to take a moment to relax. Okay, if that is the case, perhaps it is best to indulge in a little leisure for now. Ye Qiu chuckled inwardly. Host, you clearly wish to enjoy a bit of leisure yourself while speaking so grandly. Your audacity knows no bounds at that moment. The system made a humorous remark. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu burst into hearty laughter. He would never admit it, despite the fact that it was indeed true. In the ensuing time, he naturally became rather idle, nurturing a relationship with Bulma, and occasionally taking her on excursions through the cosmos. Gradually, 6 years slipped by. Time indeed flew, and before he knew it, Bulma had reached the age of 11. Due to her frequent training, her development surpassed that of her peers significantly. Merely 11, she stood approximately 1 meter 60 tall. Ye Qiu, now towering at 1 meter 90, formed an adorable height difference with Bulma. Coupled with their commendable appearances, they were undeniably a perfect match. Over the span of 6 years, Ye Qiu had ascended to level 42, a rank that could be considered neither high nor low. Yet his ultimate combat power had already exceeded the astonishing threshold of 100 billion. Frankly, he was somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated it would take a decade to surpass the billion mark. Achieving this milestone in just 6 years was nothing short of remarkable. However, the only drawback was that despite his formidable power, he had yet to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 2. With 5 years remaining until the Dragon Ball Saga commenced, the wait felt interminable. Ye Qiu sighed, recalling that according to the original story, Bulma would encounter Sun Wukong at the age of 16, while he was merely 12 at that time. Presently, Bulma was 11, and Sun Wukong was 7. It was likely that Sun Wufan was still alive at this point. Well, he should pay little Wukong a visit when he had the chance, perhaps offering some guidance to the young lad. After all, as a member of his own lineage, Ye Qiu felt inclined to extend his benevolence. As he summoned the Eternal Dragon once more, he was reminded of Broly. The news he received mirrored that of the original narrative, where Broly was led astray by his father and subsequently estranged from the Saiyan clan. That why Ye Qiu felt a twinge of regret, but did not dwell on it overly much. Speaking of which, it appeared that Bulma's combat power now surpassed that of Sun Wukong. At this thought, Ye Qiu couldn't help but chuckled. It was noteworthy that the 11-year-old Bulma possessed a combat power of 300. This was still under the circumstances of her casual training. Had she devoted herself earnestly, she could have undoubtedly reached several thousand, if not tens of thousands, in combat power within 6 years. Do not dismiss this as mere fantasy. Ye Qiu was fully aware of her potential. On this day, Ye Qiu and Bulma journeyed to a nearby mountain in West City, bringing with them the 7 Dragon Balls they had gathered. His purpose for collecting the Dragon Balls this time was not for himself, but rather to fulfill Bulma's whimsical desire for eternal youth. When he first heard her express this wish, he was genuinely surprised. After all, she was still so young, yet she had already contemplated such matters. Nonetheless, since Bulma desired it, Ye Qiu was more than willing to grant her wish. Thus, he spent a month on this endeavor, intentionally prolonging the time, during which their bond grew ever closer. That why Ye Qiu often heard her exclaim, "When I grow up, I must marry Ye Qiu Gij." To this, Ye Qiu felt a sense of delight, although the thought left him somewhat embarrassed. After all, one could consider this a tale of raising a lowly. With this in mind, Ye Qiu shook his head with a smile. While others might experience guilt under such circumstances, he felt none. Age was merely a number. As long as there was mutual affection, that was more than sufficient. Dragon, arise. Ye Qiu placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground and uttered a dramatically exaggerated incantation. Bulma's eyes sparkled with wonder as she watched the 7 Dragon Balls emit a brilliant glow. Suddenly, the bright sky turned pitch black, and the dragon emerged majestically from the swirling clouds. "Mortal, state your wish." The dragon's authoritative voice resonated as it gazed down at Ye Qiu and Bulma. Was this truly the eternal dragon? Ye Qiu remained composed in the face of the dragon, while Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Can it really grant my wish?" "Ha! Of course, Bulma. Make your wish," Ye Qiu chuckled. "All right, Ye Qiu Gij." Bulma clasped her hands tightly, her little face alight with excitement. For her, this was her first wish, and naturally, she was brimming with anticipation. "Eternal Dragon, I wish to retain my youthful beauty throughout the years." This, indeed, was her heartfelt desire. Bulma raised her head and spoke. "This is simple." The dragon uttered a few words, and a radiant light emanated from its form, swiftly merging into Bulma's body. The effects were not immediately apparent. As Bulma aged, the results would undoubtedly manifest. With the wish successfully granted, the dragon dispersed into 7 fragments, vanishing into the sky, which simultaneously regained its brilliance. "Brother Ye Qiu, is this sufficient?" Bulma inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Indeed, as long as the wish is granted, it will surely come to fruition," Ye Qiu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bulma touched her face and broke into a charming smile. After their return to West City, Bulma went home, while Ye Qiu made his way to Baozi Mountain. Soon, he located the dwelling of Sun Wukong. To Ye Qiu's surprise, upon sensing the surroundings, he felt only Sun Wukong's presence, with no indication of another nearby. Has he passed away already? Ye Qiu furrowed his brow. After all, Sun Wukong was only about 7 years old. And at that age, Sun Gohan had still been alive. Reflecting on the timeline, Ye Qiu shook his head. According to the original narrative, Sun Gohan should certainly not have perished yet. Thus, it was likely that Sun Gohan had merely stepped away from Baozi Mountain for a time. Before long, Ye Qiu arrived at the entrance of a yard where Sun Wukong resided. He gently knocked on the door. Moments later, footsteps approached, and the door swung open. "May I ask who you are?" Sun Wukong's distinctive hair appeared in Ye Qiu's line of sight, prompting a smile from him. I am Ye Qiu, a Saiyan. And you too are a Saiyan, Ye Qiu said, loosening the tail that coiled around his waist and giving it a slight shake with a smile. Saiyan? Sun Wukong was taken aback by Ye Qiu's words. Like in the original tale, he was completely unaware of his heritage. Upon hearing the name of the Saiyan race, he appeared utterly bewildered. You only need to know that I am your kin, Ye Qiu remarked with a smile. He felt an innate fondness for Sun Wukong, the protagonist who carried the youth of countless individuals from his previous life. He believed that every Dragon Ball fan who entered this world would likely hold Sun Wukong in a friendly regard. Setting aside his identity, Sun Wukong's personality, as he grew, was undeniably charming. Although he was rather irresponsible as a husband, his personal charisma was undeniable. So, this time, I shall take care of Chi-Chi, Ye Qiu thought to himself. A smile gracing his lips as he recalled the youthful Chi-Chi from his first martial arts tournament experience, as well as the adorable, Loli-esque version in her Ultraman-like attire. Undoubtedly, the weary-faced Chi-Chi of his previous life would not be seen in this one. Kinsman, what does that mean? Can I eat it? Is it delicious? Sun Wukong blinked, struggling to comprehend Ye Qiu's explanation of kinship. Hearing this, Ye Qiu burst into laughter. If you find kinship hard to understand, then surely the concepts of friends and family will be clearer. Kinship is akin to such relationships. Family? Grandpa? Sun Wukong remained perplexed. Why Ye Qiu shook his head in exasperation, uncertain of how to clarify further. As Ye Qiu pondered how to articulate his thoughts, Sun Wukong's amused expression caused him to chuckle. Though it may be difficult to explain, you certainly have no ill intentions towards me, correct? Indeed, Ye Qiu nodded. Please come in. My grandfather is not home at the moment, but I believe he will return shortly. Sun Wukong grinned. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu sensed the atmosphere and realized that throughout Baozi Mountain, even in the surrounding miles, Sun Gohan's presence was still absent, indicating he had yet to return. However, whether he came back or not was of little concern to Ye Qiu, as he did not intend to take Sun Wukong away at that moment. He merely wished to make an impression on the young lad. Brother Ye Qiu, I heard my grandfather say that boys older than oneself should be addressed as brother. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his face still adorned with a goofy grin, appearing exceedingly endearing. Very well, Ye Qiu replied with a smile, acknowledging that Sun Wukong calling him brother was quite advantageous, though he was unconcerned with such trivial matters. Brother it is, then. However, the address of Big Brother from Ye Qiu inexplicably reminded him of a joke from his previous life. You call me Big Brother, and I will teach you how to part your hair. At this thought, Ye Qiu glanced at the iconic hairstyle of Sun Wukong and couldn't help but chuckle. The reason I have come here today is to ascertain the extent of your strength, Ye Qiu stated earnestly. Sun Wukong's combat power had now reached 10 points, showing little difference from when the Dragon Ball storyline commenced. This clearly indicated that Sun Wukong was not a naturally gifted warrior who relied on the Saiyan bloodline for self-growth. Unlike Vegeta and Broly, who were born with noble blood or underwent genetic mutations to become legendary Saiyans, in terms of innate talent, Sun Wukong was undeniably incomparable. However, his diligent efforts were even more formidable. His growth could be described as limitless. Of course, the primary reason was that Sun Wukong was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, and that alone justified his extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could he be so astonishing? Is your strength quite formidable, Big Brother Ye Qiu? Sun Wukong scratched his head, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as he looked directly at Ye Qiu and said, Although I am young, I am also quite powerful. A combat power of 10 points is indeed a formidable existence relative to ordinary earthlings. Yet, in the presence of someone of Ye Qiu's caliber, it would hardly be noticeable. Let me see your strength, Ye Qiu remarked with a smile, shaking his head. All right, then come outside with me, Big Brother Ye Qiu. Since it was not convenient to engage in battle within the courtyard, Sun Wukong suggested. Very well. Ye Qiu did not decline. In truth, it would yield the same outcome no matter where they were. At this stage, Wukong could hardly hope to contend with him. The two swiftly exited the courtyard, arriving at a nearby open space. Sun Wukong retreated about 10 meters, maintaining his distance from Ye Qiu, then clasped his hands together, bowed deeply in greeting. before rising and assuming an offensive stance, gazing intently at Ye Qiu, observing his seriousness. Ye Qiu felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. This set of movements seemed reminiscent of his first encounter in battle, though he could not recall who his initial opponent had been. Overall, the young lad was indeed very polite, evidently influenced by the martial ethics imparted by Sun Wukong. Wukong, come at me. Ye Qiu beckoned with a smile, his finger curling playfully toward the serious-faced Sun Wukong, that a training partner of his caliber was irreplaceable. No amount of money or precious items could match it. Ye Qiu was willing to do this solely because the boy was Sun Wukong. Ultimately, it was the solitude of a master in the future Dragon Ball world. Naturally, no one would be his rival, so he intended to cultivate a worthy opponent. That individual was none other than Sun Wukong from the original Dragon Ball realm. However, this wait might prove to be rather lengthy. Ye Qiu's eyelids drooped, and he sighed inwardly. Indeed, any form of waiting is invariably prolonged. Moreover, he was well aware that, despite Sun Wukong's boundless potential, the Dragon Ball Saga had yet to be officially concluded, meaning he could not swiftly reach the zenith of his strength. Thus, this wait would indeed be somewhat protracted. Although Sun Wukong was often humorously referred to as the Hanging King, he had grown step by step. Unlike Ye Qiu, who had essentially ascended in one leap, and as was extraordinarily defiant, the title of truly belonged to him. As Ye Qiu pondered, little Wukong made his move. With a fierce roar, he charged toward Ye Qiu with full force. Bang! In response to Sun Wukong's all-out assault, Ye Qiu merely extended a single finger to effortlessly halt him. Sun Wukong's face was etched with astonishment upon seeing his fist easily blocked by Ye Qiu. It was worth noting that on Baozi Mountain, he was quite the local tyrant, having easily knocked out a saber-toothed tiger with just 2 punches, making it his meal. Thus, Sun Wukong was exceedingly confident in his strength. Now, however, Ye Qiu had stopped his punch with just a finger, leaving him utterly shocked. Unwilling to accept defeat, Sun Wukong took 2 steps back and launched a dual-fisted attack toward Ye Qiu. Observing his intensely serious expression, Ye Qiu contemplated whether to allow him to land a punch. Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed as unnecessary. Ye Qiu chuckled lightly, shaking his head, continuing to respond effortlessly with just a single finger against Sun Wukong's dual assault. Hey, big brother Ye Qiu, could you please stop dodging? Sun Wukong lamented with great frustration. He found Ye Qiu to be as elusive as an eel, slipping away effortlessly, making it impossible to catch him. All right then, I shall attack. Wukong, you must be cautious. Stepping forward, Ye Qiu, with his formidable strength, could easily obliterate Sun Wukong with even a fraction of his power. Thus, he forcibly suppressed the immense energy within him. Having restrained it to an unfathomable extent, and in a single stride, he stood before Sun Wukong, extending his finger to gently tap Wukong's forehead. Bang! In an instant, despite Ye Qiu having held back an unimaginable amount of strength. The force was still far beyond what Sun Wukong could withstand at his current level. Consequently, the impact sent Sun Wukong hurtling backwards, crashing into a small mountain, the force of which caused the mountain to collapse with a thunderous roar. Observing this, Ye Qiu coughed lightly. Seemingly realizing that he had exerted a tad too much force, he swiftly approached and helped the unconscious Sun Wukong to his feet, then administered a healing beam. Soon, Sun Wukong regained consciousness. Ye Qiu, your strength is simply extraordinary. Sun Wukong was thoroughly impressed, having believed himself to be exceptionally powerful, only to realize that there are indeed realms beyond his own. With diligent practice. One day you too can attain such strength. Ye Qiu laughed heartily. The battle power in the trillion sounds formidable, yet in reality, the adversaries that lie ahead, such as Majin Buu and Evil Containment Wave, are all exceedingly formidable foes. Of course, when Majin Buu and the Evil Containment Wave emerge, Ye Qiu harbored absolute confidence in his ability to defeat them as well. I will strive to train hard. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he looked at Ye Qiu, deeply bowing and earnestly requesting, I hope that you could offer me some guidance. I shall teach you a regimen for training. and provide you with a gravity suit that can manipulate gravity 100-fold. Here are 500 healing beans. After 5 years, we shall have another match, and I look forward to witnessing your progress. Ye Qiu produced a variety of items. The gravity suit and healing beans were readily available to him, as he could simply exchange for as many as he desired. Thus, it was no burden for Ye Qiu to gift them. After explaining the effects of the gravity suit and healing beans to Sun Wukong, Ye Qiu prepared to take his leave. "Thank you, Ye Qiu," Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. "Keep it up." Ye Qiu smiled gently, patting young Wukong's shoulder before instantly vanishing from Baozi Mountain. "Goodbye, Ye Qiu." Sun Wukong stood stunned as he witnessed Ye Qiu's abrupt disappearance, but quickly regained his composure, waving his small hand and shouting toward the sky. It was evident that admiration shone brightly in young Wukong's eyes. Thus, apart from Vegeta, he had acquired yet another young admirer. Upon returning to his home in West City, Ye Qiu prepared a modest meal before entering the training chamber in the backyard to commence his cultivation. This training chamber, modified by the system, contained robots capable of matching his battle power. Moreover, these robots could be set to represent various races, including the Saiyans, Namekians, Ice Demons, and the Angels, the strongest beings in the universe. Naturally, the passage of time in training was monotonous and tedious. After enduring several months of solitude, Ye Qiu grew weary of the stillness. He was then drawn into a global adventure by Bulma, and their relationship gradually deepened. However, given Ye Qiu's character, it was somewhat unrealistic to expect him to pursue a romantic relationship with Bulma at such an early stage, especially considering that she was only 11 years old. Despite her appearance suggesting she was fully developed, looking more like a 16 or 17-year-old, Ye Qiu felt a moral hesitation. Thus, they traveled the world together, balancing training with nurturing their bond, and time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, for years had gone by to the beginning of the 5th year, Ye Qiu and Bulma returned to West City. After parting ways, Ye Qiu hurried to the vicinity of Fire Mountain, eager to see the young version of Qi-Qi. In the span of 4 years, Ye Qiu had reached level 49. At this moment, his ultimate battle power hovered around 150 billion, rendering him virtually unmatched against any opponent in the current storyline. Just one more level remained until he reached level 50, but according to the system, Ye Qiu learned that this level was of paramount importance. Though the information was limited, he understood that upon reaching level 50, the upgrade gift package promised to be exceedingly valuable. After all, this was a crucial milestone, but Ye Qiu had no doubt that this gift package would be anything but meager. No longer dwelling on his thoughts, Ye Qiu began to wander near the vicinity of Flame Mountain. After passing through several villages, he found no trace of Ye Qiu at last, in a small castle located about 100 or 200 miles from Flame Mountain. The system detected Ye Qiu's presence. This posed a bit of a challenge. Ye Qiu gazed at the castle before him, a pensive expression gracing his features. However, he was taken aback by the realization of how affluent Ye Qiu's family had been in her childhood. After all, a castle was not a residence one could easily afford. Shouldn't this imply that Sun Wukong and the others would not be so impoverished in the future? Upon further reflection, Ye Qiu suddenly recalled the astonishing appetite of Sun Wukong. It seemed that whether it was over a decade or merely 4 to 5 years, he could effortlessly consume all the dowry Ye Qiu had brought along. With this thought, Ye Qiu came to understand the crux of the issue. It lay squarely with Sun Wukong. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "System," Ye Qiu inquired, furrowing his brows, setting aside the fact that Bulma will eventually become my woman. If Ye Qiu becomes mine, will Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian still make their appearances in the future? This question was indeed intriguing. After a brief silence of several seconds, the system finally responded. "Host, both Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian, as well as Trunks, will indeed manifest in the Dragon Ball world." "Really, they will appear?" Ye Qiu's eyes flickered with curiosity as he pressed on. "Then who will be their mother?" "The women who replaced Ye Qiu and Bulma," the system replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu fell into deep contemplation. If that were the case, the woman who becomes Sun Wukong's wife in this lifetime would essentially be another version of Ye Qiu. He shook his head, letting out a silent sigh. "Host, have you ever heard of the phenomenon of human chemical reactions?" The system interjected as Ye Qiu sighed. Human chemical reactions? Ye Qiu echoed, perplexed yet intrigued. Precisely. This refers to the unique interactions that occur when individuals come together. For instance, if both a man and a woman possess fiery tempers, one might ultimately relinquish their pride and anger when united, revealing a gentler side. This is the essence of human chemical reactions. The system's explanation was quite clear, and after a moment's reflection, Ye Qiu nodded in understanding. So, in essence, this means that Sun Wukong's wife in this lifetime may not necessarily be a second Chi-Chi, correct? He mused with a smile. You may interpret it that way, host, the system affirmed that Ye Qiu nodded again. Given this understanding, he felt reassured. After all, most individuals who had watched Dragon Ball in his previous life were not particularly fond of Chi-Chi's character. However, they viewed her from a different perspective. The true viewpoint should stem from that of a mother or a wife. Chi-Chi, indeed, epitomized the ideal image of a devoted spouse. It is worth noting that women in Ye Qiu's previous era primarily prioritized family and were known for their unwavering dedication. Without further ado, Ye Qiu approached the grand door of the small castle and rapped upon it. Following his usual approach, he intended to seek a sparring match with the Bull Demon King. After all, the Bull Demon King was one of Master Roshi's disciples, and this connection could serve as a valuable introduction. Soon, a heavy thud of footsteps echoed, and the door creaked open to a tall, horned, middle-aged man with a beard appeared in Ye Qiu's line of sight. Who are you? The middle-aged man, the Bull Demon King, glared at Ye Qiu with wide eyes, his voice deep and resonant. Upon encountering the Bull Demon King, Ye Qiu could not help but chuckle internally. He was genuinely curious about how this imposing man could have such an adorable little daughter like Chi-Chi. Nevertheless, knowing that this man would eventually become his father-in-law, Ye Qiu maintained a respectful demeanor. Greetings, Bull Demon King, Ye Qiu began. Wait a moment, why add Mr.? After Bull Demon King. That sounds rather awkward. The Bull Demon King, being a forthright man, replied directly, just call me Bull Demon King. No need for any honorifics. Ye Qiu felt a tad speechless upon hearing this, and cleared his throat. Well, I have heard that one of Master Roshi's disciples is you, so I came here to request a friendly sparring session. Most individuals in the Dragon Ball world were known for their combative nature, and the strong were deserving of respect. Hence, Ye Qiu thought this approach would help establish rapport. Huh. The Bull Demon King's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Ye Qiu's words. As a formidable demon king residing near Flame Mountain, the mere fact that Ye Qiu had the audacity to visit him was enough to astonish him. Do you think you can spar with me? After his initial shock, the Bull Demon King burst into hearty laughter. Why not? Ye Qiu retorted. Undeterred, Ye Qiu was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. The more the Bull Demon King looked down upon him, the more astonished he would be when the time came. Undoubtedly, his attitude would shift with remarkable swiftness. Ha ha, young man, splendid. Merely the audacity to challenge me has already earned my admiration. Quite impressive. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. His gaze towards Ye Qiu tinged with a hint of appreciation. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a greater measure of disdain in his eyes. Upon first encountering Chi-Chi, an inexplicable fondness arose. In the face of the Bull Demon King's contempt, Ye Qiu remained unperturbed, his heart unaffected, not even registering a ripple of emotion. Were this fellow not Chi-Chi's father, Ye Qiu likely would not have spared him a glance. Moreover, what did it matter if he held disdain? Ye Qiu believed that before long, the scorn in this man's eyes would swiftly transform into shock, even fear. After all, he was to be the future father-in-law. Thus, Ye Qiu would not be so foolish as to offer a significant lesson. Yet, this minor rebuke would surely be of little concern to the blunt and simple nature of the Bull Demon King. In fact, it would likely be forgotten before long. Therefore, Ye Qiu smiled and said, Bull Demon King, time waits for no one. Allow me entry, so we may engage in a proper battle in your arena. Arena? What arena are you speaking of? The Bull Demon King was taken aback by Ye Qiu's words that A.S. the master of the Bull Demon Fortress, a name the author coined. He was genuinely unaware of any such arena existing within his domain. I assure you, it does exist, Ye Qiu replied with a mysterious smile, then strode directly into the castle. As he walked, he observed the layout of the fortress. It appeared rather grand. Yet he knew these items were likely spoils of the Bull Demon King's rampant plundering. One must not forget why the Bull Demon King bore such a title. He had once been a notorious tyrant. Which village near Fire Mountain had not fallen victim to his raids? This continued until Master Roshi arrived to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain and subsequently provided a thorough reprimand, leading the Bull Demon King to renounce his villainous ways. "Hey, what are you looking at, you rascal?" the Bull Demon King shouted, displeased as he rushed to block Ye Qiu's path, coldly stating, "You wouldn't be harboring any nefarious intentions towards my Bull Demon Fortress, would you?" Such thoughts did not require much speculation. The Bull Demon King found Ye Qiu's actions highly suspicious. In response to the Bull Demon King's words, Ye Qiu let out a derisive laugh to him. The wealth of the entire earth was insignificant. After all, Ye Qiu was now one of the foremost experts in the universe. What could he not acquire? Furthermore, he was the king of the Saiyan race. Within the system, was there anything that could not be exchanged for points? Thus, any ulterior motives regarding the Bull Demon Fortress were non-existent. "Daddy!" At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "Pat, pat, pat." The sound of footsteps echoed as a rosy-cheeked little girl, donned in a sky-blue princess dress, dashed down from a second floor. Ye Qiu turned towards the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is that really Chi-Chi?" Ye Qiu's heart raced with surprise. Chi-Chi, about the same age as Sun Wukong, was now approximately 11 years old at this moment, standing around 1.40 to 1.50 tall and dressed in a princess gown. She was far removed from the revealing outfit reminiscent of Ultraman depicted in the original anime. While the Ultraman attire may have been cute, this princess gown transformed Chi-Chi into an enchanting little princess, akin to a porcelain doll, surpassing even Bulma of the same age in allure. "Chi-Chi, why have you come down?" The Bull Demon King's fierce expression immediately softened upon seeing Chi-Chi, a smile gracing his face as he looked at his daughter. "Humph, guests are a rarity in the Bull Demon Fortress. You mustn't scare anyone, Daddy." Chi-Chi slowly descended, glanced at Ye Qiu, and cheerfully said, "Hello, big brother." Chi-Chi's attitude left Ye Qiu bewildered, multiple large question marks appearing in his mind, rendering him utterly perplexed. "Hello." Ye Qiu found the situation quite strange. Bulma had shown him warmth previously due to her desire to learn the flying technique. Now, what could be the reason for Chi-Chi's apparent enthusiasm? Did she perhaps witness his ability to fly? No, that couldn't be. Ye Qiu was utterly confounded. Cough, cough. The Bull Demon King cleared his throat, casting a fierce glance at Ye Qiu before his expression softened. "Young man, do find me that arena if you truly cannot locate it." "Then today, Chi-Chi interjected with a light huff. "Today, I will ensure you leave my Bull Demon Fortress at once." The Bull Demon King initially intended to assert that Ye Qiu would be unable to escape his grasp. But upon hearing the soft huff from his daughter, he promptly altered his statement. Ye Qiu shook his head, stifling a laugh. The Bull Demon King was indeed a rough and tough individual, yet he harbored a palpable fear of his daughter. This, however, served as a testament to the Bull Demon King's profound love for his child. After all, Chi-Chi had lost her mother at a tender age, deprived of the maternal affection she rightfully deserved. Thus, it was evident that this rugged figure, the Bull Demon King, predominantly assumed the role of a gentle and nurturing mother rather than that of a stern father. Ye Qiu found this not difficult to comprehend. "Follow me," Ye Qiu said, as if the Bull Demon Castle were his own abode, guiding the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi to a vacant space within the castle grounds. "Look, is that not an arena over there?" Ye Qiu smiled slightly, gesturing toward the open area. Simultaneously, as the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi turned their gazes, Ye Qiu exchanged for an arena within the system. With a resounding thud, the arena materialized, complete with seating and a stage. Witnessing the spectacle, both the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is happening? The Bull Demon King was utterly flabbergasted. Is this magic? It's truly remarkable. After the initial shock, Chi-Chi's delicate face radiated excitement, her small hands clapping joyfully as she cheered. Observing their expressions, Ye Qiu merely smiled faintly. Not to mention a mere arena. As long as the Bull Demon Castle could accommodate it, he could exchange for an entire planet to serve as a garden. As the narrative of Dragon Ball commenced, Goku grew stronger after the astonishment faded. Seeing Chi-Chi's elated demeanor brought a smile to the Bull Demon King's face. The primary reason he had refrained from raiding near the Flame Mountain recently was that Chi-Chi was upset with him. Believing he could no longer continue his current lifestyle, that in truth, he had his own struggles. With his temperament and pride, the idea of working for someone else was out of the question. Thus, aside from his current line of work, what else could he possibly do? Clearly, there was little else available to him. Kid, your little trick has brought joy to my daughter. Speak, what brings you to my territory this time? The Bull Demon King approached Ye Qiu, gently patting his shoulder, a grin plastered across his face. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know of my infamous reputation and wish to align yourself with me, would you? Before Ye Qiu could respond, the Bull Demon King seemed to recall something, continuing, Hey kid, let me tell you, you can't pursue this line of work forever that you've got good hands and feet. You must strive for a proper job. As he spoke, this rough-and-tumble character winked at Ye Qiu, as if hinting at something deeper. Ye Qiu glanced at him, then turned his attention to Chi-Chi, who was gazing at him with admiration, prompting a smile to blossom within him. I understand. Ye Qiu feigned a look of being enlightened, causing the Bull Demon King to nod approvingly, his previous disdain for Ye Qiu seemingly evaporating. However, the script was not unfolding as he anticipated. Consequently, Ye Qiu found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he had at least made a favorable impression on Chi-Chi, which was not without merit. Subsequently, Ye Qiu refrained from further sparring with the Bull Demon King, as he was being tugged by the eager little girl, pleading for him to perform more tricks. Hearing such a request, Ye Qiu felt a wave of helplessness, but he was no magician. Ultimately, he performed a display of instantaneous movement and flight before her. After these two demonstrations, Chi-Chi had completely transformed into Ye Qiu's little fan. After spending 2 to 3 days in the Bull Demon Castle, having forged a bond with Chi-Chi, he eventually took his leave. Upon returning to West City, Ye Qiu wholly immersed himself in training. The Spirit Time Room, with its tenfold time acceleration, along with battles against the robots he had exchanged from the system, meant that while a year passed in reality, he had actually spent 4 to 5 years within the Spirit Time Room. Do not be misled by the seeming imbalance of time, for Ye Qiu could not remain in the Spirit Time Room indefinitely. He would occasionally emerge to spend days or weeks enjoying leisure with Bulma. Additionally, he made it a point to visit Flame Mountain to spend some time with Chi-Chi, engaging in flights and various other amusements. On the 1st of September in the year 749 of the Age of the Gods, Ye Qiu and Bulma set forth from West City, their destination being the Baozi Mountain, where Son Goku resided. It was also on this day that the Dragon Ball Saga began. Therefore, one could assert that the Dragon Ball narrative was officially set in motion. Brother Ye Qiu, why do we need to seek out others in our quest for the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired, puzzled, as they traveled toward Baozi Mountain. Because it is all part of destiny, Ye Qiu replied with a hearty laugh. Humph, you're just being all mysterious. Bulma could hardly believe his words, dismissing them as mere reluctance to converse with her. In truth, Ye Qiu was not averse to speaking. Rather, it was the unfolding of the Dragon Ball narrative that dictated their course. Such was the will of fate. Before long, Ye Qiu and Bulma soared through the skies. Arriving at Baozi Mountain, Goku, in the firmament above, Ye Qiu glanced down to see son Goku hefting a large fish, seemingly intent on returning home for a hearty feast. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's voice, Goku paused momentarily, turning to look, only to find no one at first. However, as Ye Qiu and Bulma descended, his eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. Elder brother Ye Qiu. Upon spotting Ye Qiu, Goku immediately tossed aside the fish he was carrying and rushed towards him. It has been a long time. Ye Qiu chuckled at the sight of Goku, who was bouncing with joy and flailing his arms in delight. Goku's combat prowess now far surpassed that depicted in the original tale. Not merely by a factor of 1 or 2. After all, this lad had benefited from Ye Qiu's training methods and received numerous valuable gifts. When these factors were combined, along with the passage of many years, Goku's combat power had now exceeded 1,000 points. Do not be misled by the seemingly modest increase of 1,000 points over the years. Goku had been diligently honing his skills in solitude, with no worthy adversaries at Baozi Mountain to challenge him. Thus, his growth in strength had been somewhat constrained. Had Ye Qiu left him with a robot to spar with before departing, it was not difficult to surmise that Goku's combat power today would have likely surpassed 10,000 points. Even with a mere 1,000 points of combat power, Goku's might rendered him an indomitable force upon Earth. 1 could hardly mention Master Roshi, for even a formidable Piccolo Daimao would find himself utterly outmatched before Goku. It seemed a bit excessive. Without comparison, all was well. Yet, once juxtaposed, Ye Qiu suddenly became acutely aware of how the subsequent narrative would unfold. Was Goku to be an unstoppable force? Contemplating this, Ye Qiu's expression darkened. It appeared prudent for him to refrain from interference. He would do best to follow the storyline, ensuring that the power dynamics of the early Dragon Ball saga remained intact. This should pose no significant issue. Perhaps it might even advance the plot, but why Ye Qiu felt uncertain. If his presence indeed served to propel the narrative forward, it might not be entirely unfavorable for him. Today's first update is presented, and there will be 3 more to follow in due course. News of Frieza's resurrection. That elder brother Ye Qiu. Son Goku suddenly scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. What is it? Ye Qiu, having halted his musings, regarded him with curiosity. Could you possibly be so kind as to spar with me once more? Goku gazed at Ye Qiu with eager anticipation. Over the years, he had indeed contemplated seeking out Ye Qiu. But the thought of leaving Bowsy Mountain and the possibility of being unreachable to his elder brother had held him back. Thus, he had never ventured forth, and naturally, had not encountered any worthy opponents. This fact was not lost on Goku. He fully understood the limitations of his own strength. Upon hearing this request, Ye Qiu instinctively considered acquiescing. However, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head in refusal. To serve as Goku's sparring partner once more would likely result in a further exponential increase in his combat power, leading to a catastrophic imbalance in the Dragon Ball narrative. 1 could envision a Goku with 1,000 points of combat power being manageable. But what of a Goku with 2,000, 3,000, or even 4,000 points? How could the story possibly progress from there? Therefore, he could not entertain the idea of this sparring session, no matter the circumstances. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's refusal, Goku felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet he understood he could never compel his idol to train with him against his will. After all, without Ye Qiu's assistance over the years, he would not have attained such formidable strength. Thus, he bore no resentment, smiling as he replied, "Since elder brother Ye Qiu does not wish to, I shall not press the matter. By the way, brother, today I shall treat you to grilled fish." Speaking of food, the little fellow was suddenly invigorated, his subsequent words bursting forth with exuberance. All right, but why Ye Qiu, of course, would no longer refuse. This time, his arrival was to escort son Wukong to the Turtle Hermit, yet it was evident that there was no need to rush. So wasting a little time was inconsequential. Soon, Ye Qiu and Bulma followed son Wukong to his residence. This little fellow was quite the glutton, having honed his culinary skills to a remarkable degree. An hour later, the 3 of them shared a large fish, leaving their stomachs delightfully full. During their respite, Ye Qiu conveyed the purpose of his visit to son Wukong, which was essentially to first seek out the Dragon Balls and ultimately take him to the Turtle Hermit for further training. Although the Turtle Hermit may not possess combat prowess equal to that of son Wukong, his extensive battle experience, accumulated over centuries as a seasoned martial artist, far surpassed that of the young warrior. Thus, son Wukong, who was somewhat inexperienced in combat, would undoubtedly learn a great deal under the tutelage of the Turtle Hermit. Naturally, son Wukong did not oppose Ye Qiu's proposal, and after packing a few belongings, he took the 4-star ball left to him by his grandfather and set off with Ye Qiu on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong encountered characters such as Oolong and Yamcha, and as in the original tale, they had a brief quarrel. However, upon their second meeting, all misunderstandings were resolved, and they became companions on that day, after delivering son Wukong to Turtle Island and entrusting him to the Turtle Hermit. Ye Qiu and Bulma took their leave. The reason for his hurried departure was simple. News had come from Planet Vegeta. Frieza was suspected to have been resurrected. The resurrection of Frieza was of little concern to Ye Qiu himself. However, for Planet Vegeta and the entire Saiyan race, it posed a significant threat. Thus, Ye Qiu felt compelled to return to Planet Vegeta. Ye Qiu shared a very close relationship with Bulma. She had become quite attached to him. Hence, it was only natural that she wished to accompany him to Planet Vegeta. Yet, Ye Qiu believed that this incident would not consume too much time, so he declined her company and embarked on the journey alone. Although the spaceship traveled at a reasonable speed, it took nearly 3 months for Ye Qiu to reach Planet Vegeta. This left him feeling somewhat exasperated. If only wormholes existed, traveling back and forth between Planet Vegeta and Earth would be incredibly convenient. Perhaps the system store might have such a thing. Suddenly recalling the existence of the system store, Ye Qiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he slapped his forehead. His expression one of discontent. System, show me if there are any wormholes available for spatial travel in the store. Ye Qiu grumbled. Host, there are. How many exchange points? Ye Qiu inquired. 5,000 points. 5,000. Upon hearing this figure, Ye Qiu immediately furrowed his brow. Over the years of leveling up, he had indeed accumulated numerous exchange points from the upgrade packages he received. However, he had also incurred expenses throughout these years. Consequently, he currently possessed just over 10,000 exchange points. To spend half of his points on a single wormhole felt akin to a significant financial loss. Could you perhaps offer a discount? Considering I am your host, Ye Qiu coughed lightly, preparing to haggle with the system. Currently, he remained stuck at level 49, still needing over 10,000 experience points to level up, and uncertain whether there might be other necessities requiring the use of exchange points. He was reluctantly beginning to tighten his purse strings. The system did not respond immediately, but Ye Qiu pondered as the host he should at least be entitled to a discount after such prolonged expenditure. Shouldn't he? An update follows. The plot of the first part of Dragon Ball unfolds on Earth, while the protagonist embarks on a leisurely yet formidable journey through the universe, gradually commencing. Wormholes are indeed a valuable asset. So do not think the female leads will be unable to interact with the protagonist later. I kindly request flowers and votes. Thank you all. The storyline is bound to become increasingly captivating. So take your time reading. I believe it will not disappoint you. In a short while, the system conveyed its refusal, compelling Ye Qiu to begrudgingly spend 5,000 exchange points to acquire the wormhole. With the wormhole in hand, Ye Qiu no longer needed to worry about lingering too long on Planet Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, his spaceship descended upon Planet Vegeta, where Nado and others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon Ye Qiu's emergence from a spaceship, many knelt upon the ground, respectfully proclaiming, "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Please, no need for such formalities. Ye Qiu waved his hand, having reiterated numerous times that there was no need for such formality. Nevertheless, his subordinates, including Nado, adhered to etiquette with great diligence. Over time, Ye Qiu grew weary of voicing any further objections, allowing them to proceed as they wished. What does Frieza mean? Ye Qiu inquired, his hands clasped behind his back. His tone indifferent. With his current combat power, not to mention a single Frieza, even 2, 3, or 10 combined would stand no chance against him. Destined only for annihilation, a staggering combat power of 150 billion was not to be trifled with. In his estimation, Frieza's resurrection would hardly elevate him beyond the level of Cell. After all, the Dragon Ball narrative had only just commenced. It was implausible for power levels to leap to that of Super Saiyan Blue so abruptly. Thus, regardless of Frieza's resurrection, his strength would necessarily align with the storyline, and Ye Qiu felt no trepidation whatsoever. This was undoubtedly information imparted to him by the system. Back at the palace, Frieza's minions were once again stirring, leading his subordinates to dare speculate whether Frieza had indeed returned to life. Nado, having heard of the Dragon Balls from Ye Qiu, was not at all surprised by the notion of resurrection. Uncertain, perhaps it was true, or perhaps not. Ye Qiu shook his head. Specifics would require further observation. The group followed Ye Qiu into the palace. He cast a glance and noted that Vegeta's combat power had already reached 20,000 points. At this stage, he was significantly stronger than his counterpart in the original narrative. However, with such favorable conditions yielding only 20,000 points, it was evident that Vegeta's potential was rather limited. This was indeed the case. As the Vegeta depicted in the original anime had primarily achieved his strength through sheer pressure and adversity, a nurturing environment alone would not necessarily elevate him to the heights of his original portrayal. Contemplating this, Ye Qiu pondered whether he ought to send this young warrior to Earth to foster a healthy competition with son Goku. Nado, what is the approximate combat power level among the Saiyans on Vegeta's planet? Upon entering the palace, Ye Qiu took his seat of authority and inquired, Your Majesty, our Saiyan race is rapidly evolving. Every Saiyan, upon reaching adulthood, possesses a baseline combat power of 10,000. Nado replied, pride illuminating his face. 10,000 points? Ye Qiu's gaze flickered with surprise at this revelation. To be candid, a combat power of 10,000 was akin to that of a local tyrant on some remote planets in the universe. Even on Earth, at this stage, any Saiyan could easily ascend to dominance. How many Saiyans resided on Vegeta's planet? Ye Qiu was uncertain, having never tallied their numbers. However, there must surely be thousands of adult Saiyans. Perhaps, in the future, the formation of a Super Saiyan army was indeed feasible. A smile graced Ye Qiu's countenance. The power of 1 or 2 Super Saiyans was hardly discernible, nor was that of 4 or 5. But what if there were 20, 50, 100, or even thousands of Super Saiyans? If they were not merely Super Saiyan 1S, but ascended to Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, or even Super Saiyan Blue? The thought was staggering, even terrifying. Ye Qiu shook his head, uncertain whether the Dragon Ball mainline world would recognize the existence of Super Saiyan 4. After all, the narrative surrounding the Red Monkey of Dragon Ball GT was not considered part of the official canon, merely a fan creation. Therefore, Ye Qiu was ambivalent about whether this world acknowledged Super Saiyan 4. Overall, the embryonic form of a Super Saiyan warrior core was indeed emerging. The precise trajectory of its development would require the passage of time. Or perhaps, Ye Qiu's gaze brightened as a brilliant idea struck him that a Saiyan's lifespan was remarkably lengthy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could live for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Thus, he could potentially leverage the convenience of the hyperbolic time chamber to gradually cultivate a legion of Super Saiyan warriors. This notion piqued Ye Qiu's interest. Moreover, he could venture to Namek to seek out the Dragon Balls and make a wish to extend the lifespan of the entire Saiyan race. He did not desire immortality, merely an enhancement of their longevity, regardless of how many years it might add. Such an opportunity would be immensely beneficial. After all, with the tenfold time acceleration of the hyperbolic time chamber, 1 year in reality could equate to nearly a decade of training within. This idea was indeed feasible. He could select a few warriors for the initial batch of training as a trial. Ye Qiu had already made his decision in his heart. He is called Raditz, the eldest son of Bardock. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? At that moment, Nado called out to Ye Qiu twice, pulling him back from his reverie. Ye Qiu fixed his gaze upon him, a look of perplexity crossing his features. Just moments ago, news had emerged indicating that members of the Frieza Force had appeared in the Kralabel star system, specifically targeting our Saiyan race. Nado spoke in a grave tone that Ye Qiu had heard of the Kralabel star system. It was in close proximity to the galaxy where Planet Vegeta resided. With a swift journey aboard a spacecraft, one could reach it in just a few days at most. This suggests that Frieza has indeed been resurrected, and it appears that his revival is far more complex than mere resurrection. His strength has likely increased substantially, and he possesses absolute confidence in his ability to defeat his former self. However, what Frieza could never fathom is that Ye Qiu is no longer the Ye Qiu of yore. His power is unparalleled, and even 100 Friezas combined would not measure up to a mere finger of his. Do not panic, for with the strength of our race, we can effortlessly annihilate these foes. Thus, let the slaughter commence. Ye Qiu declared coldly, with me backing you, there is nothing to fear. Understood. Nado knelt, respectfully bowing before taking his leave. King Vegeta. Ye Qiu cast a glance at King Vegeta, noticing his desire to depart, prompting him to call out, Your Highness, the title of King Vegeta is a burden I cannot bear. A look of alarm crossed King Vegeta's face, and it was evident that this expression was genuine. It matters not. A name is merely a title. Ye Qiu replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta felt deeply moved. Having once ruled over the Saiyan race, he could not help but compare his character to Ye Qiu's, leaving him with a profound sense of shame. Fortunately, he had repented and awakened to the truth. In the past, he had entertained thoughts of reclaiming the throne one day. Yet, standing before a being of Ye Qiu's caliber, he realized he had no right to claim such a title. If I recall correctly, you are responsible for nurturing the younger generation of Saiyans, correct? Ye Qiu inquired, stroking his smooth chin, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Indeed. How may I serve you? King Vegeta bowed in response. Select some children aged between 10 and 16, and have them report to me. Ye Qiu instructed with a clap of his hands, smiling. Remember, I require Saiyans of unwavering loyalty. Rest assured, this matter is in capable hands. King Vegeta patted his chest, a confident smile gracing his face. He was quite assured of this task, as the Saiyan race was largely united, with few daring to speak ill of their king in private. Excellent. Ye Qiu beamed with satisfaction. Subsequently, Ye Qiu spent 3 months traveling back to Earth aboard a spacecraft. One should not assume he had forgotten about the wormhole he had exchanged 5,000 points for. It was merely that this troublesome wormhole required a coordinate setting before one could traverse it back and forth. However, upon returning to Earth, and before rekindling his relationship with Bulma and Chi-Chi, word arrived from King Vegeta. 50 absolutely loyal young Saiyan warriors were prepared, awaiting the king's command. Naturally, Ye Qiu prioritized the greater good. Utilizing the wormhole to return directly to Planet Vegeta, it is worth noting that his level was now exceedingly close to 50. He glanced at his experience bar. LV49, 490, 005, 0000. This meant that he needed a mere 1,000 experience points to ascend to level 50.AS per the system's terminology. This would signify a second qualitative transformation, not only heightening his combat power, but also enhancing all aspects of his abilities. This prospect filled Ye Qiu with anticipation this moment. Within one of Ye Qiu's palaces on Planet Vegeta, King Vegeta stood at the forefront of a multitude of young Saiyan warriors assembled below. While Ye Qiu sat regally above, surveying their faces one by one, the leader was King Vegeta, and the first young man standing behind him was none other than his son, Vegeta. Ye Qiu was not particularly surprised to see Vegeta, as having his son more frequently in his line of sight would undoubtedly serve to solidify his standing. Your Majesty, the 50 absolutely loyal Saiyan warriors have been selected that I hope they meet your approval. King Vegeta knelt, clasping his fists as he spoke. Very well. Ye Qiu responded. Ye Qiu smiled and nodded, acknowledging the varying levels of combat prowess among these youthful warriors, each exhibiting strengths and weaknesses at a glance. The most formidable among them was undoubtedly Vegeta, while the least impressive was a somewhat diminutive boy sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Sun Wukong. This lad possessed a mere combat power of 900 points. However, the fervent gaze he directed at Ye Qiu prompted him to regard the boy with increased interest. Who is he? Ye Qiu inquired, pointing at the boy. Him? Vegeta King responded to Ye Qiu's voice. Turning his head to follow his gaze, he quickly identified the small boy in the front row and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, his name is Raditz, the eldest son of Bardock. The day Ye Qiu's Super Saiyan Legion was formed marked the day he officially claimed dominion over the 7th universe. However, I prefer the title of king without a crown, as it carries a certain grandeur. Haha, here's the update. Please shower me with flowers and evaluation tickets. Thank you all. Kirkby. De Penides Ye Qiu, Raditz. This lad is, astonishingly, one of the most tragic figures in the Dragon Ball universe. Ye Qiu was slightly taken aback. It is worth noting that many Saiyans bear similar appearances and hairstyles, which explains why Ye Qiu did not immediately associate the boy with Raditz, Sun Wukong, as brother. Yamcha is pitiable, but at least he is still alive, right? Yet Raditz, his plight is truly lamentable. Without delving further, merely the lack of presence is sufficient to underscore his misfortune. Is Raditz loyal? Ye Qiu pondered this internally, eventually nodding in affirmation. Such a low-tier warrior, devoid of any noteworthy background, would undoubtedly offer his unwavering loyalty, if recognized. This is beyond doubt. However, the boy's innate talent is rather deficient. Nevertheless, Ye Qiu believed that no talent is beyond redemption through time. 1 year of training can surpass what others achieve in a month. It is entirely feasible. The time chamber, with its tenfold time flow, alleviates concerns regarding talent. Thus, Ye Qiu truly seeks only loyalty. Vegeta, I hereby appoint you as the captain of this small team. Ye Qiu commanded that I hope you can set an exemplary standard. Yes, Vegeta's face flushed crimson with excitement, clearly overwhelmed with joy. Return here in 3 days. Ye Qiu cast one last glance at the assembly of young Saiyan warriors, touched his forehead with a finger, and vanished from their sight. Not only did he require time to prepare, but these young warriors also needed to ready themselves mentally. The forthcoming training would undoubtedly be far more arduous than usual. Ye Qiu did not articulate this, but it was evident they understood. 3 days swiftly passed, and all was in readiness. Ye Qiu returned to the palace, where Vegeta and a total of 50 young Saiyan warriors had gathered. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked among them. Feeling the intensity of their eager gazes, he understood that these youngsters were immensely excited at the prospect of becoming part of this enigmatic team. From this day forth, you shall relinquish your names. You shall possess only code names. Vegeta will temporarily serve as the team's captain. Thus he shall be designated as number 1. Your strength will dictate your status. Should any of you surpass Vegeta in power, you shall assume the role of captain. Ye Qiu's cold voice resonated throughout the assembly. This decree left everyone momentarily stunned, their eyes shifting towards Vegeta, as none wished to remain in a lower position. This revelation ignited their competitive spirit in an instant. Observing this, Ye Qiu felt a sense of satisfaction. He retrieved a series of items from his system's storage space. Having expended 1,000 exchange points to rent the large time chamber for a year, along with Senza beans, gravity suits, and battle robots. This time, Ye Qiu was fully committed, leaving him with a mere 100 exchange points in his account. An apt description would be impoverished to the extreme. This won't do. I must quickly undertake a task to level up. With everything prepared, and Vegeta and the others entering the time chamber, Ye Qiu had no further business there. He instantly teleported away from the palace. Returning to his own abode at this moment, he sat in contemplation, a frown etched upon his face. To be frank, one does not realize the depths of poverty until one experiences it firsthand. Currently in a phase of development, the prospect of needing something without the means to exchange for it is undeniably disheartening. System, are there any tasks available? Ye Qiu felt compelled to inquire of the system. The system rarely issued tasks. It could be said that one might not encounter a single task throughout the entire year. Aside from earning exchange points from upgrade packages, there truly were limited methods to acquire them. Host, tasks are infrequent. Cherish them while they last, the system replied. This response nearly provoked Ye Qiu to curse inwardly. Does this mean I must savor each task slowly? If I complete it all at once, it will be gone. 1. For reasons unknown, the moment this sarcastic remark escaped his lips, Ye Qiu inexplicably felt a surge of laughter bubbling within him. Wasn't this just utterly ridiculous? Murder! Murder! Level up! He was merely 1,000 experience points shy. And wasn't there an abundance of Frieza's legions within the Beer star system? If that were the case, he could stealthily approach and incite a wave of chaos. 2. Ye Qiu was indeed impoverished to the point where his eyes turned red. Initially, he had intended to take action himself, as it was far more efficient than sending his subordinates to do the dirty work. 3. However, he was left with no choice. Without killing, there would be no experience points. Without experience points, he could not level up. If he could not level up, he would be unable to claim the level 50 grand gift pack. 4. Without the level 50 grand gift pack, there would be no exchange points. 5. In summary, it was imperative for him to take action. As he thought of it, wasn't Frieza's legion within the Beer star system quite swollen? Hence, Ye Qiu deemed this course of action a win-win strategy. Not only would he strike a blow against Frieza's forces, but he would also gain experience points. 6. Let it be known that my initial characterization of the protagonist is as follows: neither a good person nor a bad one, embodying both justice and evil, acting according to his whims. Now, I humbly request evaluations and votes of support. Those with monthly tickets may cast 2, and generous patrons may show their support with 100 VIP points. As the year draws to a close, I hope everyone continues to enjoy this book until the very last day. The night is deep. Good night to all. 4. Ye Qiu, level 50, the second Metamorphosis, outside a certain planet in the Beer star system. With a snap of his fingers, he witnessed the planet before him explode. The inhabitants of this planet were part of Frieza's legion, providing him with a meager 2 to 300 experience points. To reach level 50, he would likely need to annihilate 2 or 3 more planets. Before long, Ye Qiu continued his onslaught, systematically destroying 2 or 3 more planets. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 50. The level up gift pack is being dispatched. Please check your inventory. Ding! Due to the host reaching level 50, your body will undergo a second metamorphosis. Please find a suitable location immediately for this transformation. That a series of system prompts echoed in Ye Qiu's mind. It appeared that this metamorphosis was of great significance. Ye Qiu squinted his eyes. Without a doubt, the safest location was the training space provided by the system. Thus, he promptly entered the system's training space. Moments later, the second metamorphosis commenced. Much like the excruciating pain he endured during the first enhancement of his bloodline, the suffering he faced now was even more staggering. Fortunately, his willpower was extraordinary, allowing him to endure. This metamorphosis took at least 3 days. When Ye Qiu finally regained his senses, he found his body to be remarkably light, feeling as though he could float effortlessly without expending any energy. Curious, he inquired of the system, what benefits does this second metamorphosis provide? Host, first, you will be able to transform into a character from the Dragon Ball fan universe in this main world. Second, you can merge the transformations from the main world and the Dragon Ball fan universe. These were the benefits related to transformation. There were, indeed, numerous other advantages, but those awaited the host's own exploration. The system merely offered a brief explanation, clearly withholding many benefits, seemingly enjoying the suspense. Noticing the system's teasing, several black lines appeared on Ye Qiu's forehead as he spoke in a deep voice. Quickly tell me, what is the most significant change this time? He had no time to waste on exploring his changes, so he asked directly, Host, you are rather lazy, aren't you? The system quipped before commencing its explanation. Your most significant change is acquiring the ultimate Saiyan physique. What? The ultimate Saiyan physique? Ye Qiu was utterly bewildered. This was the first time he had encountered such terminology. Did Saiyans also possess an ultimate evolution? Indeed, the ultimate Saiyan physique, as the name suggests, is the most powerful physique among Saiyans. The system elucidated. The legendary Super Saiyan physique is immensely powerful, but this ultimate physique is even more terrifying. Why Ye Qiu's ears perked up as he listened intently. The ultimate Saiyan physique allows one to survive in the vacuum of space. This is the first benefit. The second benefit is that one possesses a nascent divine power that gradually strengthens, eventually leading to the legendary Super Saiyan God. The system continued. Saiyans with the ultimate physique can be referred to as the initial stage of Super Saiyan God. Ye Qiu blinked, abruptly falling silent. After a tense silence of several seconds, he muttered in exasperation, System, let's keep it concise next time. This ultimate Saiyan physique is essentially the physique of a Super Saiyan God. Isn't it? Precisely. Ye Qiu's lips twitched slightly. He had been pondering the true nature of this ultimate transformation, only to discover that it was nothing more than the Super Saiyan God from the original Dragon Ball anime. Furthermore, it was merely the preliminary stage of the Super Saiyan God. Contemplating this, Ye Qiu retrieved a mirror to inspect his hair, which remained black rather than the vibrant red he had envisioned. Leaving him momentarily taken aback, System, am I not supposed to be a Super Saiyan God now? Why hasn't my hair color changed? Ye Qiu found this peculiar. Host, the Super Saiyan God is not the one created by the combined efforts of 5 righteous Saiyans from the original text. The system replied with a smile. This is your exclusive realm, the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu's expression shifted with astonishment. Could it be that he had indeed taken his initial steps into the divine realm? With this realization, he clenched his fist, feeling the faint divine power coursing through his veins, aware that if he were to unleash this meager divine strength, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. How formidable! This transformation is genuinely a monumental change. Ye Qiu was astounded. In comparison, his first transformation seemed trivial. System, what is my current ultimate combat power? His eyes sparkled with confidence as he softly inquired. Host, you can now transform into Super Saiyan 2 with a combat power enhancement of 110 times, combined with the explosive state of divine power within you. Your combat prowess will surpass the trillion level. An update is presented, seeking flowers and evaluation tickets. Today, perhaps there will be 5 updates. I shall strive for it, as working individuals are indeed a pitiful lot. A trillion level of combat power. Ye Qiu gasped in disbelief. Be frank, this was indeed terrifying. One must understand that a combat power of this magnitude was akin to reaching the narrative of the second form of the evil aura wave. This was merely the beginning of the Dragon Ball storyline. One could hardly imagine the sheer terror of Ye Qiu's strength when that time arrived. It was unfathomable, beyond conjecture. System, grant me the 50-level gift package. Ye Qiu quickly moved past his astonishment regarding his combat power, gradually calming down as he spoke nonchalantly. Understood, host, the system responded, and before Ye Qiu's eyes, a multicolored gift package burst open, and waves of information flooded into his mind. 50-level gift package, 50,000 exchange points, 50,000 experience points, an enhanced version of authority, a buff that reduces the strength of enemies stronger than oneself by 5%, a 20-fold time flow rate time chamber, and a full-power Ultra Instinct experience card X1's own mini rewards. Truly an overwhelming bounty. This 50-level gift package was unimaginably rich. In Ye Qiu's view, the contents of this package alone were likely equivalent to the cumulative worth of all the previous packages combined. The full-power Ultra Instinct experience card was particularly enticing, offering 10 minutes of experience time. There was no rush to utilize it. Perhaps in the future, he would wish to delve into the realm of Ultra Instinct. Making this experience card invaluable. Ye Qiu pondered deeply. Indeed, the combat power gained from Ultra Instinct should not be overly daunting in this realm. It could only be said that he would become exceedingly rational. Maximizing his output. In summary, it was undoubtedly a remarkable asset. 50,000 exchange points, 50,000 experience points. With this, I am merely 1,000 experience points away from reaching level 51. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ye Qiu grinned, relishing the ease with which he leveled up, akin to quenching his thirst with water, a most delightful sensation. By the way, system, at what level does the third transformation occur? Ye Qiu suddenly recalled something and inquired. Level 70, the system promptly responded. Level 70? Ye Qiu's gaze flickered. He was currently at level 50. Nearing level 51, upon careful calculation, he realized that it had taken him over a decade to reach this point. Thus, it seems I may require at least another decade to reach level 70 before undergoing the third transformation. The journey ahead is indeed long and arduous. Ye Qiu let out a sigh, dismissing any further thoughts, and bestowed all the abilities from this upgrade gift pack upon himself. He then filled his system storage space with a plethora of valuable items, with 50,000 exchange points at his disposal. Ye Qiu, having endured a period of financial hardship, suddenly felt like a nouveau riche as he browsed through the system's marketplace, examining this and that. Although there were countless items he could not afford, he found that he could still purchase several necessities within his current economic means. Having reached level 50, Ye Qiu opened the level 50 gift pack, showing little interest in continuing his rampage. Instead, he utilized a wormhole to return directly to Earth. That moment, in the backyard of Bulma's home in West City, he materialized. Brother Ye Qiu. As soon as he appeared, Bulma descended from her balcony and leapt into his arms. I miss you so much, truly. I missed you. The girl's longing was expressed with palpable intensity as she clung tightly to Ye Qiu, as if fearing he would vanish again. Ye Qiu took a deep breath. Acutely aware of Bulma's affection for him, it was not as if they hadn't seen each other in years. Rather, Bulma resembled a love-struck maiden, feeling as if a day apart was akin to 3 autumns. Their time apart was far longer than just a day. This time, I won't be leaving Earth for a while. Ye Qiu reflected on the upcoming events, including the World Martial Arts Tournament, the arrival of Piccolo, and then Raditz' appearance, marking the official beginning of the Dragon Ball Z storyline. However, that was the original plot. The current narrative had undoubtedly been disrupted by him, as Raditz and Vegeta would certainly be training diligently on Planet Vegeta. Thus, the subsequent storyline was indeed somewhat unpredictable for Ye Qiu. System: how will the absence of Raditz and Vegeta affect the beginning of Dragon Ball Z? Ye Qiu pondered, unable to draw any conclusions, and subsequently inquired of the system. The plot will diverge, and this storyline will cease to exist, the system promptly replied. Hearing this, Ye Qiu's eyes gleamed with interest. The absence of Vegeta from the Z-Fighters team certainly intrigued him. Wait a moment. Why? Ye Qiu blinked, realizing that he might indeed be stepping into the role that Vegeta once occupied. Upon this realization, Ye Qiu smacked his lips, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction. As long as the grand narrative proceeded without issue, he was content. After parting from Bulma, he stretched comfortably. To his surprise, Bulma playfully ambushed him. Brother Ye Qiu, this is Bulma's first kiss. When I marry you, I will give you everything. With that, Bulma fled, blushing profusely, touching his lips. Ye Qiu shook his head with a knowing smile, murmuring, what an adorable girl she is. Here comes the third update. I kindly ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. Thank you all. Ye Qiu prepared to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Subsequently, he found himself with little to do, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the initial Dragon Ball storyline. After all, the first part of Dragon Ball was limited in scope, primarily revolving around the repetitive World Martial Arts Tournaments. With little else of substantial excitement, but on May 7756 AD, the day of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Unbeknownst to Ye Qiu, 6 years had slipped by since his return to Earth. During this time, his growth had not been excessively rapid, yet it had not stagnated either. 6 years ago, he was nearing level 51. Now he had reached level 62. The smaller and larger gift packs he received were not of the ultimate type, but they were sufficient to keep him from being too impoverished. Now, his ultimate combat power soared to approximately 30 trillion. Over 6 years, an increase of 20 trillion in combat power was not an alarming rate. Yet it was commendable, at least for the time being. Ye Qiu remained an invincible presence among the characters in the current narrative, at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Ye Qiu stood alongside Bulma and Chi-Chi, awaiting the event. Brother Ye Qiu, are you really planning to participate in this World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma gazed at him in surprise, puzzled by his sudden decision to join. Yes, I want to see just how strong Goku has become over the years. Why? Ye Qiu responded with a smile. Naturally, he was well aware of Sun Wukong's ultimate fighting prowess. However, the Saiyan race was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Although the current ultimate fighting power was substantial, it could very well change in the heat of battle. Thus, Ye Qiu was genuinely prepared to serve as a sparring partner for this little rascal. Sun Wukong. Noticing the sparkle in Bulma's eyes, Chi-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Bulma, it seems you too wish to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Over the years, Ye Qiu had grown weary of clandestinely courting the two women and had instead laid his cards on the table. From their initial reluctance to their eventual sisterly bond, Ye Qiu had witnessed it all. This realization filled him with a sense of unparalleled satisfaction, akin to a man blessed with multiple wives. Despite the transparency of their relationships, tangible progress remained elusive, leaving Ye Qiu to endure the pangs of solitude. With my fighting power participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, it would be akin to bullying children. Bulma huffed. This was not mere hubris. It was indeed the truth. As Ye Qiu's partners, both Bulma and Chi-Chi had undergone rigorous training, evolving into formidable warriors in their own right. Bulma's ultimate fighting power stood at around 300,000, while Chi-Chi's was approximately 200,000, though these figures might not hold significance in the future. During the early days of Dragon Ball, they represented extraordinary strength. Thus, Bulma's assertion was far from boastful. It was merely a fact. Ha! Chi-Chi erupted into laughter. Suddenly, Ye Qiu's eyes lit up as he turned his head toward a specific direction. At that moment, a group led by Sun Wukong, accompanied by Master Roshi, Oolong, and Yamcha, entered Ye Qiu and the other's line of sight. Brother Ye Qiu? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he hurried over to greet Ye Qiu. Hey, you little rascal, you should greet me too, Bulma interjected, hands on her hips and a playful huff escaping her lips. Hee. Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly before calling out, Bulma, to which Bulma shot him a glare. You should call me sister. Cough, cough. Ye Qiu cleared his throat and waved his hand. All right, Bulma. Let's not allow Wukong to miss the registration deadline. The thought of son Wukong addressing Bulma as sister felt oddly uncomfortable for Ye Qiu. Humph. Bulma pouted, falling silent. Brother Ye Qiu, I am eagerly anticipating our match. Son Wukong said, his gaze filled with fervor. Since childhood, his dream had been to engage in a spirited battle with Ye Qiu. Although he understood the disparity in their strengths, even in defeat, he would find immense satisfaction. Very well. Let me see just how powerful your years of training have made you. Ye Qiu nodded with a smile. He knew that in their duel, he could not unleash too much of his true power. Currently, Sun Wukong's fighting power was at 50,000, with the potential to reach 100,000. Even if Ye Qiu were to exert a millionth of his power, or even a trillionth, it would undoubtedly be beyond Sun Wukong's capacity to endure. Updating now, I appreciate flowers and evaluation tickets. Thank you all. Those with monthly tickets can cast a vote. Thanks again. The semifinals commenced. Soon, Sun Wukong and the others successfully registered. This year, the total number of participants was 72. Significantly lower than in previous tournaments. According to the original storyline, shortly after this year's World Martial Arts Tournament will be the day of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's wedding. However, with Ye Qiu's presence in this timeline, such an event was bound to be altered. Reflecting on this, Ye Qiu realized it was high time to formalize his relationships with Bulma and Chi-Chi. A flicker of determination crossed his mind. He felt that continuing to delay was not a viable option. After all, both women remained without a defined status by his side, and over time, he worried that whispers might arise. Although he knew that neither Bulma nor Chi-Chi would be overly concerned about such matters, he still felt a sense of obligation. All right, I've made up my mind. After this World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, I shall marry both Bulma and Chi-Chi. Ye Qiu grinned, envisioning the joy of marrying two stunning beauties simultaneously. A true blessing indeed. Brother Ye Qiu, what are you thinking about? You seem so happy. Bulma and Chi-Chi entwined their arms around Ye Qiu, their curiosity piqued by the smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing their inquiry and noticing the tender glances they directed at him, Ye Qiu burst into laughter before softly uttering, after the conclusion of this World Martial Arts Tournament, would you consider marrying me? What? Bulma and Chi-Chi were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as a flush of color spread across their cheeks. Brother Ye Qiu wants to marry us. As they regained their composure, Bulma and Chi-Chi shyly murmured, covering their heated faces. Would you agree? Ye Qiu embraced the two ladies, aware that he hardly needed to pose such a question. They likely had long desired to marry him. Yes, I would. Chi-Chi chimed in, I am willing to marry Brother Ye Qiu. The two exchanged glances, nestled in Ye Qiu's embrace, vigorously nodding in agreement. Haha, excellent. As soon as this tournament concludes, we shall wed. Ye Qiu laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. He paid no heed to whether the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe adhered to monogamous customs. With his strength, could he not defy the trivial rules of this little planet? Such notions were utterly inconsequential. Ultimately, no one could thwart his intent to marry Bulma and Chi-Chi. While Bulma and Chi-Chi reveled in the joy of Ye Qiu's imminent proposal, he, alongside Sun Wukong and others, prepared to commence the preliminary rounds. As Ye Qiu surveyed the contenders, he noted that most were unfamiliar faces, their battle powers ranging from the low teens to the 20s, with some barely scraping 50 to 80. Individuals boasting over 100 in battle power were exceedingly rare, but why Ye Qiu regarded this with indifference. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's participation in the tournament, he would have had no inclination to engage in such a low-tier competition. His overwhelming strength rendered the event utterly unexciting, failing to ignite any enthusiasm within him. The preliminaries swiftly concluded, spanning 2 rounds and several hours, culminating in the emergence of the final 8 to end the original tale. The matches for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament featured Tao Pai Pai versus Tian Shinhan, Chi-Chi versus Sun Wukong, Piccolo versus Krillin, and Cammy versus Yamcha. However, this time, due to Ye Qiu's presence and Sun Wukong's enhanced capabilities, it was likely that Tao Pai Pai had met his end in their initial encounter. Consequently, he was absent from the current round of 8. Chi-Chi and Cammy did not compete either, resulting in their spots being filled by unknown formidable fighters, with Ye Qiu taking Cammy's place. Thus, the matchup saw him facing Yamcha. Speaking of Yamcha, he had merely held a semblance of significance in the early Dragon Ball saga, fading into obscurity in subsequent arcs. After a brief intermission of approximately half an hour, the quarterfinals commenced. The first battle pitted an unknown fighter against Tian Shinhan, who, showcasing strength beyond the original narrative, easily triumphed. The second bout saw an unknown contender face off against Sun Wukong, with a similarly obvious outcome favoring Wukong. The third and fourth matches concluded swiftly, leading to the determination of the final four. Half an hour later, the draw for the semifinals took place. Tian Shinhan versus Sun Wukong, and Piccolo versus Ye Qiu. This simple arrangement underscored the excitement surrounding the tournament, with all eyes on Ye Qiu and Wukong, both wielding extraordinary power on the sidelines. Master Roshi observed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a seasoned expert. Master Wutian, do you believe Wukong stands a chance against Ye Qiu? Yamcha, having been eliminated, had taken a seat among the spectators. While Wukong is undeniably powerful, he pales in comparison to Ye Qiu. However, I suspect Ye Qiu will not unleash his full potential, Master Roshi replied with a smile, discerning Ye Qiu's intentions for participating in this martial arts gathering. It was evident. He wished to witness Wukong's progress and, more importantly, to offer him guidance. For a warrior of Ye Qiu's caliber, even a modicum of advice could prove invaluable to Wukong, benefiting him for a lifetime. The semifinals were set to begin. On one side, Wulong called out, then turned his gaze to the arena. The first match of the semifinals featured Sun Wukong battling against Tianjin Fan. Although Tianjin Fan possessed commendable strength, he was not a match for Sun Wukong at this stage in the original story, let alone in this incarnation of Wukong. Thus, it took no time at all for Tianjin Fan to be defeated and sent tumbling off the stage, with Wukong effortlessly securing victory in this encounter. Following a brief intermission of a few minutes, the second semifinal commenced. Ye Qiu and Piccolo ascended the stage simultaneously. Ye Qiu appeared relaxed and carefree, while Piccolo was drenched in sweat, his heart racing even before the battle began. This was hardly his fault, as Ye Qiu's overwhelming presence was simply too formidable. Give it your all, Wukong. Piccolo, you may strike first, Ye Qiu said, his hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to attack first. Gulp. The pressure weighing down on Piccolo was immense. He found himself pacing nervously, unable to suppress the swallowing reflex, his forehead glistening with sweat, betraying his inner turmoil. Here I go, despite recognizing the immense strength of his opponent. Piccolo gritted his teeth and charged forward. Rather than surrendering without a fight, he opted to engage. After all, facing such a powerful man was an honor in itself. Thus, he steadied his complicated emotions and focused intently on the battle. However, to call it a battle would be a misnomer. From the moment Piccolo made his move, Ye Qiu didn't even flinch. He remained rooted in place, effortlessly countering Piccolo's attacks with a mere extension of his finger. Incredible! Outside the ring, Yamcha watched in awe, shaking his head in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a scene of silent domination. At that moment, Ye Qiu exuded an air that suggested he would consider a loss if he moved even a single step. Throughout the confrontation, he remained immobile, easily suppressing Piccolo's advances. One might ask, is Piccolo weak? Absolutely not. It is simply that Ye Qiu is extraordinarily powerful, with no time for hesitation. One must strike decisively. As Piccolo lunged in again. Ye Qiu effortlessly dodged, but this time he responded with a single finger jab that struck Piccolo squarely in the palm, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string in midair. Piccolo coughed up a mouthful of green blood. This blow had seriously injured him. Thud! Piccolo fell outside the ring, and as he lay there, Ye Qiu's voice echoed in his ears. The bitter smile crossed his lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness. He had not anticipated the battle to conclude so swiftly. Ye Qiu was indeed remarkable, defeating his opponent with a single move yet again, as Piccolo tumbled off the stage. The referee stood stunned for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. Erupting in astonishment, with the referee's shout, The atmosphere of the martial arts conference was ignited, and everyone instinctively began to applaud. Ye Qiu basked in the applause, a soft smile gracing his lips. This was the respect a true warrior deserved. And honestly, it was quite a gratifying feeling. Next, he would face Wukong in battle. After that, it would be time for him to wed Bulma, and Chi soon, he would be able to marry two beautiful women. And Ye Qiu's elation was palpable. Upon returning to the inner arena, Ye Qiu encountered son Wukong. Brother Ye Qiu, Wukong said, hesitating, his earlier fighting spirit seemingly diminished. Do not feel pressured, Wukong. Give it your all and fight me. Ye Qiu encouraged, patting Wukong's shoulder with a smile. Wukong's face revealed a bitter smile. He shook his head, but as he inadvertently met Ye Qiu's expectant gaze, he felt a jolt of determination. He couldn't comprehend why Ye Qiu held such high regard for him. If Ye Qiu believed in him so strongly, how could he allow himself to falter? Let us battle. Let us battle. Suddenly, Wukong's fighting spirit surged. Seeing the change in Wukong's expression, Ye Qiu nodded with a grin that if Wukong had truly backed down, he would have questioned whether this was even the real Wukong. It is well known that Wukong is one of the most tenacious characters in the Dragon Ball universe, possessing immense courage. Therefore, the Wukong brimming with fighting spirit was indeed the Wukong he recognized. Please welcome contestants Sun and Ye Qiu to the stage, as the grand finale of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. The referee's voice resonated through the arena. Palpable excitement evident in his tone. To him, this tournament promised to be the most exhilarating showdown in history. Come on, Wukong. Ye Qiu smiled, extending his right hand and gently tapping his fist against Sun Wukong's. Momentarily taken aback, Sun Wukong shook his head with a chuckle, reciprocating the gesture with a fist bump. The two then moved with remarkable grace, exiting the inner arena and stepping onto the platform. Let us warmly welcome contestants Sun and Ye Qiu. This time, they're sure to deliver an extraordinary battle. Let us await in anticipation. The audience outside erupted in fervor. The referee, bouncing with enthusiasm, shouted animatedly from the edge of the arena. It must be said, this individual had a remarkable knack for stirring the crowd's emotions. Now, the venue was filled not only with cheers, but also with thunderous applause. Wukong, unleash your full power and fight me with all your might. Ye Qiu declared, restraining his own strength to match Sun Wukong's combat prowess. Locking eyes with him and smiling. Be careful. Big brother Ye Qiu, Sun Wukong replied, joining his hands in a respectful gesture before swiftly stepping forward with incredible speed. As if he had teleported right before Ye Qiu. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, simultaneously launching a powerful punch. Here it comes, shadow clone technique, Ye Qiu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Wukong's fierce assault. It was remarkable that despite having a combat power of merely 50,000 points, Wukong exuded an aura that felt like 200,000 points. This was enough to earn Ye Qiu's admiration. Given that they were on equal footing in terms of combat power, Ye Qiu did not allow himself to relax too much. After all, he was up against the formidable Sun Wukong. Dodging Wukong's punch, Ye Qiu countered with a strike of his own. Bang! Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, turning his head as he unleashed another punch. The two fists collided, creating a ripple in the surrounding space. The excitement surged within Sun Wukong as his fighting spirit intensified, roaring as he exchanged blows with Ye Qiu. Wukong's strength is truly terrifying. Outside the ring, Krillin watched, astonished. His own combat prowess was considerable, boasting several thousand points, far superior to his counterpart in the original tale. Yet he found himself unable to clearly perceive the trajectories of Ye Qiu and Sun Wukong's battle. Quite impressive indeed, Wukong, Master Roshi remarked, squinting as he observed the ring. Despite his inability to discern the battle's details, he still felt the need to maintain his facade on the platform. After another exchange of punches, both contestants retreated momentarily. Big brother Ye Qiu, your strength is surely greater than this. I hope to see you elevate your power further, Sun Wukong said with a playful grin, scratching his head in a somewhat naive manner. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. His strength was indeed more than what he had displayed, but it was not merely a matter of numbers. His 50,000 points were not just an ordinary 50,000. Alright, allow me to show you the attack I recently mastered. Ye Qiu smiled subtly, unconcerned by Wukong's words. While he called him mastery, it was, in truth, a skill he had acquired from a recent gift package. Shadow Clone Technique. Though it bore resemblance to the Shadow Clone Technique from the world of Naruto, Ye Qiu's version was not nearly as formidable. He could only generate 4 clones, totaling 5, including himself. However, it was noteworthy that the combat power of each clone was half of his own. Thus, if he unleashed his full strength, those 4 clones would collectively possess a staggering combat power of 15,000. This was indeed a remarkable skill, and Ye Qiu had been fortunate to discover it while perusing the skill's introduction. With a commanding shout, Ye Qiu took a step forward, as Sun Wukong looked on in astonishment. A mist enveloped him, from which 4 clones of Ye Qiu emerged. What is happening? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of Sun Wukong, Ye Qiu erupted into laughter, followed closely by the 4 avatars behind him, who joined in the mirth. Wukong, you must keenly observe to discern which one of us is the true version of myself. The 5 Ikayas simultaneously chuckled before charging towards Sun Wukong. As they advanced, it was not only the spectators outside the arena who felt a shiver down their spines. Even Sun Wukong himself experienced a moment of trepidation. Ye Qiu was already formidable, and the appearance of 5 avatars rendered the notion of combat almost absurd. Nonetheless, this was a testament to the prowess of humanity, leaving the onlookers with little room for dissent. Brother Ye Qiu truly possesses a terrifying strength, capable of mastering such potent skills. Sun Wukong's heart trembled with astonishment, yet he steeled himself to engage in battle. Here I come, with a surge of energy. Sun Wukong, the most indomitable warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, boldly confronted the 5 Ikayas, preparing for a 1 versus 5 showdown. The ensuing clash was chaotic, yet Sun Wukong quickly discerned that only one of the Ikayas was particularly powerful, while the others were rather weak. After a brief skirmish of mere seconds, he identified the source of his challenge. "Ah, I found you." Sun Wukong grinned at the Ye Qiu positioned in the center, entirely disregarding the assaults from the other avatars, and launched a fierce punch towards the central figure. "Wukong, I never claimed that the others lacked combat capability." The central Ye Qiu smiled, having recognized that Sun Wukong had identified him as the original. He crossed his arms and ceased his movements, gazing back at him. With that, the remaining 4 avatars began their assault on Sun Wukong, each possessing a fighting power of 25,000. However, one must not underestimate the strength of these avatars. Despite their 25,000 power level, each one was capable of contending with opponents boasting fighting powers of 30,000 to even 40,000. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming strain. "Roar!" he bellowed, his aura surging, and his fighting power suddenly skyrocketed 51,000, 52,000, 53,000. In mere moments, Ye Qiu observed as Sun Wukong's power surged to 55,000. Within just a few seconds, his fighting power had increased by 5,000 points, a testament to the immense talent possessed by this version of Sun Wukong. Of course, this was also due to the pressure exerted by Ye Qiu. Without such a formidable opponent, he would not have felt compelled to grow stronger. Soon, with a fighting power of 55,000, Sun Wukong overwhelmed the 4 avatars. Panting heavily as he turned to Ye Qiu. "Brother Ye Qiu, I can truly feel my strength enhancing rapidly through our combat." Although Sun Wukong was exceedingly fatigued, the sensation of a breakthrough filled him with immense joy. As long as there's growth, that's what matters. Ye Qiu smiled gently, unleashing his own aura as his fighting power rose to 55,000. Given the opportunity, Ye Qiu was determined to provide Sun Wukong with a rigorous training session. Confident that after today, this young warrior's baseline fighting power would surely surpass 100,000. Why did Ye Qiu possess such confidence? Quite simply, the Saiyans were an exceptionally formidable race, growing stronger in the face of adversity. When injured, their recovery would often lead to remarkable power increases. thus facilitating tremendous growth for Sun Wukong after this battle was, from Ye Qiu's perspective, a straightforward endeavor. Without further ado, Ye Qiu launched an aggressive assault, skillfully feeding Sun Wukong techniques while simultaneously delivering rapid strikes. Brother Ye Qiu, Sun Wukong found himself overwhelmed by Ye Qiu's ferocity. This is too strong. I can hardly retaliate. Focus on the fight. Do not hesitate. Ye Qiu admonished, noticing Sun Wukong's sudden loss of fighting spirit. Hearing Ye Qiu's words, Sun Wukong managed a wry smile. In all honesty, once Ye Qiu became earnest, he was entirely outmatched. What was most disconcerting was Ye Qiu's almost palpable aura of strength, which inadvertently sapped much of Sun Wukong's fighting resolve, leaving him hesitant to counterattack. Ye Qiu furrowed his brow, clearly understanding the situation. System, what should I do? Is it possible to temper my aura? If this continues, I might inadvertently extinguish Wukong's fighting spirit instead of aiding him. Ye Qiu found himself at a loss on how to resolve this matter. Thus he could only place his hopes upon the system. Would you like to temporarily cancel this buff? Host? Are you sure you wish to proceed? The system inquired. Let us cancel it for now. Ye Qiu replied, casting a glance at Sun Wukong, who appeared visibly distressed. The greater the pressure, the more his fighting spirit waned. In truth, such overwhelming force can, in a certain sense, aid in one's growth. However, this pertains only to a less extreme form of pressure, for a powerhouse of Ye Qiu's caliber. His aura, when revealed, was perceived by most as that of a true deity. Deities are not to be trifled with. Hence, who would dare to challenge him? Soon, as Ye Qiu's unparalleled presence diminished, Sun Wukong finally felt relief wash over him. A look of liberation gracing his face as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, that he looked up at Ye Qiu, pondering, Brother Ye Qiu truly is extraordinary. I can hardly fathom the immense strength he possesses and how he cultivated such prowess. Are you feeling better now? Ye Qiu asked with a subtle smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the panting Sun Wukong. Brother Ye Qiu's pressure was immense, yet the greater the challenge. The more motivated I become, I'm ready to go, Sun Wukong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. With the absence of Ye Qiu's overwhelming aura, his fighting spirit soared once more. Astonishingly, his combat power surged alongside it. 56,000 points after 1 second, 57,000 after 2 seconds, 58,000 after 3 seconds. In just over a dozen seconds, each tick of the clock brought an increase of 1,000 points in combat power. After 15 seconds, Sun Wukong's strength had skyrocketed to 70,000 points. Excellent, Ye Qiu remarked, observing Sun Wukong's 70,000 combat power with a nod and a smile. That it seems that the earlier pressure had a positive effect on you. Quite impressive. Applauding, Ye Qiu's face radiated with a sense of pride, prompting Sun Wukong to bow deeply in gratitude. Rising, he took a step forward and charged at Ye Qiu with a mighty roar. Sun Wukong's assault was fierce, yet futile. Ye Qiu's strength was overwhelming. This time he did not hold back, decisively pinning Sun Wukong to the ground. Within mere minutes, Sun Wukong succumbed to unconsciousness, seeing Sun Wukong down for the count. The referee hastily leaped onto the stage to begin counting. After concluding his count, and seeing no sign of Sun Wukong regaining consciousness, he declared Ye Qiu the victor. Thus, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close. 2 weeks later, a grand wedding took place in West City, uniting Ye Qiu, Bulma, and Chi-Chi. Concurrently, news arrived from Planet Vegeta. It was confirmed that Frieza had been resurrected, and even more powerful than before. Upon receiving this news, Ye Qiu furrowed his brow for a brief moment, but quickly regained his composure, reasoning that Frieza would likely be cautious in his actions. Therefore, he decided to proceed with his honeymoon trip alongside Bulma and Chi-Chi. Time flew by, and soon a year had elapsed on this day. Ye Qiu received yet another report regarding Frieza. The villain had begun leading his subordinates to invade various star systems that were allied with the Saiyan race. This revelation made it clear to Ye Qiu. Frieza was merely testing the waters. If you seek to meet your demise once more, then I shall grant you that wish. It is also a perfect opportunity for Vegeta and Raditz to experience the chaos of war. Without delay, Ye Qiu returned to Planet Vegeta. He began organizing his forces, determined to uproot Frieza's entire strength, ensuring that this world would never again witness the Frieza force. Ye Qiu prepared for a strike on Planet Vegeta. On the other side, within the lumbar system, Frieza stood amid a report from a tall alien man with purple skin and twin horns. King Frieza. All races allied with the Saiyans have been completely exterminated. The man reported respectfully that I am aware. Frieza replied slowly, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Those who ally with the Saiyans must perish. My lord, the Saiyans have surely received this news. A great battle is imminent. The speaker was none other than Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force, boasting a combat power of 120,000, a formidable warrior. Currently, Frieza's ranks lacked strong fighters, making Ginyu his right-hand man, a fact Ginyu was blissfully unaware of. Having dreamt of such a position countless times, it is often said that a starving camel is larger than a horse. However, no one could have anticipated that Ye Qiu, this horse, was indeed a legendary dark horse. And thus, the Cosmic Saga officially begins. To be honest, I consider this a self-crafted narrative with its ups and downs. The key is that it is quite challenging to write, but I shall strive to do it well. Here is the update. I humbly request flowers and evaluation tickets. I acknowledge my infrequent updates. However, never doubt my dedication that I am fervently striving to craft this book to perfection. So let us persevere. Moreover, I just noticed that some kind soul bestowed upon me 700 low-rated votes. How generous. My score plummeted to 9.4 due to those scathing reviews. How terrifying indeed. Is there anyone still reading my book? Could you assist me in restoring the perfect ratings? To the individual who granted me those low scores, I beseech you, send me another 5,000. If 5,000 is not possible, allow me to express my disdain. What a pathetic endeavor. Oomph. Tomorrow, I hope to see 5,000 low ratings. Thank you in advance that if not, prepare for my negative review. Do you wish to rattle my composure? A castrated spirit? I assure you, such a notion is utterly unfounded. 49. The Might of Frieza. Seeking flowers and high ratings. What is there to fear? With my presence, this Saiyan clan shall not stir any tempest. Frieza coldly proclaimed he was no longer the same being of years past. Now his battle prowess was unparalleled, reaching an astounding 1 trillion under his final form's fourth transformation. He was confident that, apart from the slumbering elder, there existed no entity in this universe capable of challenging him. Ye Qiu, I shall not obliterate you immediately. Instead, I will slowly erode your power, leading you step by step into the abyss of despair. Frieza seethed with fury within. Long live King Frieza! Ginyu cried, waving his hand in fervent salute. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Lord Frieza, there is trouble. There is trouble. A man stumbled forth, his face etched with terror, ultimately collapsing at Frieza's feet. What is the matter? What a disarray! Frieza remained silent, while Ginyu furrowed his brow, admonishing. The man looked up at Ginyu and shook his head, saying, You are unaware, but a black hole has appeared on planet Tormar, from which powerful Saiyans are emerging. Many of Lord Frieza's subordinates have already perished. What? Jinyu's expression changed dramatically. Upon hearing this news, Frieza's eyes narrowed. It seemed that Ye Qiu indeed sought a swift descent into the abyss. A cold smile crept across Frieza's lips, while he sensed no presence of Ye Qiu. It did not diminish his awareness that Ye Qiu had undoubtedly arrived on this planet. Let us proceed. I wish to witness how much this individual has grown in all these years. Frieza stepped forward, departing from his current position. I hope I shall not be too disappointed. Meanwhile, on planet Tormar, upon a small isle Nado, your strength is commendable. However, do not grow complacent. One day, you too shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Ye Qiu remarked with a relaxed demeanor, gazing at Nado with a smile. Nado was no longer the same as before. He now exuded an air of authority. Yet before Ye Qiu, that authority was entirely subdued. After all, Ye Qiu was the king of the Saiyan race. To say nothing of Nado's meager semblance of authority before Ye Qiu, it held little weight. Had it not been for the king, Nado would not have achieved his current standing. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your praise. Your Majesty. I shall work even harder. Nado understood that all his accomplishments stemmed from Ye Qiu's guidance. Without Ye Qiu, he would not be who he was today. Why Ye Qiu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Look, Ye Qiu turned to a certain direction as beams of light appeared, heralding the arrival of numerous individuals. Leading this group was none other than Frieza himself, who swiftly flew close to Ye Qiu, gazing down at him with icy indifference. Why Ye Qiu? It has been a while, Frieza said coldly. Ye Qiu cast a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze. Inwardly inquiring, System, what is Frieza's current battle power? Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the system scanning for battle power resonated. Soon the system's voice replied, Host, Frieza's current battle power is 1 trillion points, 0.1 trillion. Upon hearing this response, Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow. To be honest, this revelation did indeed astonish him. It should be noted that in the original narrative, Frieza's battle power during this period was merely over 100 million. And now, it had reached an astonishing 1 trillion. Beyond mere terror, it was a formidable reality. This individual truly lived up to the name of Frieza. Ye Qiu shook his head and let out a light laugh. A staggering battle power of 1 trillion was terrifying just to hear, not to mention the destructive force it could unleash, capable of obliterating planets across vast stretches of the universe in mere moments. A feat he could easily accomplish. However, despite his formidable strength, Ye Qiu was no weakling himself. With over 30 trillion in battle power, how could Frieza, with his 1 trillion, possibly contend against Ye Qiu? Had Ye Qiu prepared himself for the inevitability of death today? Frieza's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Ye Qiu's ears. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu shook his head and smiled. This fellow was truly inflated with arrogance. I shall return your words verbatim. Frieza, have you prepared yourself to die again today? Ye Qiu's words dripped with irony, highlighting that Frieza had already met his demise at his hands once before, further inciting this individual's embarrassment and wrath. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Qiu's retort, Frieza erupted in fury, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strike him down on the spot. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, casting a cold glare at Ye Qiu before turning to Jinyu and instructing, order that none of these arriving Saiyans leave this planet alive. His voice, though low, echoed clearly throughout the surroundings. Fa! Ye Qiu showed no change in expression, while Vegeta and Raditz burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Frieza narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Vegeta and Raditz. Laughing at your sheer ignorance, I presume? Vegeta crossed his arms and tilted his head, smirking at Raditz beside him. Of course, Raditz nodded in agreement. This time, the number of arriving Saiyans was limited. Ye Qiu, Vegeta, Raditz, and a handful of other team members totaled no more than 20. Despite the overwhelming numbers of Frieza's subordinates, Vegeta alone could effortlessly annihilate them all, a fact unbeknownst to Frieza. An update is here. Everyone, please cast your votes and send flowers. Let our data regain its footing. I refuse to believe no one is reading. It's a bit disheartening. Wow, everyone is so fierce. Damn, I'm aiming for 5 updates today. No more chatter. If I don't deliver 5, I'll be reduced by 5 centimeters. 5 zeroed as powerful as Ye Qiu. He raised his hand to suppress Frieza. In Frieza's eyes, the Saiyan race was merely upheld by Ye Qiu, the rest nothing more than a collection of trash. And indeed, this was the stark reality. Had Ye Qiu not reformed the Saiyan race, they would not have fared much better, even if they had not met the same fate as in the original narrative. After all, if Ye Qiu had chosen not to intervene, it would have been due to his indifference towards the survival or demise of this race. Without Ye Qiu's assistance, how could the Saiyan race possibly harbor any hope of survival amidst Frieza's relentless onslaught? It was utterly inconceivable. Eliminate them all. Ye Qiu's eyelids drooped as he stifled a yawn, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. His thoughts were straightforward: annihilate Frieza and completely eradicate the forces he had gathered. After all, one must eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth. That he was unperturbed by the hassle, yet those around him might not share the same sentiment. Thus, it was imperative to extinguish all threats in their infancy. At your command, Vegeta and Raditz replied respectfully, then exchanged glances with the younger Saiyan warriors behind them. In an instant, this group surged forward like wolves on the hunt, charging towards Frieza's minions. Charge! In midair, Vegeta led the roar, and at that moment, the aura of each warrior surged dramatically. 100,000 battle power, 200,000 battle power, 300,000 battle power. Within mere seconds, the seemingly inconspicuous Vegeta and his companions saw their power escalate to 1 million each. Close to 20 individuals, all boasting a battle power of 1 million. Their presence felt weighty and substantial, not merely a fade of heightened power through secret techniques. Indeed, this was the reality. Each of Vegeta's group possessed genuine battle power, devoid of any deceit. Among them, Vegeta and Raditz had even reached a staggering 2 million. The manifestation of their 1 million battle power was simply a reflection of their decision not to unleash their full strength. It appeared that the Saiyan army was beginning to take shape. Observing the formidable battle power of Vegeta and the others, a faint smile crept across Ye Qiu's lips as he nodded inwardly. 2 million battle power was undeniably formidable at this stage of the narrative. However, in comparison to the future Super Saiyan Blue, it was merely commonplace, and certainly not a source of pride. At least there was hope. Currently, there were around 50 Saiyan warriors. In the future, there could be 100, 200, or even the entire Saiyan race, and once they matured, they could reach the terrifying heights of transforming into Super Saiyans. Ye Qiu gazed into the distance, aware that once the S cells within this generation of adult Saiyans awakened in greater numbers, the next generation's transformation into Super Saiyans would become significantly easier. Just look at Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. These second-generation Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans at such a tender age. Thus, it is far from impossible for the entire Saiyan race to undergo this transformation in the future. As Vegeta and the others commenced battle, Ye Qiu, the king of the Saiyan clan, naturally could not remain idle. Nado, you should join the fray as well, Ye Qiu remarked nonchalantly, propelling himself forward towards the brooding Frieza. Ye Qiu, you truly are a genius, Frieza retorted, engaging Ye Qiu with an air of disdain. I sincerely wish you would serve under me. What a pity, what a tremendous pity. As Frieza counterattacked, he shook his head in a theatrical lament, appearing exceedingly confident in his own prowess. In response to Frieza's incessant prattling, Ye Qiu merely smiled coldly, raising his hand to unleash a sphere of light from his palm. Boom! This beam, resembling a cannon blast, seemed unremarkable upon its initial release. However, only upon contact with the body did one realize the explosive power of the attack. The shockwave struck Frieza, causing the surrounding space to tremble, and an unrelenting cacophony of explosions erupted. Shrouding the air in dust, it turned out that the fierce battles below had fractured the land of this small island, and with the rising winds, dust ascended into the sky, gradually dispersing. Kneel. Ye Qiu understood that Frieza, having endured his strike, was undoubtedly in a precarious state. Instantly, he teleported closer to Frieza and delivered a swift slap. Bang! Ye Qiu's hand acted like a fly swatter, while Frieza was akin to a mere fly. The force of the blow sent the tyrant of the universe flying at least several dozen miles away. Consequently, the battlefield shifted from one small island to another. Ye Qiu, Frieza, steadied himself mid-air, gritting his teeth and glaring at Ye Qiu with a look of pure hatred, as if he wished to consume him whole. Ye Qiu regarded him with indifference, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power, Frieza indeed seemed to be on the path to redemption, but that was a matter for the future. In the present, Ye Qiu could not tolerate this being's continued existence. Fueled by Frieza's animosity, and does one require justification to take a life? Even if he were virtuous, having provoked Ye Qiu, the latter harbored a profound intent to kill. He would slay anyone, regardless of their identity. Ye Qiu truly embodied the essence of a sovereign. Multiple clone technique. Facing Frieza, who longed to devour him, Ye Qiu remained unfazed. He unleashed the multiple clone technique, manifesting 4 clones, each boasting a combat power exceeding 15 trillion, a truly terrifying sight. Frieza, if you could survive under the onslaught of my 4 clones today, Then I shall spare your life, Ye Qiu declared calmly, brimming with confidence in his doppelganger's ha. You wretched fool, how dare you utter such words to the great Frieza? Frieza sneered, but upon glancing at Ye Qiu's clones, his expression shifted to one of concern. The power emanating from those clones was astonishingly formidable. Frieza's mind raced. If these clones were so powerful, how formidable must Ye Qiu himself be? An ominous premonition crept over him. Would he meet his demise at Ye Qiu's hands once more? No, absolutely not. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. This being is merely a monkey. How could he possibly be my match? Kill him! Frieza seethed with resentment, unleashing a furious roar. Without further contemplation, he transformed into his final form. The fourth transformation, he understood that dwelling on his fears would only shatter his composure, leaving him with no chance against the formidable Ye Qiu. Upon witnessing Frieza's transformation, Ye Qiu snapped his fingers, conjuring a small sofa from thin air. He stepped back, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, observing the battlefield with amusement. That moment, Frieza engaged in combat with Ye Qiu's 4 clones. True to his reputation, Frieza demonstrated remarkable prowess, holding his ground against 4 opponents with superior combat power. Although each of Ye Qiu's 4 clones possessed strength exceeding 15 trillion, the experience of battle could not be inherited, making the confrontation challenging in the short term. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow, discerning the circumstances unfolding in the arena. However, he remained utterly unperturbed. His 4 avatars could persist for half an hour at most, and he was confident that within 10 minutes, they would become well acquainted with Frieza before ultimately dispatching him. With this thought in mind, Ye Qiu lost interest in observing the battle between his avatars and Frieza. He cast a glance aside and beheld Vegeta and Raditz, who were nothing short of human harvesting machines. With each strike, a life was extinguished. This efficiency was, to be frank, quite commendable. Before long, Frieza's minions were entirely eliminated, and Vegeta and the others returned to stand behind Ye Qiu. Your Majesty, not a single one remains, Nado said, bowing with a smile. Indeed, I am aware, Ye Qiu replied slowly, having not been asleep, but rather contemplating whether to succeed Frieza as the sovereign of the cosmos after dispatching him. Boom! At that moment, a resounding explosion drew Ye Qiu's attention. Your Majesty, Nado suddenly exclaimed in alarm at why Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow and looked toward the arena of his 4 avatars. Only 2 remained. It appeared that Frieza had managed to dissipate 2 of them. No need for alarm. Remain calm, Ye Qiu said nonchalantly. He did not believe that a weary Frieza still possessed the strength to contend with his remaining avatars, let alone defeat them. But you mentioned that if he survived, you would spare him. Nado expressed his concern. Better safe than sorry. Is he capable of surviving? Ye Qiu chuckled, shaking his head. If he truly could survive, what would be the consequence of letting him go? Nado's expression shifted, and, just as he was about to speak, Ye Qiu continued, My word is my bond, that if he truly can survive, then he has earned a right to do so. He was a man of his promises. What he said held weight. However, he firmly believed that Frieza was utterly incapable of surviving. Why? Because Ye Qiu possessed unshakable confidence. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Nado, Vegeta, and Raditz exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound admiration. This man truly exuded the essence of a true monarch. Here comes the 3rd update. I would appreciate any evaluation votes or flowers that I suspect this individual is another author, envious of our impressive achievements. I won't say much more. I have you all, and that is enough. Let him go on his rampage. I calculated that this person has given me over 4,000 low-rated evaluation votes, which is indeed despicable. But I am unafraid. I have you all, and that suffices. Treat Frieza as an experienced pi-ada die scum. At this moment, Frieza's furious roar echoed through the arena. Boom! Another explosion reverberated at why Ye Qiu cast a casual glance and saw his 2 avatars suddenly merge into one. Their combat power surging dramatically at that instant point. 1,600,000,000, 1,700,000,000, 1,800,000,000. Soon, the combined combat power of Ye Qiu's avatar reached an astonishing 2 trillion. The overwhelming aura emanating from this formidable power nearly compelled Frieza to flee. Damn it. Why is this guy's strength? No. Why is this guy's avatar so incredibly powerful? Frieza's face contorted with disbelief. He could not fathom why Ye Qiu was so terrifying. The king's avatar's strength. Nado and the others were equally astonished. It was now evident that the king's might was truly unfathomable. Ironically, they had believed that the king's avatar could not defeat Frieza. It was clear now that he could effortlessly crush this scoundrel. Die. Ye Qiu's avatar teleported before Frieza, extending his right hand and pointing a single finger at him. Without any unnecessary embellishments, merely a solitary finger struck Frieza's forehead. Bang! Frieza's visage went blank as he was punctured by Ye Qiu's avatar, and he exploded into a myriad of fragments. Too weak, Ye Qiu remarked, rising from his small sofa, shaking his head with a light laugh. With a flick of his hand, a wormhole materialized once more within the sight of the gathered company. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 63. Please continue striving. At level 70, you will undergo your third transformation. As Ye Qiu and Nado stepped into the wormhole, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Level 63. A smile graced Ye Qiu's face upon hearing the system's announcement. The experience points gained from defeating Frieza were indeed substantial. He had been on the verge of leveling up to 63, and this victory had propelled him closer to 64. In light of this, perhaps he could regard Frieza as an experienced Piata, casually farming him 2 or 3 times? With this thought, Ye Qiu's gaze flickered, and he deemed this idea quite feasible. However, at present, this idea is indeed unattainable, for Frieza has perished. Given this circumstance, there is no need to eradicate Frieza's influence entirely. Ye Qiu chuckled, recognizing that Frieza, this experience-hungry creature, gained significantly more experience with each demise than the last, of course. This was due to Frieza's ever-increasing strength. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Frieza would metamorphose into Golden Frieza. Just how much experience would he acquire then? After Ye Qiu returned to Planet Vegeta to attend to some matters, he returned to Earth to indulge in a leisurely existence. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, on a certain planet within the 7th universe, Weiss, a being identical to a Cornish Rex cat, emerged from a cozy nook, bewilderedly glancing around and calling out twice. Whoosh! A shadow zipped by, and a tall, slender man holding a staff appeared before him, smiling as he said, Lord Beerus, it seems you ought not to awaken at this time. This Cornish Rex look-alike yawned multiple times, extending his tongue to lick his hand, and replied indifferently, Indeed, it is not the appropriate time to awaken. However, I recently had a dream, and it was this dream that roused me prematurely. Weiss raised an eyebrow in surprise, inquiring, May I ask what dream you had? Lord Beerus? He was genuinely curious about what kind of dream could awaken Beerus from his slumber. A Super Saiyan god. Beerus reminisced, suddenly igniting with intensity in his gaze as he stated gravely. Super Saiyan god? What is that? Weiss paused slightly, having never heard of such a divine rank within the 7th universe that I do not know. In any case, it is a formidable opponent, immensely powerful, and it fills me with excitement. Beerus replied, shaking his head, a look of exhilaration gracing his features. An update is presented. Please offer evaluations and flowers. Thank you all very much. As that fellow is frantically refreshing, we must also strive to compensate. This is Chapter 4, with one more chapter to follow. 53. Train Bulma. 5th update. Observing Beerus in such high spirits, Weiss couldn't help but smile. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had seen Beerus exhibit such enthusiasm. And he was indeed curious about this Super Saiyan god. Why not consult the Oracle Fish? Weiss suggested. The Oracle Fish can only prophesy. It cannot summon this Super Saiyan god to appear before me at this moment. Therefore, it is of no use. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly brightened, saying curiously, Is there a connection between this Super Saiyan god and the Saiyan race? Upon hearing this, Weiss raised an eyebrow. Speaking of the Saiyan race, he had heard from the elders among the angel race that in ancient times, this race was at the pinnacle of its glory. In the 7th universe, the Saiyans ruled supreme at that time. There were no gods of destruction. It was entirely the domain of the Saiyan race. Moreover, it seemed that the ancestors of the Saiyans were referred to as Super Saiyan gods. A spark of insight flickered in Weiss's eyes as he suddenly spoke. Lord Beerus, I believe this Super Saiyan god is indeed related to the Saiyan race. Shall we venture to Planet Vegeta and take a look? In the original story, Beerus had indeed awakened during this time. Although not at this precise moment. He had delayed his awakening. After all, when Vegeta was a child, he witnessed his father being trampled by Beerus, and for some unknown reason, this timeline diverged in this life. Never mind. When that fellow is meant to appear, he will inevitably do so. There is no need to rush. Beerus yawned several times and waved his hand. Just then, his stomach let out a loud rumble. Cough, cough. Beerus awkwardly cleared his throat and continued. During my slumber, did you discover any planets with exquisite cuisine? Indeed, if you could freshen up, we could set off immediately. Weiss replied with a smile. Excellent. Beerus licked his lips, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Both he and Weiss were connoisseurs of fine cuisine, and their tastes were rather discerning. Given that Weiss had deemed it acceptable, Beerus naturally believed it would also satisfy his palate. In no time, having freshened up, the two set off on their journey. As the days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, 3 months swiftly elapsed. One day, Ye Qiu returned to Earth once more after his sojourn on Planet Vegeta. 2 months prior, Son Goku had wed a woman named Thales. This revelation had indeed relieved Ye Qiu significantly. After all, despite what the system had indicated, until he witnessed Goku's marriage and the birth of Goten, it was difficult to ascertain the veracity of the claims. Nonetheless, it was reassuring that the plot was still adhering to the original timeline. As Ye Qiu stepped into his home, he was greeted by Bulma, who was lounging on a lawn. Bulma, how did you know I was back? Ye Qiu inquired, astonished as he approached her with remarkably light footsteps. Logically, Bulma should not have been able to hear him. To suggest she sensed his aura was even more implausible, given that Ye Qiu's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Humph. How could I not know you were back? There's a saying about couples. Hearts in sync can communicate without words. Bulma exclaimed. Springing up from the grass, it's time to attend to business. Ye Qiu understood that Bulma's notion of business implied that he would be her sparring partner. Clearing his throat, he replied, but it's still broad daylight. Are you certain you want to engage in business now? Humph. Isn't it more interesting during the day? Bulma teased playfully. Very well. Ye Qiu relented, leading Bulma directly to the training room. The business in question was indeed Ye Qiu acting as her training partner. As they engaged in their sparring, a time machine materialized, heralding the arrival of a significant visitor. Meanwhile, on Kame House, Son Goku and his companions had gathered, discussing their upcoming training endeavors, when suddenly a machine appeared in the sky. Under the astonished gazes of all present, a young boy with lavender hair emerged from the contraption. Who are you? Son Goku asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Huh? Uncle Goku. The boy scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Son Goku, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Why is Uncle Goku so weak? He found it perplexing. Logically, Son Goku should have been capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at this stage, yet it appeared he could not even muster a combat power of 1 million. May I inquire, what year is it? The lavender-haired boy asked gravely. This boy was none other than Trunks from the future, and he looked intently at Son Goku and the others upon hearing Trunks' question. Son Goku shot him a puzzled glance before quietly asking Krillin for clarification. After receiving an answer, he announced to Trunks, it is currently the year 761 in the age. What? It's the year 761. Trunks exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Witnessing Trunks' reaction, Son Goku and his friends grew increasingly bewildered. Oh no, the time settings were incorrect, causing me to arrive in the year 761 instead of 764. Trunks' face darkened as he contemplated his predicament. What was he to do now? Return to the future. That was certainly out of the question. Wait, where's Dad? Trunks glanced down, noting the absence of Vegeta, which further confirmed he had indeed arrived in the year 761. Alas, this is a failed rescue. Trunks sighed, aware that with the current abilities of Son Goku and the others, they would stand no chance against the future androids, 17 and 18. However, he had come bearing heart medication. So he gradually descended and landed on the beach of Kame House. Hello everyone. I am Trunks, introduced himself, deliberately omitting the fact that he was Vegeta's son, as he understood that Son Goku and the others were not yet acquainted with Vegeta. "You're also a Saiyan?" Upon hearing Trunks declare himself a Saiyan, Son Wukong's eyes instantly brightened. Trunks, observing the expression on Son Wukong's face, felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that Uncle Wukong encountered other Saiyans on Earth? With this thought, Trunks voiced his curiosity, prompting Son Wukong to burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, there is. Brother Ye Qiu is our guardian deity on Earth. His strength is unparalleled. If it weren't for him, I certainly would not possess my current power." Speaking of Ye Qiu, Son Wukong was filled with admiration, being his most fervent and devoted fan. Ye Qiu, a Saiyan. Trunks felt overwhelmed, grappling with the bewildering revelation. He had never heard of a Saiyan named Ye Qiu, and he believed that even without Ye Qiu's guidance, Uncle Wukong's strength could still have reached formidable heights. Contemplating this, Trunks furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, "Could you possibly introduce me to him?" "You mean Brother Ye Qiu?" Son Wukong scratched his head, chuckling. "After I got married, he returned to the planet where the Saiyans reside. I'm not certain if he has come back since." "Is that so? Wait, are you saying he returned to the Saiyan home planet? Is that planet called Vegeta?" Initially slow to grasp the implications, Trunks soon found himself utterly astounded. The year 761 in the age of the Dragon Balls. And the planet Vegeta still exists. Unbelievable. This astonishment was not unwarranted, as the Dragon Ball universe had deviated significantly from the original narrative, largely due to Ye Qiu's appearance. However, the essential plot lines remained unchanged. Vegeta. That sounds familiar. It must be that planet, Son Wukong pondered, nodding in agreement. Trunks gasped in disbelief, feeling utterly lost and confused. Was this truly the world that represented the first 20 years of his future? "You must take me to meet this Saiyan named Ye Qiu," he implored earnestly. After a brief moment of regaining his composure, Trunks took a deep breath and looked gravely at Son Wukong. "Please hold on a moment. I need to contact him." Son Wukong considered this and ultimately agreed, sensing that Trunks' urgency bore no hint of deception. It appeared he genuinely wished to learn more from Brother Ye Qiu. "Thank you." Trunks bowed respectfully before following Son Wukong as they flew towards West City. I could see that moment. In West City, Ye Qiu and his wife had just finished a hot bath after an hour of sparring and were exiting the training room. Upon stepping outside, Ye Qiu paused, noticing Son Wukong's arrival, accompanied by an unfamiliar Saiyan, which piqued his curiosity. "Brother Ye Qiu." A few seconds later, as Son Wukong and Trunks approached, Son Wukong called out from the sky. Ye Qiu looked up, first spotting Son Wukong, then turning his gaze to Trunks. "Is that Trunks?" Ye Qiu's gaze sharpened. It dawned on him that Trunks had traversed from the future into this world. Moreover, if all remained as it should, Vegeta could not possibly integrate into the Z Warriors group in this timeline. Thus, by nature of Vegeta's character, he would likely remain a lifelong bachelor. In such a scenario, Trunks' existence would be inconceivable. "Brother Ye Qiu, this is Trunks, another Saiyan who wishes to speak with you." As they approached Ye Qiu and Bulma, Son Wukong introduced them. "Trunks, this is Brother Ye Qiu, and this is Bulma, his wife." Listening to Son Wukong's words, Ye Qiu focused on Trunks' face, attempting to discern whether he recognized Bulma. To his astonishment, Trunks did not seem to know her. This revelation led Ye Qiu to speculate that perhaps this Trunks hailed from an alternate timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, where his father was indeed Vegeta, but his mother was someone else entirely. "Greetings, Trunks." Ye Qiu and his wife greeted with warm smiles. "Hello, Mr. Ye Qiu, Mrs. Bulma," Trunks replied politely, bowing slightly, which prompted them to silently nod in approval, secretly appreciating his courteous demeanor. "May I inquire, Mr. Ye Qiu, has Planet Vegeta not been destroyed by Frieza?" Trunks took a deep breath and asked earnestly, gazing intently at Ye Qiu. "No, it is not." Ye Qiu shook his head. "How is that possible?" Trunks gasped in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless at the response he received. "How can this be possible?" Ye Qiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "While Frieza's power is indeed formidable as a member of the Saiyan royal lineage, I'm even more powerful than he. You hail from the future, don't you? I possess the gift of foresight, enabling me to discern the purpose of your arrival. Naturally, if Ye Qiu were to play the role, he would not merely settle for a minor performance. In truth, claiming to possess foresight was not entirely unfounded. After all, as someone who had watched the Dragon Ball anime, he indeed had the capacity to anticipate subsequent plot developments. An exorbitantly priced time machine, what? Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Trunks was once again taken aback. Ye Qiu, with a knowing smile, continued, "Your future world is under siege by androids, and you have come to this world seeking Goku's assistance. However, due to a malfunction with your time machine, you arrived 3 years prior to your intended timeline." Pausing momentarily to lock eyes with Trunks, Ye Qiu added, "Am I correct in this assessment?" Gulp. As Ye Qiu spoke, Trunks swallowed hard, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked since arriving in this world. Everything Ye Qiu articulated was remarkably accurate. How could this not leave him astounded? Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu maintained a subtle smile, aware that he had combined his knowledge of the narrative with a few educated guesses to accurately describe Trunks' current predicament. Thus, it was only natural for Trunks to be utterly astonished. Observing Trunks' expression, Goku and Bulma immediately understood that Ye Qiu must have spoken the truth. Otherwise, Trunks would not exhibit such a demeanor. "Ye Qiu, does this mean Trunks is indeed from the future?" Goku inquired, astonished. Indeed, the future world is beset by catastrophic calamities, with these beings being androids created by Dr. Gero, possessing immense power. Ye Qiu nodded, pondering as he walked. If Trunks had arrived early in this world, did that imply that Cell might also have come prematurely? If he was not mistaken, in the original storyline, Cell had also traveled to this world via Trunks' time machine at a certain point. Ye Qiu, you must be able to assist us in our future world, right? After the initial shock, Trunks bowed deeply to Ye Qiu, his sincerity palpable. Hearing Trunks' words, Ye Qiu couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, the young man was hoping for his intervention. However, without a vested interest, Ye Qiu had no obligation to assist him. "Host, the time machine is quite valuable." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Ye Qiu's mind. Surprised by this revelation, Ye Qiu was taken aback. So, the time machine is exceedingly valuable. To be fair, he had acquired a multitude of items from the upgrade package, and the system rarely made such declarations. It was worth noting that the system's marketplace not only dealt in items from various realms, but could also recycle anything, provided it held value. How many exchange points is a time machine worth? Ye Qiu inquired eagerly. 500,000 exchange points. Hearing the system's response, Ye Qiu was momentarily engulfed in a flurry of large black question marks. What? This time machine is that expensive? The system, perceiving Ye Qiu's disbelief, assured him of its straightforward pricing, emphasizing its integrity. In the original narrative, Bulma was capable of constructing a time machine, so perhaps in this life, it would not be impossible for her to develop one. Ye Qiu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but upon further reflection, he shook his head. Although Bulma remained keenly interested in scientific research, it was ultimately just a hobby. Thus, if tasked with creating one, she might not yield significant results. Nevertheless, the time machine could certainly be entrusted to her father, Dr. Briefs. Perhaps, with the right materials, he could produce them indefinitely. 500,000 exchange points for a time machine. 500,000 exchange points for a time machine. This is a fortune. Ye Qiu mused excitedly, his expression betraying his exhilaration. Ye Qiu, Mr. Ye Qiu. Although Ye Qiu was lost in thought, several seconds had passed in reality, prompting Trunks to call out to him twice, bringing him back to the present. "All right. However, I have a stipulation. After I assist you in dealing with those 2 androids in your future, I hope you will grant me the time machine." Ye Qiu fixed his gaze upon Trunks, speaking with conviction. "An update is presented. I kindly request flowers and evaluation tickets. Thank you all." 57. The arrogant and malevolent Android 17. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Trunks pondered momentarily. If he were to eliminate the androids from the future world, then indeed, he would have no need to utilize the time machine. Thus, this deal was acceptable. "Very well. I shall agree to your terms." Without hesitation, Trunks acquiesced. Good. Ye Qiu smiled. For a time machine costing 500,000 exchange points was astonishingly lucrative. Should he successfully research the method to construct this time machine, he could produce them in limitless quantities, effectively allowing Ye Qiu to exploit a loophole. Whenever he found himself in need of exchange points, he could simply manufacture a time machine. System, is there any issue with my plan? Ye Qiu contemplated and sought the system's opinion. Host, there are no problems, the system replied. That's splendid. Ye Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, Ye Qiu was determined to waste no time. Upon returning to Kame House, Ye Qiu, Trunks, and Son Goku swiftly boarded the time machine, setting their course for the future world in mere moments. As gravity dissipated, Ye Qiu realized they had arrived in the future world. Where on earth is this? The three disembarked from the time machine, with Son Goku appearing utterly astonished as he surveyed the surroundings. The environment was predominantly in ruins, evoking a sense of having just endured an apocalypse. However, upon reflection, given the rampant destruction and slaughter wrought by the malevolent androids 17 and 18, this Earth had indeed experienced its own cataclysm. This is West City, Trunks remarked, his voice thick with emotion as he gazed around, nearly brought to tears. West City, Son Goku echoed, momentarily taken aback, turning to scan the area. It was hard to believe that this desolate landscape was once the thriving West City. They're coming, Ye Qiu said, crossing his arms and casting a dispassionate glance towards the southwest, where two sinister auras rapidly approached. Whoosh, whoosh. As Son Goku and Trunks turned to look towards the southwest, the sound of rushing air filled the air, and soon the malevolent androids 17 and 18 materialized before them. Trunks, you finally stopped hiding. Android 17 taunted, flipping his long hair, his expression dripping with derision as he regarded Trunks below. After uttering this, his gaze flicked to Ye Qiu's face before ultimately resting on Son Goku, his brow furrowing in sudden concern. Is that Son Goku? Android 18's brow also knitted in surprise as she stared at Son Goku. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The two exchanged startled glances, exclaiming in disbelief, "Beep, beep, beep." Android 17 turned his attention back to Son Goku, beginning to analyze his combat power. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. That Android 17 successfully assessed Son Goku's combat power, and when he discovered it to be around 230,000. A cold smirk appeared on his face. This is a counterfeit. If Son Goku were alive until now, how could he be so weak? Android 17 chuckled mockingly, waving his hand dismissively. Trunks, do you think that by bringing us Son Goku, you can intimidate us? Let me tell you, even if Son Goku is alive before us, he is nothing but a mere insect. With a single step, I could crush him in the future world. Android 17 boasted a combat power of 600 million. While Android 18 possessed 500 million, but their strength was formidable, belonging to a class of invincibility. In this context, combat powers of 600-500 million could be described as utterly overwhelming. However, this was only true for this particular time frame, specifically within the future world. In Ye Qiu's world, even 500 million would be inconsequential, akin to mere refuse. Enough of this wasted time. The Android 18, coldly uttering a sound, extended her right hand, from which a radiant glow emanated, seemingly preparing to strike down Ye Qiu and his companions. Ye Qiu cast a glance at the Android 18 from the future world and shook his head with a smile. This woman was not the 18 he had envisioned. In his mind, she was known as Razali. The malevolent Android 18 of this future world was merely a being with a penchant for slaughter. Thus, should Ye Qiu engage, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. An update is presented. Flowers and evaluation votes are greatly appreciated. 58. The crisis of the future world has been averted. Son Wukong and Trunks were certainly no match for Android 17 and 18. So Ye Qiu naturally had to intervene to resolve the issue. As the androids made their move, Ye Qiu soared into the air, instantaneously appearing before them, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! Even in his normal state, Ye Qiu's combat prowess far surpassed that of androids 17 and 18. The might of his punch sent both of them flying. How formidable! Trunks, witnessing the spectacle from below, wore an expression of astonishment. With merely his regular strength, Ye Qiu effortlessly overwhelmed androids 17 and 18, whose battle power ranged from 5 to 600 million.1, could only imagine how terrifying his strength would be if he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ye Qiu's displayed power was merely the tip of the iceberg. "Trunks, are you aware of what a Super Saiyan is?" Sun Wukong chuckled from his side. "Speaking up that I know. I can also transform into a Super Saiyan." Trunks nodded. Sun Wukong's eyes widened upon hearing this. Although he knew Trunks was formidable, he never anticipated he would be strong enough to transform into a Super Saiyan. "I have heard from Ye Qiu that the transformation into a Super Saiyan is exceedingly difficult. How did you manage to achieve it?" Sun Wukong sought to glean some experience from Trunks. While he had received some insights from Ye Qiu, he believed that the collective transformation experiences might provide even more depth. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Trunks fell silent. He glanced at Sun Wukong and let out a heavy sigh. Unlike the Trunks from the main Dragon Ball world, who could transform from a young age, this world as Trunks had initially been unable to transform at all. It was only after the death of Son Gohan, driven by rage, that he finally achieved the transformation. Noticing Trunks' somber mood, Sun Wukong scratched his head and offered an apology. He could tell his words had inadvertently reminded Trunks of a painful memory. Boom. While the two conversed, Ye Qiu had swiftly concluded the battle, annihilating androids 17 and 18 without a trace. Just like that. It was resolved as Trunks observed the direction for which the explosive sounds emanated. The figures of androids 17 and 18 had vanished, evidently reduced to nothingness by Ye Qiu's attack. To be honest, Trunks felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. After all, it was not he who had vanquished these two androids. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a good thing that Earth was free from calamity. Trunks let out a deep sigh. The crisis in the future world had been averted, and Ye Qiu had also acquired the time machine. Of course, he was not foolish enough to sell it outright. This moment, in West City. Within Dr. Brief's laboratory, Ye Qiu retrieved the time machine and introduced it to Dr. Brief. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's explanation, Dr. Brief was instantly invigorated. A machine capable of traversing time was something he had only heard of in theory or in the realms of film and literature. Yet here it was, manifesting before him. He was both astounded and immensely intrigued. Therefore, there was no need for Ye Qiu to elaborate further. This research enthusiast immediately began to delve into the study of the device. Naturally, Ye Qiu felt a sense of joy at this. As long as Dr. Brief comprehended all the principles behind the time machine, he could provide materials for Dr. Brief to manufacture additional units. The thought of Dr. Brief possibly engaging in any clandestine activities never crossed Ye Qiu's mind. After all, he believed that their relationship had evolved beyond what it once was now. They shared a father-in-law and son-in-law bond. And with Bulma as the connection, there was no doubt that Dr. Brief would be inclined to support him. Hence, Ye Qiu had no concerns regarding any trivial matters. With Dr. Brief's assistance, Ye Qiu was able to focus on his own cultivation. His training primarily revolved around enhancing his physical strength. The collision of fists against flesh was the epitome of a man's romance, a sentiment Ye Qiu wholeheartedly embraced. Although his physical prowess had become formidable after transforming into a Super Saiyan, it still did not equate to his inherent strength. If one day he could rival the god of destruction, Beerus, merely through his physical power, one could only imagine the magnitude of his strength after transforming. It was simply unfathomable. Beerus had arrived on Planet Vegeta. As Ye Qiu diligently trained, time passed inexorably, but a year slipped by unnoticed. And on this particular day, Ye Qiu emerged from the training chamber to receive the news that Son Gohan had been born. The narrative was gradually unfolding, and Ye Qiu smiled in response. Logically, it would not be long before the story of Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa arriving on Earth would commence. However, in this lifetime, such events would not transpire. Thus, Ye Qiu could not predict the subsequent minor plot developments. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, as Ye Qiu's combat prowess would easily allow him to contend with the current narrative, be it itself or even the imminent emergence of Majin Buu. They would stand no chance against him. Speaking of Son Gohan's birth, Ye Qiu felt a fleeting impulse to have a child himself. After all, he was not getting any younger, and having a progeny would indeed provide a sense of relief. The Saiyan legacy could subsequently be passed on to his offspring. Upon reflection, he realized he had not taken any protective measures, indicating that perhaps the time for him to have a child had yet to arrive. A glimmer of thought crossed his mind. He had never employed any protection with Bulma or Chi-Chi either, and logically, if he were to have children, he should have had them by now. The absence of such offspring suggested that his fate with his children had yet to materialize. Shrugging off the thought, Ye Qiu made his way to the backyard of his home, but after just a few steps, a communication device on him began to emit a series of urgent beeps. Beep, beep, beep. The tone was quite frantic, indicating that the message was pressing. Nado, what is it? Ye Qiu inquired, connecting the call with curiosity. Your Majesty, a man claiming to be a god of destruction, accompanied by his attendant, has arrived on Planet Vegeta. Nado's face was filled with terror. Before contacting Ye Qiu, he had intended to personally expel this individual. However, after Beerus had cast a casual glance at him, Nado had felt an inexplicable paralysis, rendering him unable to entertain any thoughts of confrontation. Thus, he found himself dialing Ye Qiu's communicator, a god of destruction. Beerus, his attendant is Whis. Ye Qiu was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, Dodo. At that moment, far away on Planet Vegeta, Beerus heard Ye Qiu's voice emanating from the communicator, his brow arching in surprise at the unexpected recognition. A.S. the king of the Saiyan race. He had surely heard of Lord Beerus's infamous reputation. Thus, there was no need for excessive astonishment. Whis, standing beside him, smiled knowingly. However, he knows your name. That Beerus's expression grew intrigued. It was indeed peculiar that Ye Qiu knew his name, but what truly piqued his curiosity was how he was aware of Whis's identity. After all, Beerus was renowned throughout Universe 7, and as Whis was merely his attendant, he seldom overshadowed Beerus's prominence. Consequently, very few were acquainted with his name. Even so, it is entirely possible that no one is aware. The invocation of Whis's name by Ye Qiu undoubtedly piques one's curiosity, and a look of realization dawned upon Whis's face, indicating that he had come to understand the situation as well. Why lords? The king is about to return to Planet Vegeta. Please wait a moment. Nado approached and respectfully addressed Beerus and Whis. Indeed, Beerus responded with a slight acknowledgement, when suddenly a wormhole materialized in the air, a few meters away from him. Is that a wormhole capable of spatial jumps? Whis exclaimed, turning his head in astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed someone manipulating a wormhole for extensive spatial travel within the 7th universe. It is well known that even his formidable strength allowed only for short-distance spatial jumps. Individuals like Ye Qiu, who arrived from afar, could certainly not perform such magnificent feats. How intriguing! How intriguing! Beerus chuckled, clapping his hands together before crossing his arms and fixating his gaze on a man slowly emerging from the wormhole. Impressive. Upon seeing Ye Qiu, Whis's eyes gleamed with insight, clearly recognizing the depth of Ye Qiu's power. Indeed, it was as expected from both Beerus and Whis as Ye Qiu stepped out of the wormhole. He glanced at Beerus and Whis, his pupils narrowing in sheer astonishment. He could not fathom why this fellow, Beerus, had awakened, nor could he comprehend why he had arrived on Planet Vegeta. Over a year ago, his battle power exceeded 30 trillion. After a year of diligent training, he had now surpassed 40 trillion. While such a figure sounds formidable and indeed is powerful, it is merely akin to that of an ant in the presence of beings like Beerus and Whis. System, what do you have to say? I am certainly no match for Beerus at this moment. Ye Qiu inquired inwardly. In truth, given a maximum of 10 more years, Ye Qiu was absolutely confident in his ability to triumph over Beerus. However, at present, Beerus had awakened far too soon, and their encounter was far too premature. An update is forthcoming. I aim to release 5 chapters at midnight when the book goes live. For specifics, please refer to my upcoming release message. Release message, at midnight on Wednesday. That is tonight at 0:00. This book will officially launch. While others may typically release 10 chapters upon launch, I can only promise my utmost effort, due to work commitments and prior writing obligations. My writing time has been limited, but the primary reason remains my job, which restricts my writing hours. I have consistently stated that should this book perform well, I would resign to focus solely on writing. Indeed, my sights are set on this work that I can only assure you that I will endeavor to craft a compelling narrative the time of launch, I will ensure that at least 5 chapters are ready. I am not merely striving. I am determined to deliver a minimum of 5 chapters. For the subsequent 5 chapters, we can aim to write and release 1 chapter each day. During the day, I will take leave from work to devote myself entirely to our launch narrative.as. For how many chapters one can produce, I can only guarantee 5 as a baseline.in summary on launch day. I will provide 10 chapters. I do not merely claim to strive. I assure you that it will be delivered. I have shared much, yet I find it difficult to express everything. As a seasoned author on Feilu, I can only commit to diligently crafting a quality storyline. That concludes my release message. If you are able to support, please do so. The first day subscriptions are immensely significant, so please contribute as much as you can. Let us persevere together. 60th, the astonishment brought by spicy chicken feet to Beerus, 110. Rest assured, host, the system guarantees that you will not incur even the slightest harm from Beerus, the system suddenly replied. I'm not concerned for myself, but the Saiyan race has been gradually developing that if they were to be annihilated now, would that not render my efforts utterly futile? Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes, glancing at Beerus, who appeared to be observing him with a mocking expression. Why do you assume that Beerus would harbor any ill intentions towards you? A single statement from the system suddenly enlightened Ye Qiu, prompting him to blink in realization. Indeed, why am I so certain that Beerus would take action against me? With this thought, a smile crept onto Ye Qiu's lips. Beerus, while seemingly aloof, possessed a certain childlike disposition. If one treats him with kindness, he reciprocates in kind. However, should one approach him with ulterior motives, an ancient and wily being such as he would undoubtedly see through many facades. Therefore, rather than being coy, it is far better to be forthright. Greetings, Mr. Beerus. After coming to a realization, Ye Qiu approached Beerus with a faint smile and greeted him politely. To be honest, as a modern thinker, he found it utterly impossible to address someone as Lord. The term Sir felt like the most harmonious form of address for him. Beerus, however, did not find any fault with Ye Qiu's manner of addressing him. He gazed directly at him and said, "You are Ye Qiu, the king of the Saiyan race?" Indeed, Ye Qiu nodded, maintaining a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, embodying a sense of decorum. Moreover, as he contemplated, he stumbled upon a crucial insight, one that could serve as his greatest support: the Super Saiyan God. Without a doubt, the purpose of Beerus arriving on Vegeta's planet ahead of schedule was to discover the identity of the Super Saiyan God. Although Ye Qiu was unaware of who the true Super Saiyan God was, he did know how to summon a being with abilities comparable to 60% of his own. Furthermore, once the plot of Dragon Ball Super commenced, it was inevitable that Ye Qiu's strength would at least reach that of an angel-level existence. That it is essential to remember that this is merely a minimum, not a maximum. Thus, with a calm demeanor, Ye Qiu naturally did not overly concern himself with the situation. Not to mention, both Beerus and Whis had a profound appreciation for delicious food, setting aside the exquisite culinary delights of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe. Even the dishes from his previous life's earthly system shop would undoubtedly captivate these two gluttons. How intriguing! You seem to be aware of my identity, yet you exhibit no fear, and you even recognize Whis's identity. Quite remarkable. Beerus's smile was rather peculiar, giving Ye Qiu the impression that he was being regarded with a teasing grin. Were it someone else who knew Beerus's identity witnessing such a smile, they might be filled with dread and anxiety. Ye Qiu, however, understood that Beerus was a being with a cold demeanor but a kind heart. Perhaps due to his advanced age, he exuded an air reminiscent of what was referred to as an old child in ancient Chinese culture. Older individuals often possess temperaments akin to those of children, and Beerus, it was evident, was one of those individuals. Your praise is unwarranted, Mr. Beerus. I merely stumbled upon an ancient tome during my travels on a distant planet, which contained records about you and Mr. Whis, Ye Qiu said, knowing full well he could not boast of possessing prophetic abilities in front of these two ancient beings, thus fabricating a small lie. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their eyes communicating for several seconds before Beerus continued. Have your subordinates leave. I need to inquire about certain matters. Upon hearing this, Nado and the others glanced at Beerus and Whis, and before Ye Qiu could speak, they bowed and took their leave. Once Nado and the others departed, Ye Qiu invited Beerus and Whis into a castle. "Please, have a seat," in the center of the castle. There was a small pavilion where Ye Qiu gestured for the two to sit. Just as Beerus settled down and was about to ask his questions, Ye Qiu swiftly conjured a plate that appeared in his hands and placed it on the stone table before him. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Beerus gazed at the plate, which held a collection of translucent chicken feet, and his foodie instincts informed him that this was a delicacy. Without hesitation, he leaned closer to take a whiff. A tangy and spicy aroma wafted towards him, prompting him to swallow involuntarily. "What is this?" Whis inquired, blinking in curiosity as he turned to Ye Qiu. "This is spicy pickled chicken feet," Ye Qiu replied with a gentle smile. Taking note of their expressions, particularly Beerus's incessant swallowing, which nearly made him chuckle. Spicy pickled chicken feet. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Beings of the Dragon Ball universe. They had never heard of this dish from Ye Qiu's previous life on Earth. Spicy pickled chicken feet, originating from Chongqing, is a unique Han Chinese delicacy, renowned for its sour and spicy flavor, with a chewy skin and fragrant meat. Naturally, Ye Qiu could not elaborate on this, and even if he did, Beerus and Whis would have no knowledge of where Chongqing is, what the Han ethnicity entails, or the series of culinary delights categorized as Yupai Sichuan cuisine. Thus, Ye Qiu succinctly described it. "This is a top-tier delicacy you have never experienced before. Once you taste it, you will fall in love with it, just as I have." Upon hearing Ye Qiu's explanation, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances once more, sharing a moment of perplexity. "Lord Beerus, to be cautious of potential toxins. Allow me to sample it first," Whis said, clearing his throat to break the silence. "Ha! I fear no poison." Beerus shot a glance at Whis and scoffed. As he spoke, he reached out to grab a piece from the plate. "Wait," Ye Qiu called out, diverting Beerus's attention. "It is best to wear gloves when eating this." With a subtle smile, he produced several disposable gloves. The plate contained a unique spicy sauce specifically for the spicy pickled chicken feet, which was a delightful accompaniment. After finishing a piece, licking one's fingers would provide an exquisite sensation. He conveyed this theory to Beerus, who skeptically donned a pair of disposable gloves and proceeded to grasp a spicy chicken claw. Placing it into his mouth, the moment he tasted it, a wave of sour and spicy flavors enveloped him, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. It was an indescribable sensation. Unable to contain himself, Beerus shut his eyes and began to chew on the tender meat and crispy bones of the claw. Observing Beerus in such a state of bliss, Ye Qiu couldn't help but smile. At this stage, he couldn't conquer Beerus through sheer strength, but he had managed to win him over with exquisite cuisine. Thus, in a certain sense, this encounter marked a significant victory for him. This is the first update. There are 4 more to come, so do remember to subscribe. Also, a gentle reminder for automatic subscription, as it allows everyone to instantly see new chapters as soon as they are released. Meanwhile, Whis, who was observing Beerus's expression, felt a stir of excitement within and licked his lips, inquiring, "Lord Beerus, is this delicacy known as spicy chicken claw truly that delicious?" Beerus, ignoring Whis's question, continued devouring one spicy chicken claw after another, clearly worried about missing out on even a single bite of its exquisite taste. Noting Beerus's disregard, Whis chuckled softly, donned his own gloves, and also indulged in a spicy chicken claw. "My goodness, this sensation is extraordinary." As he tasted the tangy and spicy sauce, Whis's eyes widened in astonishment. To be honest, he had sampled countless delicacies from the 7th universe and beyond, yet this sour and spicy flavor was a first for him. The two of them eagerly devoured the dish, while Ye Qiu watched them with a gentle smile. After a few minutes, a large plate of spicy chicken claws had been entirely consumed by Beerus and Whis. Even the tangy sauce in the plate was completely savored by the two of them. "Delightful," Beerus leaned back, exclaiming in satisfaction. Whis, ever polite, simply smiled at Ye Qiu, his eyes radiating admiration. "Now, may I inquire what business you have with me?" "Mr. Beerus?" After a brief pause, Ye Qiu smiled and spoke as soon as the topic shifted to serious matters. Beerus, who had been somewhat lax, sat up straight, gazing intently at Ye Qiu, and solemnly asked, "Are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God?" "Super Saiyan God?" Ye Qiu thought to himself. As expected, while maintaining a neutral expression, furrowing his brow as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of such a being as the Super Saiyan God. However, I am aware of the Super Saiyan." "The Super Saiyan?" Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, the former frowning as he asked, "What is that?" Ye Qiu pondered for a moment before standing up and transforming into a Super Saiyan 1. His power increasing 60-fold. Let's not forget that the protagonist's transformation previously increased his strength by 10-fold. What? The Saiyan race can transform as well? Beerus was utterly astonished upon witnessing Ye Qiu's transformation. He understood that many races in the universe possessed the ability to transform, but the traditionally weak Saiyan race being able to do so was indeed surprising. This is Super Saiyan 1. Next is Super Saiyan 2. Ye Qiu exclaimed, his aura expanding once more, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change, surrounded by crackling lightning that made him appear exceptionally cool. Truly an astonishing race. Whis applauded enthusiastically upon witnessing Ye Qiu's transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Beerus nodded in agreement, taking a keen interest in Ye Qiu's transformation. So, does this mean you are gradually perfecting your transformations? And one day you will become a Super Saiyan God. After a few seconds, Beerus suddenly had a realization, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, as he inquired. Perhaps, Ye Qiu was at a loss for how to respond. Considering that in the original Dragon Ball storyline, before his arrival, the concept of the Super Saiyan God revolved around 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans bestowing their energy upon another Saiyan. Thus, he found it difficult to assert that he could become a Super Saiyan God, distinct from the original lore. Beerus's gaze flickered, and he smiled. In that case, I understand. Whis glanced at Ye Qiu, thinking that perhaps Ye Qiu was indeed the Super Saiyan God of Beerus's dreams, albeit one who had yet to reach maturity. This spicy chicken claw is delectable. Could you possibly send me a few more portions? Beerus then reverted to discussing food, gazing at Ye Qiu with eager eyes that, of course, a large plate of spicy chicken claws contained around 30 pieces. And as it only required 2 exchange points, Ye Qiu was more than willing, promptly exchanging for about 20 plates for Beerus, as so many. As Beerus beheld the stone table laden with plates, a look of astonishment graced his features. "It is nothing," Ye Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Lord Beerus accepted 20 plates of spicy chicken feet from Whis, then turned to Beerus, whispering something that I am aware. Beerus replied with a faint smile, extending his right hand to reveal a jade stone radiating a silvery glow. He addressed Ye Qiu, stating, "This is the stone of the gods, imbued with pure divine energy. I believe you are destined to become the next Super Saiyan God. Hence you must diligently cultivate your powers." Upon seeing the stone, Ye Qiu blinked and internally inquired of the system. "System, what benefits can this stone of the gods bestow upon me?" "Host, the stone of the gods holds no value for you. The divine energy within you is self-generated, not reliant on external artifacts. Thus this item is of no use to you." The system promptly responded, "Of no use? Then what is the purpose of this?" Ye Qiu expressed his mild exasperation. "The stone of the gods is worth 1,000 exchange points." The system's voice continued, "Point 1,000 exchange points." At this revelation, Ye Qiu's eyes lit up. Spending 40 exchange points to acquire a gift valued at 1,000 points was certainly a profitable deal. "Thank you, Mr. Beerus." Ye Qiu smiled as he accepted the stone of the gods, promptly stowing it away in the system space. "Until we meet again," Whis stepped forward, approaching Beerus, and lightly tapped his staff on the ground. With a flash, a beam of light erupted beneath their feet. "Young king of the Saiyan race, I look forward to the day you become the Super Sanji of D." Beerus's voice faded. Both he and Whis vanished from sight. "That day shall not be far off," Ye Qiu murmured as he gazed into the distance. 3 months had elapsed since Beerus last visited Planet Vegeta. After addressing the affairs of the planet, Ye Qiu returned to Earth. Overall, the Saiyan race was experiencing rapid development. Apart from himself, Nado, Vegeta, and Raditz had all successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. This came as little surprise to Ye Qiu, considering the abundant resources they had consumed, including longevity fruits, exchange from the system shop, and various on-site transformation guidance. If they could not achieve Super Saiyan status with such advantages, it would have been Ye Qiu who truly suffered a loss. Fortunately, they did not disappoint him. Upon returning to Earth, Ye Qiu engaged in training while also busily attempting to conceive a child with Bulma and Chi-Chi. However, after 2 months, Ye Qiu was disheartened to find that neither Bulma nor Chi-Chi showed any signs of pregnancy. Thus, he had to concede that he and his potential offspring remained fated to be apart. Subsequently, he devoted himself to earnest training, occasionally completing tasks to level up, and before he realized it, another year had slipped by. Here is the second update. I kindly ask for your subscription. Automatic subscriptions are also appreciated. I believe you all understand by now. 62. The small time machine developed by Dr. Brief. It had been over a year since Ye Qiu last encountered Beerus. During this past year, as previously mentioned, the initial months were spent with Bulma and Chi-Chi, while the latter part was dedicated to rigorous training. Currently, Ye Qiu's level had plateaued at 67, still 3 levels shy of the transformative threshold at level 70. However, as the saying goes, with gains come losses, that he had spent an entire year within the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flowed at a rate 20 times faster, resulting in a significant surge in his battle power. From his previous figure of 4 trillion, it soared to an astounding 20 trillion. One might wonder how he became so powerful in merely a year, but the truth lay in his training within the time chamber. Thus, while a year had passed in reality, nearly 20 years had elapsed for him inside. With a 20-year span to enhance his battle power by 16 trillion, Ye Qiu found it quite reasonable. 1 trillion equals 1,000 billion, and 1,000 billion equals a quadrillion. According to the official figures from the Dragon Ball canon, Beerus's battle power is stated to be 10, leading Ye Qiu to ponder whether his own battle power now approached 10 quadrillion. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he calculated that his current battle power stood at 20 trillion, placing him not too far from the quintessence of the next tier. After a moment's reflection, Ye Qiu shook his head, deciding not to dwell further on it, that he understood that such musings were futile. His battle power had reached a bottleneck, necessitating tasks or combat to accumulate experience points for further growth. He looked forward with anticipation to the third transformative phase and wondered how much stronger he would become. Ye Qiu's face lit up with a smile of anticipation. Whether it was the first or second transformation, both had exponentially elevated his combat prowess beyond measure. According to the system, each successive enhancement was more formidable than the last. Thus, he was convinced that the third iteration would undoubtedly be even more powerful. Exiting the training chamber, Ye Qiu settled in the living room of his home, exchanged some points in the system's marketplace for a snack, and then stepped outside. Bulma and Chi-Chi were preoccupied with their own affairs, and he was now preparing to venture to Kame House to seek out Sun Wukong and the others. However, just as he was about to teleport to Kame House, his communicator began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was his father-in-law, Dr. Brief. Ye Qiu, hurry over, I've got great news, Dr. Brief exclaimed with palpable excitement. Great news? At first, Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback by Dr. Brief's exuberance, but after a few seconds, realization dawned upon him. Having entrusted the time machine to Dr. Brief for research, the implication of good news suggested a successful breakthrough. With this thought, Ye Qiu's eyes sparkled, and he quickly teleported to Dr. Brief's residence. Inside Dr. Brief's laboratory, he was greeted with enthusiasm. Dad, how's the research on the time machine coming along? As soon as they met, Dr. Brief eagerly led Ye Qiu to the time machine. Ye Qiu cast a curious glance at it and inquired, "What is the difference between this time machine and the one I gave you?" Dr. Brief chuckled heartily for several seconds before he replied, "Ye Qiu, I've been working on the time machine for over a year now, and I'm close to developing a compact version." A compact time machine? Ye Qiu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the concept. What exactly does that entail? Take a good look at this time machine. Can you spot the differences compared to the one you provided me? Dr. Brief pointed at the device before them. Ye Qiu scrutinized the machine more closely and noted that it was indeed smaller than the one he had previously handed to Dr. Brief. "Oh, this isn't the one I gave you. Are you saying you've constructed a compact version using materials you could source?" "Precisely," Dr. Brief declared with pride. "Impressive," Ye Qiu exclaimed, genuinely amazed, as he stepped on a compact time machine. He silently queried the system. Is this compact time machine of any use? It was evident that Dr. Brief had not tested the functionality of this compact time machine, so Ye Qiu could only rely on the system for analysis. Beep, beep, beep. the system began to scan the compact time machine, and, after a brief moment, it ceased scanning and reported, "Host, this is a defective time machine. Utilizing it for time travel may cause temporal turbulence, leading to unpredictable time periods. Does this compact time machine hold any value?" Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. The previous time machine was valued at 50,000 exchange points. If this defective version could fetch half that amount, it would still be a worthwhile endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, the system responded, "The value is 5,000 exchange points. 5,000 exchange points? That's a drastic reduction." Ye Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he acknowledged that he would still profit at 5,000 points, he was reluctant to sell it to the system at such a low price. Thus, he resolved to obtain a fully functioning time machine instead. "Dad, your time machine seems fine. I'll take it back for testing and report back to you later. But you must not halt your research on the time machine," Ye Qiu declared firmly as he leaped off the compact time machine. I understand, Dr. Brief nodded seriously. Then, looking at Ye Qiu, he rubbed his hands together and scratched his head awkwardly. "That good son-in-law, the cigarettes and alcohol you gave me last time are all gone." Perhaps, with a raised eyebrow and an unmistakable hint, he trailed off. "Haha, Dad, if you want something, just say it. There's no need for such formality between us. Ye Qiu, interpreting the implication correctly, waved his hand, and a plethora of various brands of cigarettes and alcohol appeared on the laboratory floor. This time, he generously redeemed nearly 10,000 exchange points worth of provisions. With all this, it would suffice for not just a year, but even 2. Dr. Brief gulped as he surveyed the bounty, eagerly sorting and packing the items into capsules. "Dad, I'm off. If there are any developments, remember to get in touch." Ye Qiu refrained from further interrupting Dr. Brief and exited the laboratory. Leaving Dr. Brief's home, Ye Qiu headed straight for Kame House, having sensed a powerful aura emanating from that direction. Albeit fleeting, he felt it was unfamiliar and intended to inquire whether anyone at Kame House had noticed any unusual occurrences nearby. In no time, utilizing his teleportation abilities, Ye Qiu arrived above Kame House in the blink of an eye. As he prepared to descend, the unfamiliar aura returned once more, causing him to furrow his brow. What a sinister presence it was, accompanied by several familiar scents that momentarily surfaced. A flicker of realization crossed Ye Qiu's mind, and he suddenly wondered, could this be Cell? With this thought in mind, Ye Qiu set off towards the direction from which he sensed the aura earlier. Before long, he arrived at a small island, and upon landing, he began to explore its terrain. Meanwhile, within a cave on this very island, a plump green-skinned creature gasped for breath. Such overwhelming power! What was that formidable energy just now? Terror washed over the creature's face as it cowered in a corner of the cave, trembling in fear. An update has been provided. Subscriptions are appreciated. Thank you all. 3 years had passed, and the system issued a new task. Was it merely an illusion? After wandering around the island, Ye Qiu found that the aura had vanished entirely. Prompting him to shake his head at that moment, his communicator beeped again. "Wukong, what is the matter?" Ye Qiu glanced at the display, noting that it was a call from Sun Wukong. "Big brother Ye Qiu. Today is little Gohan's birthday. We are all at Kame House. Would you like to join Bulma and Chi for some fun?" Sun Wukong's cheerful voice resonated through the device. Little Gohan is already 2 years old. How swiftly time passes. Ye Qiu smiled, recalling that the last time he heard about Gohan's birth, the child was merely a few months old. Thus, with a year and a half having elapsed, it was evident that the little one had indeed reached the age of 2. Indeed, time flies astonishingly fast. Sun Wukong echoed the sentiment that "I'll be there shortly." After saying this, Ye Qiu ended the communication and slowly ascended into the air. He cast a final glance at the small island below, hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand to unleash an energy sphere. It was akin to a lottery. If Cell truly resided on this island, enduring this strike would undoubtedly require considerable time for him to develop further. By then, when Sun Wukong and the others gradually grew stronger, they would surely not fear the premature emergence of Cell. With a resounding boom, the entire island was obliterated beneath the waves. Ye Qiu cast a dispassionate glance over the destruction, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, and promptly teleported to Kame House. Approximately an hour after Ye Qiu's departure, a grotesque green mass shot forth from the depths of the sea, that I shall forever remember that aura. Do not let me grow stronger, or I shall surely devour him. This small, repulsive green entity was none other than the undeveloped cell, who had been struck down by Ye Qiu's energy sphere. However, being a creature comprised of cells, he had not been entirely annihilated. At this moment, his heart simmered with resentment. Anyone who suffered an unprovoked calamity would naturally harbor feelings of bitterness and anger. Ye Qiu, oblivious to the fact that despite his caution, he had inadvertently spared a being with immense potential for growth, was now enjoying a feast at Kame House with son Wukong and the others. Engaging in light-hearted games of rock, paper, scissors, big brother Ye Qiu, could you share your journey of growth with us? Son Wukong inquired after several rounds of drinks. The journey of growth? Ye Qiu chuckled upon hearing the question. Very well, I shall regale you with my tale. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. He then organized his thoughts and began to speak. Naturally, he would not divulge the existence of the system. Instead, he would recount it as a series of fortunate encounters that led to his gradual ascent. Drawing from the countless novels he had read in his past life and interweaving them with his own experiences, he vividly portrayed the initial stages of his development. Thus, a small gathering came to a close around 5 in the morning. Despite having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Ye Qiu's mind remained alert. Around 10 minutes past 5, he returned home. Bulma and Chi-Chi were sound asleep, and Ye Qiu, unwilling to disturb their slumber and spurred by the exhilaration of alcohol, swiftly entered his training room, activating the time chamber with a 20-fold time dilation for his cultivation. As time gradually passed, unbeknownst to him, another 3 years slipped by in reality. During these 3 years, Ye Qiu's level progression remained exceedingly slow, primarily due to the lack of tasks. And secondly, he had grown disinterested in leveling up through intentional acts of violence. Thus, while he had reached level 67 3 years ago, he had only attained level 69 by now, still falling short of the 70 required for a third transformation by over 30,000 experience points. Estimating the situation, Ye Qiu reasoned that with just 2 or 3 tasks, he could easily reach level 70. Ding. 1 year later, the storyline of the androids officially commenced. Ding, a mission has been issued. Within the span of 1 year, cultivate Son Wukong and Son Gohan to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyans. Mission rewards: 30,000 experience points and 100,000 exchange points. Ye Qiu pondered this. A series of notification sounds suddenly resonated in his mind. The Android Saga will commence in a year. Ye Qiu's eyes gleamed with excitement, particularly upon hearing the rewards for this task. It could be said that upon completion of this mission, he would ascend to level 70. Paving the way for a third metamorphosis, he speculated that with his current battle power of 60 trillion, following the third transformation, it might surge 4 to 5 times, potentially reaching 2 to 300 trillion in battle power. 2 to 300 trillion in battle power. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ye Qiu's mouth. All of this progress had been remarkably smooth. Before long, even if his battle power could not approach Beerus indefinitely, he should still possess the strength to contend with him, even in his unrestrained state. Exiting the training room, Ye Qiu spent some tender moments at home with Bulma and Chi-Chi, who were taking a break. Promising to take them on a trip when the time allowed. 3 days later, Ye Qiu arrived at the Baozi Mountain, bringing the father-son duo of Son Wukong and Son Gohan into the cosmos to commence their training. For the first month, Ye Qiu refrained from placing them within the hyperbolic time chamber. Instead, he engaged them in life-and-death combat training. Under duress, the potential within both Son Wukong and Son Gohan was ignited. Thus, 6 months swiftly passed, and Ye Qiu brought the two to Namek, where he struck a deal with the Grand Elder to help awaken further potential in both Son Wukong and Son Gohan. In the subsequent 6 months, Ye Qiu naturally led them into the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flowed at 20 times the normal rate. On this day, the mission deadline loomed just 15 hours away. Meanwhile, on a small island on Earth, an eruption of power ensued. Ye Qiu observed as Son Wukong and Son Gohan unleashed their might in the open space, while he simultaneously commanded them with fervor. Remember, anger is one of the keys to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Consider this. If you lack the absolute power to protect your loved ones and friends, how regretful would you feel if they were to perish due to your weakness? Therefore, become stronger, Wukong, Gohan, transform into Super Saiyans, and let your power grow ever mightier. A cascade of words flowed into the ears of Son Wukong and Son Gohan, and images inexplicably surfaced in their minds. They envisioned their friends and family being slain by formidable foes. With a roar, the father and son simultaneously unleashed a surge of rage, causing their aura to instantaneously shift to a brilliant gold. In that moment, their dark eyes transformed to a vibrant green. Golden hair, emblematic of defiance, be it from Ye Qiu's previous life on Earth or this Dragon Ball world, signified their transformation. Yet Ye Qiu understood that this was the hallmark of a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong and Son Gohan had successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, with Son Wukong boasting a battle power of 1 billion and Son Gohan at 500 million. Ye Qiu could ascertain their powers without the need for the system's notification. Unlike the original story, where transformations occurred at a baseline of 3 million, Son Wukong had achieved this transformation from a standard battle power of 20 million, especially considering that Krillin had not met a tragic end at the hands of Frieza in this incarnation. 1 billion in battle power seemed insufficient against the likes of Android 17 and 18 from this world, but Ye Qiu blinked, rubbing his chin in contemplation. Here comes the 4th update. Please subscribe. 4 updates totaling 10,000 words, equivalent to 5 regular updates, and I shall continue writing diligently. 64. Commence the 3rd metamorphosis. This is the true transformation. The androids in this realm, specifically Android 17 and 18, are significantly more powerful than their counterparts from the future. Android 17 hold a battle power of 5.5 billion, while Android 18 possesses 3.5 billion, not to mention the existence of Android 16, who boasts a staggering battle power of 10 billion. However, overall, the androids in this world are not purely malevolent. Thus, Earth shall not face a catastrophic fate. Brother Ye Qiu, I have finally succeeded in my transformation, exclaimed Son Wukong. Without you, I surely would not have achieved this transformation into a Super Saiyan so effortlessly. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Ye Qiu, expressed Son Gohan. As Ye Qiu contemplated, Son Wukong and Son Gohan flew over, bowing deeply before him, their faces radiating gratitude. In response, Ye Qiu merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. All right, take some time to reflect on how you achieved this transformation. Remember, rigorous training is essential. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to transform again next time. After delivering this admonition, Ye Qiu prepared to embark on his own 3rd metamorphosis. Indeed, his level had reached 70, and, according to the system, he was now eligible for the 3rd transformation. Host, do you wish to proceed with the 3rd metamorphosis on site? The system's voice resonated in Ye Qiu's mind. Ye Qiu glanced around, then at Son Wukong and Son Gohan, contemplating for a couple of seconds before nodding. Let us proceed on site. He can hardly contain his excitement as he anticipates the astonishing extent to which he will evolve after his 3rd transformation. Wukong, Gohan, please step aside. Ye Qiu declared it is prudent to maintain a safe distance, as the implications of the 3rd transformation remain uncertain. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Son Wukong and his son nodded in agreement, gradually ascending to the heights of the sky. Father, is Uncle Ye Qiu also about to undergo a new transformation? Son Gohan inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity as he observed Ye Qiu shifting from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 below them. It would seem so. Let us observe in silence, Son Wukong replied, though uncertainty lingered in his expression as he watched intently. The state of Super Saiyan 2 stirred a sense of envy within him. Having experienced the terrifying increase in combat power that followed his transformation into Super Saiyan 1, he wondered just how formidable he would become upon reaching Super Saiyan 2. The anticipation was palpable. System, I have transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as instructed. What should I do next? On the small island, Ye Qiu followed the system's directives and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but before he could utter more than a few words, his expression suddenly shifted. He felt every cell and drop of blood within him begin to boil with intensity. What is happening? As seconds ticked by, a wave of agony surged through him eliciting a pained cry. "Father, what is happening to Uncle Ye Qiu?" Son Gohan exclaimed, his face reflecting concern as he heard Ye Qiu's anguished scream. "Oh, not panic. The realm Ye Qiu is experiencing is beyond our comprehension. We must remain calm and watch," Son Wukong advised, though his own worry was evident as he gritted his teeth. "Da-da!" The cries of torment echoed from the island, causing Son Wukong and Son Gohan's expressions to shift in response to the unbearable pain. It was excruciating. At that moment, Ye Qiu's heart screamed in agony. Although he had endured the pain of his first transformation, he felt that this third transformation's torment was on an entirely different level, incomparable in its severity. Host, perseverance is the key to victory. This transformation is unlike the previous two. It will be a profound elevation. The system, understanding the depth of Ye Qiu's suffering, gently reassured him that "I understand. That is precisely why I am gritting my teeth and enduring." Ye Qiu was acutely aware that the greater the pain, the more profound the growth that would follow. Time swiftly passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, until an entire hour elapsed. Ye Qiu's pain intensified with each passing second, leading to an hour of relentless torment, amounting to a staggering 3,600 seconds of suffering. Finally, he had endured it. Gasping for breath, Ye Qiu was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The ground around him formed a small puddle from his perspiration, a testament to the incredible pain he had borne. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully endured the agony of the third transformation," the system announced. "Tell me, what is my combat power at this moment?" Ye Qiu asked solemnly, eager to ascertain whether his suffering had been worthwhile. "Ding! If you remain in the form of Super Saiyan 2, your combat power will reach 80 trillion points." The system responded. 80 trillion points of combat power? Ye Qiu was taken aback, his expression darkening in displeasure. "This is rather underwhelming. Do not be hasty in your judgment. Take a moment to assess the true changes within yourself," the system advised with a smile. Taking heed, Ye Qiu focused inward, probing the alterations within his body. What is this? Divine power? After a few moments of examination, he discovered something extraordinary. An abundance of divine power had manifested within him. In comparison to his previous transformation, he now possessed at least tenfold more divine power. "Host, you're now able to initiate the third stage of transformation," the system announced. "The third stage of transformation? What does that entail?" "Super Saiyan 3. Ye Qiu exclaimed in surprise. "No. This transformation is uniquely yours. Bypassing Super Saiyan 3, it is the transformation into Super Saiyan God 1. The system articulated this revelation with deliberate clarity, the powerful transformation of Super Saiyan God 1. Upon hearing the system's words, Ye Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Super Saiyan God is indeed the abbreviation for Super Saiyan God, is it not? Thus, could it be that he is the true Super Saiyan God, perhaps in the depths of his slumber? Beerus is unknowingly referring to him as the genuine Super Saiyan God. As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Qiu instinctively gasped in astonishment. To be fair, such an idea is undeniably awe-inspiring. The transformation in a Super Saiyan God is not merely a transformation in a Super Saiyan. Setting aside the difference in nomenclature, the significance is altogether distinct. One embodies divinity, while the other represents humanity. How many times does the transformation into Super Saiyan God 1 amplify one's battle power? Ye Qiu steadied his emotions and inquired. This realm no longer refers to a mere multiplication of battle power. Rather, it signifies the ultimate battle power you can unleash. The system paused for a few seconds before articulating this statement. Is that so? Ye Qiu felt intrigued, yet the lack of precision regarding the amplification of battle power left him slightly perplexed. The current growth you are experiencing is simply the index of your ultimate battle power. There is no need to calculate the 50 or 60 times amplification post-transformation into Super Saiyan 1. This, indeed, maximizes the convenience afforded to you, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu pondered briefly and realized the truth of the matter. Breaking into a grin, "Then, what is my current battle power? Also, you previously mentioned that my battle power in Super Saiyan 2 form is 80 trillion. This need not concern you. just know that in the state of Super Saiyan God 1, your battle power will maximally reach an astounding 600 trillion. Moreover, as your foundational battle power increases, your maximum battle power post-transformation into Super Saiyan God 1 will also escalate. The system's explanation was exceedingly clear. And even Ye Qiu, despite his lack of intellect, fully comprehended it. In essence, he merely needed to remember one thing. His battle power could reach a maximum of 600 trillion. Most importantly, as his base battle power grew stronger, so too would his battle power as Super Saiyan God 1. That this transformation is rather monstrous. Wait, how long can it be sustained? Ye Qiu wondered. Given the extraordinary nature of this transformation, he speculated that there must be limitations. Otherwise, at this rate of progression, within just 2 or 3 years, he could easily dominate the entire 7th universe. You are indeed astute, the system replied with a smile. That I in the state of Super Saiyan God 1. You may only utilize the transformation once a day, with each transformation lasting 1 hour. Furthermore, until you achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, your maximum battle power in Super Saiyan God 1 will only be equivalent to that of a destroyer-level being. I understand, Ye Qiu remarked, slightly pouting. This limitation is fairly moderate and not overly restrictive. Once he attains the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, this limitation will naturally cease to apply to him. However, it seems that the transformation into Super Saiyan may second prove to be even more challenging. Ye Qiu speculated out. Why Ye Qiu, big brother? Ye Qiu, uncle, are you all right? At that moment, Son Goku and Son Gohan descended from the sky, their expressions filled with concern as they gazed at Ye Qiu's serious demeanor. I'm fine, Ye Qiu snapped back to reality, shaking his head with a smile. Dodo, why does it seem that your transformation is somewhat different? Son Goku suddenly noticed that Ye Qiu, in his current Super Saiyan God 1 state, appeared much younger and had lost considerable weight. In terms of demeanor, he exuded a far more restrained aura than before. Were it not for their face-to-face encounter, Son Goku would not have recognized the person standing before him. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Ye Qiu too felt curious about what distinguished his Super Saiyan God 1 transformation. Prompting him to summon his character attribute panel for a glance, he did not focus on the attributes, but rather observed his current humanoid form displayed on the panel. His pitch-black hair resembled his usual self. However, he appeared remarkably youthful, akin to his 16 or 17-year-old self. Surrounding him was not golden fire, but rather silver flames, complemented by his faint golden eyes, which imbued him with an aura of divine sanctity. This transformation is indeed quite striking. Ye Qiu silently marveled. Previously, when he watched Dragon Ball Super, he found Goku in the Ultra Instinct state to be incredibly impressive. Now, in comparison, there is indeed a certain similarity. Could it be that this transformation inherently includes Ultra Instinct? Ye Qiu was taken aback and inquired aloud that if it were as he suspected, this Super Saiyan God 1 transformation would be utterly phenomenal. At this current stage, this transformation does not encompass Ultra Instinct, the system replied. Upon hearing this response, Ye Qiu coughed lightly, realizing that he might have been overly greedy. Big brother Ye Qiu, what is the name of this new transformation? Son Goku's voice continued, pulling Ye Qiu from his musings. That he smiled and replied, this is the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? The first sentence was uttered by Son Goku, but before he could finish, he was struck with astonishment, and it was Son Gohan who continued the conversation. Are you saying that Super Saiyan God has appeared? Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, Beerus had just devoured a large plate of spicy chicken feet and was about to freshen up for bed when he suddenly heard Whis say something that made him lose all desire for sleep. Where is he? Didn't we previously think that this Super Saiyan God was that fellow Ye Qiu? Dressed in his pajamas and wearing a sleep cap, Beerus jumped up and approached the smiling Whis, frowning as he inquired. Super Saiyan God is Ye Qiu, Whis replied with a mysterious smile, as the God Stone originally belonged to him. He had given it to Beerus, who then passed it on to Ye Qiu. After Ye Qiu obtained the God Stone, he chose not to sell it to the system at that time, which led him to forget about the matter. Although this object resided within the system, it still counted as being with Ye Qiu, and, at a certain moment just now, it allowed Whis to sense Ye Qiu's transformation on Earth. Thus, the dialogue between Beerus and Whis in the realm of destruction unfolded. I had speculated that he would become Super Saiyan God, but that would only be the case once he had fully matured. T present. He is still too weak. Beerus yawned dismissively and waved his hand. No, he is undoubtedly much stronger than he was over a year ago. Whis smiled. At the very least, he can now engage you in a fierce exchange at 60% of your power. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent Beerus displayed a look of astonishment. You can't be serious. It was impossible for Beerus to dismiss Whis' statement as a jest, for who would believe such a thing? Over a year ago, Ye Qiu could not even match 1% of his power, let alone 60. Yet now, Whis claimed that Ye Qiu had reached a level where he could rival 60% of Beerus' strength. Such a fantastical notion was difficult to fathom. Here comes the 6th update that I shall refrain from reporting my progress, as I'm currently feeling rather down. I am typing away. There will still be a 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th update that I promise to fulfill my commitments to everyone. 66. Ye Qiu vs. Beerus, 710. Please subscribe automatically. I am not jesting. Whis smiled gently. Although he sensed Ye Qiu's strength only for that fleeting moment, he was certain that he could not have been mistaken. Thus, Ye Qiu's power had indeed reached the level of 60% of Beerus' strength. Let us go visit Planet Vegeta. Beerus remained skeptical and decided to test Ye Qiu's strength himself, that he is on Earth. Whis remarked, Earth it is. Let us proceed. Beerus suddenly lost all inclination for sleep, for in the entirety of the 7th universe, no one had ever matched 60% of his power. Now that was claimed, Ye Qiu's strength had significantly increased. It filled him with both doubt and excitement. If Ye Qiu truly possessed 60% of his strength, then Beerus would indeed relish the opportunity for a fierce battle. Without further ado, Beerus eagerly changed out of his pajamas and, alongside Whis, set off for Earth. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived on the planet. Whis, can you locate them? Beerus asked, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone casual. No problem at all, Whis replied with a slight smile. Then closed his eyes to sense their presence. Soon, above a vast ocean, a massive cruise ship was slowly gliding along. Found them, Whis exclaimed cheerfully, gently tapping the air with his staff, causing a burst of light to erupt. And in an instant the two vanished. Meanwhile, on a grand cruise ship in the ocean, kiss him, kiss him. Today marks the wedding anniversary of brother Ye Qiu, Bulma, and Chi-Chi. Surely they ought to kiss in public. Haha, children are not allowed to watch. Laughter echoed atop the cruise ship, predominantly instigated by the mischievous antics of Oolong and Yamcha. Although Ye Qiu had not interacted extensively with them, their relationship remained amiable. Amidst the revelry, a brilliant light manifested above the vessel, heralding the arrival of Beerus and Whis. Ye Qiu was caught in a tender kiss with Bulma. Beerus, feeling somewhat bashful, cleared his throat twice, aware of the sound and sensing the presence of Beerus and Whis. Ye Qiu chose not to alter his actions. After sharing a kiss with Bulma and then with Chi-Chi, he finally raised his gaze to the sky. Beerus and Whis hovered above, the former observing them with an expression of indifference, while the latter wore a cheerful smile. Inexplicably, as Ye Qiu beheld Beerus and Whis, a phrase unexpectedly sprang to his mind. Here we go, brother. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he mused to himself that the phrase was indeed quite magical. However, addressing Beerus with such words might potentially stir discord, so Ye Qiu solemnly waved at the sky and remarked, Long time no see. With a swift movement, Beerus and Whis descended onto the cruise ship. Long time no see, Ye Qiu, Beerus said, his hands clasped behind him as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately fixating on a particular spot before abruptly halting. What is that? Beerus inquired, pointing a location with surprise. Following his finger, Ye Qiu noted the dining area. With a delicacy he indicated was a whole roasted lamb. That is a whole roasted lamb, Ye Qiu replied with a smile that I cannot provide a detailed introduction. Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis will know once they taste it. The previous ceremony had concluded, and it was indeed time to eat. You seem busy. Perhaps you should attend to your matters first. And no worries, we can wait. Beerus swallowed hard, his eyes fixated hungrily on the roasted lamb, utterly captivated and seemingly oblivious to the true purpose of his visit to Earth to seek out Ye Qiu. No need to wait. Our activities have concluded, and it is indeed time for a grand feast. Before Ye Qiu could respond, Sun Wukong bounded over, laughing heartily as he placed a hand on Beerus' shoulder, grinning broadly. At the moment Sun Wukong's hand rested on Beerus' shoulder, the atmosphere became tense, with Ye Qiu, Whis, and Beerus all furrowing their brows. You must be a friend of Ye Qiu, right? Come on, let me show you the best dishes, oblivious to the sudden shift in mood. The carefree Sun Wukong dragged Vegeta to the dining area, enthusiastically introducing each dish as they went along. Observing this scene, Ye Qiu and Whis exchanged glances and subsequently shook their heads with amused smiles. If there were anything that could placate Beerus and foster a closer relationship with him, it was undoubtedly food. With the allure of cuisine, Beerus soon forgot the purpose of his visit. For the next 2 hours, he indulged in an unrelenting feast, and Whis joined him in this culinary delight. An hour later, Beerus and Whis finally ceased their eating, noticing the astonished expressions on Sun Wukong and the others as they stared at them. With calm demeanor, they wiped their lips clean and approached Ye Qiu. Your strength has undergone a remarkable enhancement, Beerus asked with a hint of anticipation. Taken aback by his inquiry, Ye Qiu paused briefly before smiling and nodding. Indeed. Allow me to witness your strength, Beerus replied with a grin. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qiu nodded once more. Currently without a worthy opponent, he too was curious to ascertain just how formidable his strongest combat abilities had become. Beerus' offer to serve as a free sparring partner was one Ye Qiu could not refuse. Agreeing to the challenge, Ye Qiu sensed Beerus' growing excitement as he ascended into the sky. With a swift motion, Ye Qiu teleported above, facing Beerus directly. Make your move. Let me see your strength, Beerus stated calmly. Here I go, Ye Qiu shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Wait. Seeing Ye Qiu merely transform into Super Saiyan 2, Beerus called out, waving his hand, that transformation is far from sufficient to spar with me. You should directly shift into your most powerful form. There's no need to rush. Allow me to warm up. Ye Qiu disregarded Beerus' suggestion and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! 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 In response to Ye Qiu's fierce assault, Beerus remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking the attacks with a single finger. Who exactly is this Beerus? Upon the cruise ship, the expressions on the faces of Sun Wukong and his companions were filled with astonishment. They were well aware of Ye Qiu's formidable strength. Now, however, this individual named Beerus could contend with Ye Qiu using merely a single finger. A fact that was almost beyond comprehension, that he was a deity. At that moment, a perspiring Piccolo approached, trembling as he spoke that a deity. Is he akin to a celestial god? Sun Wukong inquired. Perplexed, no, he is a god of even higher nobility than a celestial god. And his power. Piccolo shook his head, unable to articulate the extent of Beerus' might. Consequently, his inability to describe Beerus' strength left the entire assembly in a hushed silence, gazing skyward, where they found it impossible to capture the clash between Ye Qiu and Beerus. This realization rendered Sun Wukong and the others despondent. It was indeed a battle of epic proportions, yet they were unable to witness such an event, which was profoundly disheartening. The 7th update is here. Typing away. Eating something and continuing to type. Keep it up. I humbly request automatic subscriptions. Can we reach 3? 6.7.8 in Epical Battle. 810 requests for automatic subscriptions upon hearing the lamentations of Sun Wukong and his companions. Whis' gaze flickered, and with a smile, he lightly tapped his staff against the deck of the cruise ship. With a flash, a mirror of light materialized, hovering in mid-air, and, as the crowd gathered to observe, gasps of astonishment erupted. My heavens, we can see it. Brother Ye Qiu's strength is terrifying. The power of Lord Beerus is even greater. With a mere finger, he suppresses Ye Qiu in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Whis chuckled softly and shook his head. While Super Saiyan 2 was indeed a formidable transformation compared to an ordinary individual, Beerus was a god, specifically the most powerful god of destruction. Furthermore, Beerus was the mightiest among all gods of destruction. Thus, to contend with Ye Qiu in his Super Saiyan 2 form using just one finger was merely a trifling matter. as the exclamations and discussions of Sun Wukong and the others echoed aboard the cruise ship. In the skies above, Ye Qiu unleashed the full might of his Super Saiyan 2 form against Beerus. Beerus remained unchanged, and without transforming into Super Saiyan God 1, he likely wouldn't be able to draw forth even a fraction of Beerus's power. After a brief exchange, Ye Qiu retreated. "Why, Ye Qiu, unleash your true strength," Beerus urged impatiently, waving his hand. "As you wish," Ye Qiu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spread his limbs and let out a roar. In that instant, a pale, silver flame engulfed his being. Simultaneously, his golden hair and green eyes transformed into black hair and light golden irises. His aura surged with unprecedented strength. Observing this transformation, Beerus's eyes sparkled. On the cruise ship, Whis' eyes also lit up at the sight of Ye Qiu's transformation. In his view, this transformation had entered the preliminary realm of divinity. In fact, it could be said that Ye Qiu had officially become a Super Saiyan God. It is worth noting that among all beings in the 7th universe, the only one known to possess strength approaching 60% of Beerus's was Ye Qiu. Indeed, the overall strength of beings and gods in the 7th universe was exceedingly weak. Compared to other universes, only Beerus's power stood as the most formidable. Now, with Ye Qiu's emergence, was felt a surge of joy. "Mr. Beerus, this is my Super Saiyan God transformation. You may understand it as the Super Saiyan God." High above, Ye Qiu spoke with a confident smile. "Finally, this is getting interesting," Beerus chuckled, his expression shifting from casual to serious as a black-purple flame began to emanate from him. This was Beerus's destructive aura, corresponding to his lethal technique of destruction. However, in a normal spar, Beerus would not resort to utilizing such power. Otherwise, even if Ye Qiu could transform into Super Saiyan 2, far surpassing Beerus's strength, Beerus possessed the ability to obliterate Ye Qiu by wielding this power. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction appointed by the Omni-King. In a certain sense, Beerus's destruction was akin to the cosmic laws controlled by the Omni-King. As long as one remained within the Dragon Ball universe, they would inevitably be bound by the constraints of the laws governing that universe. Ye Qiu understood this concept thoroughly. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would never find himself in such a wretched predicament. He firmly believed that one day he would no longer be constrained by the cosmic laws, but would be able to genuinely alter and master those laws. If that were the case, would he not become the Omni-King? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Ye Qiu shook his head and chuckled lightly. It was evident that the king could never assume such a role. For at his core, he was an exceedingly lazy individual. One need only observe his desire for offspring, which was merely to have a successor to nurture and eventually inherit the throne of the Saiyan lineage. Cast aside such musings, as Ye Qiu sensed the ever-increasing aura of Beerus, his expression grew serious. Whoosh! The two exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering with a shared brilliance. In unison, they roared and clashed their fists together. Boom! The sound of an explosive impact reverberated through the air as their fists met. Such overwhelming power! I could feel the very fabric of space quaking at this moment. Sun Wukong, aboard the cruise ship, was utterly astounded, his face reflecting a yearning for such strength. He too wished to possess it. Moreover, he hoped to engage in a full-fledged duel with Ye Qiu or even Beerus, masters of such caliber. Striving diligently, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, rallying himself with fervent determination. Thunderous roars, another explosion echoed through the skies. Crackle. Following that, the sounds of various objects shattering filled the air. The space had indeed been disrupted. On the cruise ship, Whis furrowed his brow and glanced skyward, saying, "Lord Beerus, Ye Qiu, it would be wise for you to battle in the depths of the universe or beyond the stratosphere of Earth. Your might is too formidable. This planet cannot withstand your devastation." Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu hastily withdrew, and Beerus followed suit. They exchanged a knowing look and soared higher into the atmosphere. In no time, they had ascended to the stratosphere beyond Earth. Presently, Ye Qiu was capable of surviving in the cosmos, thus he could indeed engage in combat within it. Nonetheless, fighting in the stratosphere beyond Earth posed little concern. After all, In the original Dragon Ball Super, the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Beerus had taken place in this very stratospheric region. Upon reaching the stratosphere, the battle resumed swiftly. Ye Qiu unleashed every technique at his disposal. While Beerus' moves were, by contrast, somewhat simpler, primarily involving the flick of a finger to launch black-purple energy spheres. Indeed, Beerus' techniques were uncomplicated, yet the destructive force they wielded was nothing short of terrifying. Ye Qiu's combat power was approximately 60% of Beerus's, thereby allowing Beerus to exert his strength at a similar level. As such, the battle between the two became rather evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Moreover, both exhibited remarkable patience. Each had initially planned to wear the other down in search of an opening, but soon abandoned this notion. I can't hold back much longer. I fear I might be compelled to unleash 70% of my strength. After a brief separation, Beerus narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly impatient. This stalemate was swiftly diminishing the excitement he had previously felt. Kamehameha! Just then, Ye Qiu suddenly formed his hands in a flower blossom shape, conjuring a blue energy sphere that steadily expanded. With a final, thunderous shout, he unleashed a terrifying beam of light that surged toward Beerus with incredible speed. This was the Kamehameha, which also served as Ye Qiu's trump card. Note, this was not the original Kamehameha taught by Master Roshi. Rather, it was a version refined and elevated by the system, boasting a power far surpassing that of the original. The most powerful strike from Beerus at 70% strength. What an immense energy! As Ye Qiu unleashed his Kamehameha, Beerus' gaze sharpened, and he quickly extended his hand to release a black-purple energy sphere, initiating a clash of forces. Ha! Their shouts echoed simultaneously. On Earth, Sun Wukong and the others beheld the blue beam overpowering the black-purple sphere, indicating that Ye Qiu held the upper hand. Brother Ye Qiu's strength is astounding. Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe. Whis, observing from the sidelines, nodded appreciatively. In terms of equal strength, Ye Qiu was indeed besting Beerus. Just then, as Beerus summoned more power, the black-purple sphere retaliated, pushing back against Ye Qiu's attack. This guy, Lord Beerus, chuckled, fully aware that Beerus was now utilizing 70% of his strength at this point. The outcome was all but determined. The god of destruction, Beerus, was on the verge of defeat. In the stratospheric realm beyond Earth, Ye Qiu suddenly felt a wave of pressure wash over him. He surmised that Beerus must have unleashed over 60% of his power, which was the reason he could suddenly counteract him. Despite cursing under his breath, Ye Qiu stood ready, utilizing his most formidable defensive capabilities to brace for the impending bombardment. The air was filled with a thunderous roar. In his current state, Ye Qiu's combat prowess was no match for Beerus's 70% strength. And soon enough, his Kamehameha wave was swiftly depleted, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught of the dark purple energy sphere unleashed by Beerus. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant light flashed, followed by a series of explosive sounds erupting one after another. This is dire. After enhancing his power, Beerus, slowly regaining his senses, noticed a change in his expression. He was acutely aware of the terrifying magnitude of his 70% strength. At this moment, it seemed that Ye Qiu was in grave danger. The explosions persisted for several seconds, and as the smoke gradually dissipated, Beerus, with his brow furrowed in concern, advanced a few steps. Just as he flew a short distance, a figure emerged from the haze. It was none other than Ye Qiu himself. "Are you unscathed?" Beerus inquired, utterly astonished. How could a being of mere 60% strength withstand his most potent strike? Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing for Beerus. "Well, I managed to hold on." "Barely," Ye Qiu replied with a grin, knowing full well that, aside from the protection provided by the system, his inherent strength meant that Beerus's most powerful attack could not inflict any substantial harm upon him. However, this did not imply that Ye Qiu possessed the capability to contend with Beerus's 70% strength. Rather, it indicated that he could endure a single blow without succumbing to pressure. The subsequent attacks, the third and fourth, would be another matter entirely. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that Beerus would unleash his strongest techniques with each strike. With this in mind, it appeared that Ye Qiu might indeed possess some fighting spirit against Beerus's 70% strength. With newfound determination, Ye Qiu prepared to challenge Beerus once more. However, before he could utter a word, Beerus spoke first. Your expression suggests you wish to continue. Very well, I have gauged your strength, and it is indeed formidable. Yet, you are still not my equal at this moment. I am fatigued and must return to rest. The next time I awaken, I hope you can compel me to unleash 80 or 90% of my power. Or perhaps engage me in a full-scale battle. Beerus held a deep admiration for Ye Qiu, for he ranked as the third strongest being in the seventh universe, aside from himself and Whis. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Ye Qiu felt somewhat speechless. His fighting spirit had surged, yet this individual declared no further combat, which was rather vexing. Nonetheless, if a battle was not forthcoming, so be it for the next encounter. A subtle smile graced Ye Qiu's lips. Beerus's return to slumber might very well coincide with the onset of the true Dragon Ball Super storyline. That'd be why the time he would awaken, Ye Qiu's strength would have undoubtedly ascended. In any case, he would certainly surpass Beerus. Thus, the next confrontation would not see Beerus suppressing his power against him. Rather, it would be Ye Qiu who would restrain his strength. Very well, let us engage in battle next time. He chuckled, tapping his forehead with his right index and middle fingers before instantly teleporting back to the cruise ship. Farewell. Beerus did not pursue him, and Whis, fully aware of Beerus's intent to depart, offered a smile and a wave to Ye Qiu and the others before taking his leave from Earth. After Beerus and Whis's departure, Ye Qiu and his companions resumed their festivities soon enough. As time elapsed, night descended upon the land. That be why the conclusion of their gathering, it was already 3 o'clock in the early morning of the following day. Once the cruise ship docked, everyone returned to their respective homes. In the ensuing 2 months, Ye Qiu accompanied Bulma and Chi-Chi, but just as he was about to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training, news reached him from Goku's direction. Yamcha had his energy completely drained and was on the brink of death. Upon hearing this news, Ye Qiu's gaze sharpened, recognizing that the saga of the androids had officially commenced. Without delay, he teleported directly to Kame House. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Goku administering a senzu bean to the barely conscious Yamcha, who miraculously revived in an instant. That guy is incredibly powerful. The moment we clashed, I was instantly defeated, Yamcha recounted, still shaken. Goku's expression turned grave, and upon Ye Qiu's arrival, he finally relaxed a bit, saying, Ye Qiu, my brother, the androids have indeed made their appearance. In contrast to their solemnity, Ye Qiu remained relatively unfazed, offering a light-hearted smile. You should have been training harder. If you find yourselves outmatched now, it must be disheartening, he remarked, addressing Yamcha and the others as Earthlings. They indeed faced limitations in their innate potential. However, the notion of effort is boundless. There is a saying, with infinite effort comes infinite growth. That wasn't Goku from the original series, a perfect example of this. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Yamcha and Krillin felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. They understood that Ye Qiu's statement was a gentle nudge for them to strive harder in their training. Yet, in the presence of Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan, Yamcha and Krillin truly felt the weight of their inadequacies in the pursuit of strength and fatigue that moment. Ye Qiu suddenly sensed a malevolent aura rated at 2.7, causing his brow to furrow with intensity. This sinister presence felt strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the last time he detected an aura that seemed to belong to Cell. Could it be that this fiend, Cell, has returned once more? With this thought, Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes. When it comes to the adversaries in the Dragon Ball universe, one might honestly contend that Cell poses the greatest threat. It is imperative to remember that he is a monstrous entity composed of Saiyan cells, Namekian cells, and human cells. Coupled with his boundless potential for growth, should he be allowed to thrive until the conclusion of Dragon Ball, he would undoubtedly become an invincible force across the cosmos. Therefore, Cell must be eradicated. As the 9th installment unfolds, the emergence of the androids leaves Ye Qiu little time to ponder Cell's return. In any case, when the moment of his true appearance arrives, Ye Qiu is resolute that he shall not allow him to survive for even a second longer. Subsequently, Ye Qiu and his companions, including Sun Wukong, pursued Dr. Gero and Android 19 in the direction indicated by Yamcha. Soon enough, on a small island, Ye Qiu discovered their whereabouts at long last. He encountered Sun Wukong once more. Dr. Gero had transformed himself into an android, now designated as Android 20, though he was predominantly referred to as Dr. Gero, you escaped me last time, but this time you shall not evade your fate. Sun Wukong's demeanor was icy. He had initially intended to eliminate Dr. Gero after dismantling the Red Ribbon Army, yet the cunning villain had managed to elude capture. Had he not allowed this fiend to slip away, perhaps the future world could have been spared a catastrophe. Contemplating this, Sun Wukong sighed deeply. Today, I am not inclined to let you escape. All of you shall perish by my hand. Dr. Gero laughed with confidence and turned to Android 19, commanding, eliminate them all. With a combat power of approximately 1 billion, Android 19 stood alongside Dr. Gero, whose power was around 1.2 billion. Dr. Gero was utterly convinced that Sun Wukong could not measure up to their might. Thus his arrogance flourished. Ye Qiu, aware of their combat capabilities, focused his gaze on Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Previously, when Ye Qiu transformed into Super Saiyan God 1, their combat powers were 1 billion and 500 million, respectively. Having not witnessed their transformations in some time, he was naturally uncertain of their current strengths. Truth be told, Ye Qiu harbored a flicker of anticipation. As an insider of the original narrative, he recalled that in this storyline, Sun Wukong was supposed to possess a combat power of 3.5 billion. However, the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe had diverged significantly from the original narrative, and due to various plot developments, this world's Wukong was considerably weaker. Nevertheless, it might seem that Wukong had been diminished, yet appearances could be deceiving. In reality, the current Wukong possessed even greater potential than his original counterpart. It is crucial to note that the timeline and plot of this world had progressed at a faster pace than in the original. Thus, Sun Wukong now boasted a combat power exceeding 1 billion. Suddenly, as Ye Qiu mulled over these thoughts, Sun Wukong unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing his most formidable energy, 0.25 billion combat power. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ye Qiu was left utterly astounded. Incredible. Just a while ago, this fellow only possessed a combat power of 1 billion. In the span of mere months, through sheer determination, he had catapulted his power by an astounding 15 billion. Such potential is indeed extraordinary. Ye Qiu's astonishment was not unfounded. After all, during this time, Sun Wukong had not faced any life-and-death battles, in a period of peace. Achieving such an astronomical increase in power through personal cultivation in just a few months would leave anyone in disbelief. Not everyone possesses Ye Qiu's unique circumstances. Ultimately, Ye Qiu couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-aggrandizement. Dr. Gero, I have warned you. Today, you shall not escape. Sun Wukong's aura surged, pressing forward and compelling Dr. Gero to retreat step by step. How can this guy be so powerful? Dr. Gero's expression shifted as he retreated, urgently commanding Android 19. Kill him! Kill him! In the midst of this, Dr. Gero contemplated fleeing, realizing that he and Android 19 stood no chance against Sun Wukong's 25 billion combat power. To remain would be tantamount to certain death. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Gero took flight, abandoning the scene. Trying to escape? Sun Wukong cast a glance at Dr. Gero, snorting coldly as he prepared to pursue him, only to be intercepted by Android 19. Sun Wukong turned to Son Gohan and declared, Gohan, this one is yours that I will chase after Dr. Gero. Understood, Dad. Son Gohan leaped forth, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging directly at Android 19. System, what is Gohan's current combat power? As Ye Qiu beheld Son Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Beep, beep, beep. The system commenced its analysis, and a second later, it responded to Ye Qiu. Son Gohan's current combat power stands at 1 billion. Ye Qiu raised an eyebrow, astonished by the remarkable increase in the little one's fighting prowess, in just a few months. It had doubled. Could Gohan now also transform into a Super Saiyan? Beside him, Krillin wore an expression of shock. How incredibly powerful. Yamcha, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded. An adult who had trained for so many years found himself surpassed by a mere child, even feeling as though he had been left far behind. His face burned with embarrassment. wishing he could sink into the ground. Such humiliation! Piccolo, arms crossed, remained the caretaker of the Sun family in this lifetime. During most of Goku's solitary training sessions, Gohan had been entrusted to him. Although his combat power did not match Gohan's, he still had invaluable battle experience to impart. The sight of Gohan transforming for the first time before him had indeed startled him, leading him to question his own abilities. However, upon learning that it was due to Ye Qiu's guidance, Piccolo ceased his doubts. With his thought, he glanced at the nonchalant Ye Qiu, marveling inwardly. Several times, Piccolo felt an urge to consult Ye Qiu. Yet his formidable pride held him back. With a sigh, he managed a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu had just resolved to pursue Goku when a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. A new task has been issued. Teach Piccolo to elevate his combat power to 100 million task rewards, 1,000 exchange points, and 5,000 experience points. Chapter 10 is presented. Please consider automatic subscription. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Ye Qiu pondered. Instruct Piccolo to surpass 100 million combat power, rewards of 1,000 exchange points, and 5,000 experience points. System, what is Piccolo's current combat power? Ye Qiu inquired. Piccolo had always been discreet about his abilities, primarily because Ye Qiu had not paid much attention to him, remaining unaware of his current combat strength. Returning to the host, Piccolo's combat power presently stands at 10 million. The system promptly responded to Ye Qiu that a leap from 10 million to 100 million may seem substantial, yet in reality, it is not insurmountable. After all, within the time dilation of the hyperbolic time chamber, even the most lackadaisical approach would allow for success within merely a month in real time. This was the maximum. Ye Qiu reasoned that with careful guidance and Piccolo's diligent effort, he could most certainly achieve this leap in just half a month. Merely 2 weeks to elevate Piccolo's combat power by 90 million. This task was practically a gift of exchange points and experience. Ye Qiu grinned, reflecting that none of the system's tasks had ever posed a significant challenge. Thus, he readily accepted by the way, this task must have a time limit. Right? Ye Qiu suddenly recalled something and asked. The duration for this task is 10 days. Should it remain unfulfilled, the host will receive double compensation for the task rewards. The system replied, 10 days? 90 million. Ye Qiu blinked. Indeed, this presented a certain level of challenge. Accepted. Although it posed some difficulty, Ye Qiu chose to take on the task without hesitation. However, he currently had no time to mentor Piccolo, so he hurried after Goku. While Goku could handle Dr. Gero, facing Android 17 and Android 18 would undoubtedly be beyond him to prevent Goku from being overwhelmed. Ye Qiu pressed on. Before long, Ye Qiu caught up, though it appeared he was slightly late. Goku had already engaged in battle with Android 17. This revelation surprised Ye Qiu, as the unfolding events diverged significantly from the original narrative. Despite his astonishment, the presence of the female android still captured his attention, though Ye Qiu's gaze fixated on Android 18. Lazuli, with her golden tresses and alluring figure, truly embodying the ideal of many Dragon Ball enthusiasts, it was undeniable that Ye Qiu felt a stir of attraction. However, given the current circumstances, it was not the appropriate moment for Ye Qiu to approach her. Thus, he redirected his focus to Goku, who appeared somewhat fatigued in his struggle against Android 17. Stepping forward, Ye Qiu swiftly positioned himself behind Goku. Don't overexert yourself. Android 17 possesses far greater strength than you, he cautioned, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder and giving it a gentle pat. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, he cast another smile at Sun Wukong, then shifted his gaze to the face of Android 17, who was watching him intently, and remarked nonchalantly, "You are beings transformed into androids by Gero. In a sense, you still harbor human thoughts deep within your hearts. Therefore, I do not intend to kill you." Whoosh! As his words lingered in the air, Ye Qiu's figure flickered and reappeared before Dr. Gero below, raising his hand and delivering a powerful punch that struck down the doctor. Ding! The system's notification resonated, announcing the elimination of Dr. Gero and the acquisition of 500 experience points. Ye Qiu blinked in surprise. Having not taken a life for a considerable time, he seemed to have almost forgotten the rewards that came with it. With a shake of his head, Ye Qiu chuckled softly. In light of this, It appeared that he should have dealt with Android 19 earlier. After all, to his knowledge, apart from Android 16, Android 17, and Android 18, lazily, the rest of the androids were malevolent creatures. Hence, Ye Qiu felt no pangs of guilt about their demise. Why Ye Qiu's swift and decisive actions left Android 17 momentarily stunned, gazing at him with a look of disbelief. At that moment, he was utterly perplexed. This individual had killed Dr. Gero without a second thought, and now he wondered how they would disarm the bombs implanted within them. Realizing this, Android 17's expression fell. Do not worry. I can find a way to assist you with the bombs inside you, Ye Qiu reassured, as he had no intention of eliminating Android 17, especially since his sister was Android 18. Lazily, if he were to kill 17, any hopes of pursuing 18 would be nothing more than a distant dream. Hearing Ye Qiu's words, Android 17, who had been ready to act, stood frozen once more, bewildered as he turned to look at his sister, lazily, as if to say, how does this guy know so much about us? Even the presence of bombs implanted by Dr. Gero was known to him. In response, lazily merely shrugged, equally baffled, utterly unaware of how this newcomer possessed such extensive knowledge. Just then, a rush of wind announced the arrival of Sun Wufan and others that he held onto Android 19, who upon seeing Androids 17 and 18 floating vacantly in midair, bellowed, 17, 18, kill these guys immediately. Poof! No sooner had Android 19 spoken than a shadow zipped past, and his head exploded in an instant, startling Sun Wufan. Ding! The System-S notification chimed again, indicating the elimination of Android 19, granting 500 exchange points and 200 experience points. He actually received a reward of exchange points, as Ye Qiu dispatched Android 19. The system's alert echoed in his mind, prompting his eyes to widen in astonishment that IT was a rare occurrence to achieve dual rewards upon killing an opponent. Typically, out of 1,000 foes, receiving a dual reward from just one was considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet now, having only slain 2 individuals, he had already reaped such a reward. It must be said, his luck today was quite remarkable. Uncle Ye Qiu, Sun Wufan, was indeed startled by Ye Qiu's sudden strike, his small frame trembling even now. Upon hearing Sun Wufan's voice, Ye Qiu glanced at him and replied with a gentle shake of his head, "Is this your first encounter with death?" Sun Wufan swallowed hard, shaking his head but remaining silent. Without absolute strength, one can only be slaughtered by the strong. Remember this. Deep down, Sun Wufan still harbored a hint of weakness, and Ye Qiu wished to see him maintain the potential to transform into the enigmatic mystic Gohan in the future. Thus he intended to begin guiding the boy from a young age. While not a pure Dragon Ball fanatic, he understood the hopes that a true fan would place upon Gohan as the sole individual to traverse into the Dragon Ball universe. Ye Qiu felt compelled to do something for the fans of his past life, despite the fact that they could not witness the events unfolding in this world. Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Sun Wufan's expression shifted, revealing a look of hesitation. Noticing this, Ye Qiu offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that with his words, Gohan would at least undergo significant change. After all, he had imparted a brutally realistic lesson. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. If one wishes to protect their loved ones from harm, they must first become powerful themselves. Here comes the first update. I'll strive to finish the 10th one without pause, as I aim to sleep early tonight since I have work tomorrow. Let us keep pushing forward and motivate myself. A little exhaustion is worth it. I'll do my utmost to deliver 5 updates daily for everyone. 71.my damned, yet unplaceable charm. He truly is a man brimming with masculinity. From Ye Qiu's earlier decisive assassination of Dr. Gero to now executing Android 19, everything revealed that this man was indeed resolute in his actions. Consequently, Lazile's beautiful eyes remained fixed upon Ye Qiu. The allure of such a man often serves as a potent toxin for women. At the very least, when she locked eyes with Ye Qiu, Lazile found herself inexplicably blushing, scarcely daring to meet his gaze for long. Her heart raced, beating with an intensity that was simply overwhelming. "Who are you?" Upon encountering Ye Qiu, Android 17 sensed no murderous intent emanating from him, which prompted a question from him. His overconfidence in his own strength led him to remain unfazed by Ye Qiu's formidable presence, resulting in a demeanor that was remarkably nonchalant throughout their interaction. "I am Ye Qiu," the latter stated succinctly, offering no further elaboration. His gaze then shifted to the face of Lazili, only to discover that the woman was too timid to meet his eyes, which took him slightly aback. In his perspective, it was quite unusual, as he believed that all women within the Dragon Ball universe possessed a certain assertiveness. Yet here was Lazili, her cheeks flushed crimson, apparently flustered by the intensity of his gaze. This notion prompted Ye Qiu to reflect, albeit ruefully, on the allure he seemed to exude, which he found utterly vexing. You possess a means to assist us in neutralizing the bombs within our bodies?" Android 17 inquired with an air of indifference. Indeed, Ye Qiu replied as he began to move, redirecting his attention from Lazili to a cave ahead. If his assumptions were correct, Android 16 lay within a coffin inside that very cave. As Ye Qiu advanced, Sun Wukong and the others followed suit, trailing behind him with expressions of puzzlement, bewildered by his sudden change of direction. In midair, Android 17 exchanged a glance with Lazili, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Is this fellow truly so arrogant?" He remarked coldly to them. That cave was akin to their home, and Ye Qiu's silent approach towards it was undeniably irksome. "I find this man quite intriguing," Lazili mused. Not one to be easily swayed, she nonetheless felt an inexplicable fondness for Ye Qiu, reminiscent of her inexplicable affection for the bald-headed Krillin in the original narrative. Thus, it became evident that Lazili's criteria for selecting a potential partner were primarily influenced by her first impressions. Clearly, her initial perception of Ye Qiu was exceedingly favorable. With a scoff, Android 17 cast a glance at Lazili, sneering before hastening towards the cave that Ye Qiu had already entered. Lazili, meanwhile, flicked her hair as a gentle breeze swept by, rendering her momentarily breathtaking. Though this scene went unnoticed by others soon, a subtle smile graced her lips as she descended to follow him into the cave. "What are you doing?" She heard Android 17's furious voice boom as she approached the cave's entrance. Naturally, her brows knitted in concern. She quickened her pace, fully stepping into the cave, momentarily capturing the attention of several onlookers. 18. "This man intends to tamper with our precious possession," Android 17 exclaimed, retreating a couple of steps as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Qiu. Despite his superior strength, he felt compelled to communicate with Lazili first, especially given her recent display of affection towards Ye Qiu. Typically, he would have resorted to violence first, but his temperament held him back this time. Lazili gazed at Ye Qiu, her initial goodwill leading her to doubt that he could be a malicious thief. As expected, Ye Qiu smiled at her, gently pushing open the coffin within the cave to reveal another android lying peacefully inside. There's another android asleep here." Sun Wukong leaned in for a closer look, his eyes widening in surprise. Just as he spoke, the android within the coffin suddenly opened its eyes, a piercing light flashing within them. This android, naturally, was 16, boasting an astounding battle power of 100 billion, making him exceedingly formidable. Aside from the Super 13 from the movie series, he was arguably the most powerful android at that moment. What an extraordinary individual, Sun Wukong thought, feeling discomfort wash over him as their eyes met, the disparity in their strengths glaringly apparent. As Android 16 recognized Sun Wukong, memories surged forth in his mind, igniting a flicker of murderous intent. However, after surveying his surroundings, he chose to suppress his instincts, considering the risk of harming innocent bystanders. "Are you an android?" Android 17 stepped forward, astonished as he regarded Android 16 seated within the coffin. Android 16 cast a brief glance at Android 17, quickly averting his gaze. Without uttering a word, he slowly emerged from the coffin and performed a couple of hops to loosen his stiffened limbs. "Hey, I'm asking you a question." As Android 17 encountered Android 16, he was met with indifference, causing his expression to darken instantly. Coldly, he declared, "You are no match for me. It would be wise not to provoke me." Observing Android 17's fury, Android 16 remained unfazed, his countenance a mere mask of stoicism as he dismissively waved a hand in response. Arrogance, hubris, conceit. Such was the impression Android 16 left on Android 17. At that moment, Android 17 could no longer contain himself. Having previously harbored a torrent of frustration from his encounter with Ye Qiu, he would have unleashed his wrath sooner had it not been for Lazili's presence. Now, with Android 16's appearance and his self-important words, all of Android 17's pent-up dissatisfaction erupted. Boom! The overwhelming aura of Android 17 surged forth, revealing his formidable battle power of 5.5 billion Tha. Scum, I shall make you pay for your arrogance. With a furious roar, Android 17 charged at Android 16. Witnessing this, Android 16 glanced at the others within the cave. His brow furrowing in concern, he swiftly deflected Android 17's attack and turned to flee towards the cave's entrance. The confined space was perilous. He feared the aftermath of their battle might inadvertently harm the innocent bystanders. Thus, Android 16 resolved to vacate the premises in search of a more distant and open battleground. Trying to escape? Stand your ground! Android 17 bellowed as he pursued Android 16, who had darted towards the cave's exit. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, particularly Yamcha and Krillin, who were utterly perplexed. Shouldn't the androids be on the same side? Why had conflict suddenly erupted? Here comes the second update. I seek automatic subscriptions, hoping to surpass TN.by the way, the conclusion of Tokyo Ghoul has left me quite unsettled. 72. Date returns once more. Bewildered Date. Subscription request. Ye Qiu and the others rushed outside, gazing skyward as the battle between Android 16 and Android 17 commenced. The speed of their confrontation was astonishing, concluding almost as swiftly as it began in mere seconds. Android 16 had decisively eliminated Android 17, but this outcome was exceedingly difficult for both Android 17 and Lazili to accept, yet Ye Qiu found it entirely reasonable. After all, Android 16's combat prowess exceeded a staggering 10 billion, while Android 17's was merely 5.5 billion. The disparity rendered the victor obvious. Damn it! How can you be so powerful? Android 17 seethed, gazing at Android 16 with resentment. Because I was born this strong. You are merely my backdrop, Android 16 replied coolly, gradually descending from the skies before approaching Sun Wukong. Just as he prepared to strike, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over him. Compelling his attention towards Ye Qiu, who he scrutinized with a furrowed brow, he sensed that this man possessed an alarming strength that he thought, he was undoubtedly no match for this man. Consequently, Android 16 abandoned any intention of attacking. Although Android 16 was portrayed as somewhat daft in the original narrative, this world diverged from the Dragon Ball universe in significant ways. Thus, there were nuances. Android 16 was somewhat more astute yet retained his inherent kindness. Ye Qiu held no particular intentions towards Android 16. Should he refrain from aggression, Ye Qiu too would not initiate an attack. At this juncture, it could be said that the arc involving the androids was drawing to a close, as the subsequent narrative would focus on Cell. However, this was merely Ye Qiu's supposition. Moreover, Cell had remained concealed on Earth, never revealing himself. Drawing him out would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wait, system, can you assist me in locating Cell? Ye Qiu suddenly recalled the system and hastily inquired. Host, the system is unable to intervene in the unfolding of the plot. You must exercise patience, the system promptly replied. I see, Ye Qiu mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Had the system been able to help him unearth Cell, he could swiftly eliminate the threat before Cell could realize his own potential and begin to thrive in the shadows. That would indeed become a troublesome predicament, as Ye Qiu was completely unaware of Cell's capabilities. Just then, a brilliant light flashed in the sky, and a time machine materialized before the gathered crowd. A time machine? Is it possible that Trunks from the future has arrived? As Ye Qiu lifted his gaze and beheld the time machine, his brows momentarily furrowed in surprise, and he softly murmured a few words. Indeed, it was not long before the future's Trunks emerged from the time machine. This time, he possessed a brand new contraption, suggesting that resources in the future were still relatively ample, at least sufficient for Trunks' mother to construct another time machine. Uncle Ye Qiu, Trunks exclaimed, his face alight with joy. After securing the airborne time machine, he descended slowly towards Ye Qiu. However, just a few steps into his approach, his gaze abruptly fixated on the nearby Android 18. His pupils narrowing sharply, Simultaneously, an aura of power surged and intensified around him. "Trunks," Ye Qiu called out, shaking his head. "The androids in this world are fundamentally benevolent. Therefore, do not fret excessively about them." Upon hearing Ye Qiu's words, Trunks furrowed his brow and cast another glance at Lazuli, his imposing demeanor subsiding. In truth, his strength paled in comparison to Lazuli's. In a battle, he would only find himself at a disadvantage. The crisis in the future world should have been resolved. "Why have you returned?" Ye Qiu inquired, his expression laced with curiosity. "I've come to deliver heart medication for Uncle Goku," Trunks replied, recalling how he had completely forgotten to bring the medicine during his previous visit, necessitating his mother to create another time machine for this journey to the present era. Upon hearing this, Ye Qiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "In this lifetime, Goku has no heart condition," he informed Trunks, which elicited a look of surprise from him. "However, if there is no ailment, then it is of little consequence," Trunks remarked, his focus shifting as he scanned the vicinity, only to find that his father, Vegeta, was conspicuously absent. This left him momentarily stunned. "Uncle Ye Qiu, is my father Vegeta not here?" Trunks asked, casting another glance around, still failing to spot Vegeta, his confusion palpable. "He is on Planet Vegeta," Ye Qiu replied. "What?" Trunks exclaimed in shock. "If that is the case, does it mean that he does not exist in this world?" Observing Trunks' bewildered expression, Ye Qiu could surmise his thoughts and shook his head gently. "Your world and ours are entirely disconnected. You need not worry about your existence being erased. Furthermore, Vegeta will soon arrive on Earth, and perhaps in this world, you'll be born as well. Why Ye Qiu hesitated to elaborate further, aware that the plot lines of this Dragon Ball universe diverged significantly from the original narrative. Additionally, the timeline appeared to be disrupted for reasons unknown. From this perspective, Ye Qiu speculated that the system's assertions regarding the overarching plot and character appearances were far from accurate. Trunks found himself somewhat bewildered by Ye Qiu's words, feeling that the situation was rather fantastical. Why Ye Qiu chose not to dwell further on the matter. As he prepared to approach Lazuli, a sudden surge of mixed auras caught his attention, compelling him to pause. The presence of Cell had resurfaced. Moreover, after a brief flicker, it reappeared moments later. Is he currently absorbing human energy in large quantities to gradually grow stronger? Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed in realization, and he halted his steps. Turning to Goku and the others, he advised, "I must attend to some matters. It would be wise to avoid any conflict with the androids." As he spoke, Ye Qiu cast a glance at Android 16. Whose expression shifted under the weight of Ye Qiu's formidable aura. Gradually, 16 lowered his head, no longer daring to meet Ye Qiu's gaze. Satisfied, Ye Qiu nodded and instantaneously vanished from his spot.